It's day 2 of the Somerset North versus South Bowls Challenge in Dunedin. Some of the best players in New Zealand are proudly representing their island in a very competitive event. All roads lead to one of the most impressive indoor bowls venues in the country, the Hope's Dunedin Bowl Centre. An absolutely perfect venue for this North versus South, which has already given us some sensational matches, some good food and a few laughs as well. It's been a great first day. Stand by for day 2. So it's the calm before the storm, really. We've got already 10 matches have been played, and we go through 11 to 16 today. We're beginning with the pairs, 2-4-2 pairs. The South Island represented by Tayla, Bruce and Kelvin Scott against L.Ralph and M.Galloway. That's first up. And then as you look through there, all those big names of New Zealand bowls competing right through until possibly the decider, that last fours game between the North and South, time to go at around about 2:30. All live here. You'll enjoy it, the Somerset North versus South program. So yesterday, well, you look on the right-hand side of the screen under the tie. So the first 4 of the first 5 matches went to a tiebreaker, meaning that it was 1 set each after the first 2. The first 2 matches resulted in wins to the North Island, but then the South Island surged back to look as though they were taking control. Then there was a bit of a fight back as the North did come back, particularly in the match in the triples game, game 9, where the North won the tiebreaker and they took the lead in the overall point situation. But the final game, game 10, went to the South Island, and they ended up with this slender but decisive lead after day 1. The South leading the North by 8 points to 6. We're getting ready for their first of the matches. The North Island team there, look at those such fantastic names. Selina, Goddard there, so many. If you just look through there, that went to the Birmingham Commonwealth Games. Very strong lineup from the North team. Those playing in the first of the pairs, L.Ralph and M.Galloway. And now the South team, headed by Tayla Bruce, who was 2 nights ago named the New Zealand Bowler of the Year. And you'll be able to tell through that too that there are under 25 players in each team, over 65 as well, and then para bowlers, and the para bowler for the South team is P.Walker, who played very well yesterday. North versus South always brings out the best, no matter what sport you're playing. So the teams do get a chance to warm up. I'm John Macbeth, delighted to be here again, and with me is Alex Reid, who'll be joining me in commentary throughout the day. We'll also be joined by some of the prominent members of both the North and South matches. It's friendly beforehand, as you see the players shaking hands, but my word, when they get on the bowling blue, as we call it here, not the green, at the Hope Stadium, it all becomes a little bit different.
You're not wrong there, John. But it makes for good watching, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. We've had a few comments, and thank you very much for your feedback too on this live coverage from Bowls New Zealand team, which just goes from strength to strength. You can see a cameraman to the left there of the screen getting some really fabulous close-up photos of faces and antics. But we have had a few queries about the size of what we've been calling the house here, to steal a curling phrase. And it does look as though it's massive, and people have been saying, gosh, these bowlers aren't very good. They can't even get it within that circle. Well, I went down this morning and just measured it, and it is, in old terms, 18 inches from the centre where the jack is now to the side. So
yeah, so there's not much room at all, is there?
No, you can fit nearly 4 bowls in there. And then I laid a mat down from front to back, and it's less than a mat and a half. You know, so when we say within that circle there, that's they are all, any bowls within there are really outstanding bowls. They are exactly what players are asked after. So it's a smaller, much smaller target than what it looks.
Absolutely. And these players, I mean, it shows you how good they are, because we had a number of ends yesterday where there were 4 or 5 or 6 bowls within that circle, which is just an incredible effort, really.
Yep. And it's a fabulous surface to play on. It after we'd finished yesterday, Alex went down and sent a couple of bowls down, and I thought, you know, they can't complain about it. It's 27 years old. I chatted with John Latimer, the manager here, earlier this morning, and he mentioned, I said, it doesn't look as though it's 27 years old. And he said, well, we had a big spruce up. It's been repainted recently.
Yes.
They changed the lights to LED rather than having to go through the old system of putting scaffolding up to change lights, and they were changing 150 a year. He said,
I wonder who got that job.
Yeah, we haven't changed one in 2 years, so that's been economical. The surface has been down, I think, 4 years. They mentioned 4 or 5 years. So it's brilliant, and it's because it's not aligned to any club. Members of all other clubs who want to join just become associate members, basically.
Yeah. I love the concept.
That's brilliant.
I think it's fantastic forward thinking. 27 years is, I mean, it's a while ago.
Yep.
In the context of the sport, even 27 years ago, we were still wearing whites.
Yes.
They'd barely, the women's and men's bowls were sort of
separate,
giving each other a look.
Yeah, that's right.
So it's incredible foresight shown, I think, by the people who made this facility happen, and great that we're still using it for top level competition 27 years later.
Yep. And as we've mentioned previously too, the way it's set up at the end where the camera is at the moment operating, there is the sort of the facility where they're before their time when they designed this, really, because it's all glassed off, and therefore the bowlers can't hear the noise of the public, but there's the bar facility and the catering area, and you know, all that sort of thing is I think it's a fabulous,
absolutely, just fantastic,
fabulous facility. Yeah. And of course they're reliant on their sponsors, and their sponsors are splashed all around the area, but it's the main sponsor is Hope's Bowls Stadium.
I do find it, I know it's the Hope's Dunedin Lawn Bowl Stadium.
Yes.
And that's fine, but it's a carpet.
Yeah, no. But I think
that's okay. It's fair enough.
Absolutely.
It's just the name of the sport.
That's right. Yeah. So this is Linda Ralph. Linda Ralph will be leading in this 2-4-2 pairs with Mike Galloway. So Linda Ralph, born in South Africa, as we mentioned yesterday. Her mother played for South Africa. And she has been out here for many years, member of the Carlton Cornwall Bowling Club, and lots of titles. She had a very interesting game yesterday against V.Smith.
It was fascinating, wasn't it?
First set, V.Smith 11-0. Second set, L.Ralph 12-0. And went to that tiebreaker, so which Smith won.
Yes, she did, but it's incredible how seesawing that game was when you think about it. And there's no wind or anything. I think it was just a length of the mat placement was changed a little bit in that game. That's the only difference, but certainly gave us lots to talk about.
Interestingly, the South Island have decided that Kelvin Scott will lead off for them. So we're playing the 2-4-2 format, aren't we? So it's
2-4-2, yes. So it's how will they have worked it out? Because everyone gets to play everything.
Yes.
But they will have thought, if we play 8 ends, who's going to play the last 2 bowls on the last end? Yeah. And that'll be your the one they want to put a little bit of pressure on. It should be a great game to watch. I enjoy the 2-4-2 game, John.
Brilliant. Yeah, I think so too.
I think particularly for junior bowlers or new bowlers, I think the 2-4-2 format is great because you get to play, if you think about it, it's all 4 positions in a game of 4s is what you play in 2-4-2. You get to play lead 2-3 and skip bowls. It's a great place to learn what not to do and hopefully what to do sometimes.
So here's Scott with his second.
And they'll go for a little walk.
Yep. I mean, a lot of people think 2-4-2 is a bit slow, and that's only because of the crossing over, the constant crossing over. But I think the benefits outweigh that. Particularly, as you say, I mean, at Raumati this weekend, as I mentioned, we've got the 32 teams of juniors playing this, and that's year 1 to 5, and they're all, getting that great experience, and they all enjoy this format. So it's a great coaching and learning format as well. Yeah,
I think so. And then when you think about it at this level, if these players, they're good players, they get 4 bowls each, we should see a tighter head than a game of 4s because they get 4 goes at it. So we should see some great bowls in the last 4 of these teams. It should be some pretty impressive heads and some cool shots to be played. It's good to watch.
One of the best draw players around, M.Galloway, has just put on a very good opening bowl for him to give his team a shot.
Be interesting the dynamic with Tayla and Kelvin, both Canterbury players, but Kelvin's been playing bowls longer than Tayla's been alive. It'll be interesting there to see how Tayla's feeling about this. An opportunity to play a game of bowls with Kelvin, someone she would have looked up to when she started playing bowls.
Galloway, that nice. This is lovely to watch. Just the entire length of the bowl early on in a match, just to get a gauge of how wide the green might be playing and the speed with which Galloway is delivering it.
Yeah, and this gives us an indication of what their teammates will watch. That's what you see when you're at the other end, watching that bowl sort of go out and come back in. As we switch now to a close-up of Tayla with that lovely smooth delivery.
Oh, yeah. And you can see there already, you gauge that that's gone slightly wider than what M.Galloway delivered.
Yes.
Brilliant correction there, with weight in particular. Her green was very good initially, and that will be the shot. It looks like it's just cracking that inner line.
Lovely shot. We're going to start seeing these heads get more congested as well. I mean, this is the first head. We've already put. There's 2 bowls in that circle, which we spoke about being less than a mat.
Yep.
Around. It's only going to get more congested from there. Giving that one a look.
Up to it.
You can see he had a little bit of doubt in his mind, but if he gets a feather off that, which he did, but not quite effective enough, and that's so this with these slightly 2 or 3 shorter bowls, you watch how players use them a little bit. Not afraid to play onto bowls or through bowls.
Absolutely. As we will see them go for a walk again. No, we won't.
One more to come.
The coffee hasn't kicked in yet, John.
I must admit, it did
Well,
me
cut
a
the grass, eh, I
great
think.
deal of good. It was a long day yesterday,
It
wasn't
was,
it?
it was.
And the players were also saying, wow, they're here all the time. They don't break and wander off because it's a team event, and if your team's playing, you want to be there to support them. So they didn't break away from the stadium. They were here at sort of 10 o'clock yesterday morning, but they didn't leave till, what, 8 o'clock?
It would have been 8 at least
Yeah,
that entire time. It's Mike Galloway, what a great shot that is there from Mike. Just resting the shot ball out.
Yep. Lovely weight.
And Kelvin just saying, look, you're through to my foot. If you hit something on the way, it's happy days.
And when you look at the black bowls past the head, they're in an ideal place, aren't they, to catch stuff?
Absolutely. That's the thing, is it doesn't matter if you're holding the shot during the end, it's who's holding the shot at the end. So good head build.
Good line.
Building and
Good line. If she splits those or gets inside them, that's great. That's a very good shot, and tickle the jack back a wee bit. It's a nice placement there for the South Island, who are playing with the black bowls. But at the moment, certainly one, maybe two down, one in a measure.
Ripped off.
I don't know how clearly the viewers can hear, but we have got Mike Galloway and Tayla Bruce mic'd up, and Tayla Bruce saying she was ripped off with that bowl.
With these games today, we do have mainly the skips mic'd up, so we can maybe get a clearer indication of who, how many shots, or who's holding shot and how many shots, because it's quite deceptive there sometimes when we're looking at just through the cameras.
Absolutely, as we see L.Ralph, I think she's opting to play her backhand here. She'll just be looking, it's a lonely looking one white ball.
Yes,
there.
yeah. But yeah, that's right. Draw another shot, or just make the target a little bit less inviting for Kelvin Scott by just playing slightly narrower and onto those black balls on the left, as we'll view them in a moment.
Wow. Oh, awesome.
Depends on the weight here, Linda. Come on, run it out.
See it come into view shortly. There we go.
Well played.
What a lovely bowl that
Yeah,
was by
yeah.
L.Ralph.
Excellent.
That's a fantastic bowl. If it's the first end as well, and we're already seeing these players just pepper the
It's going to
jack.
come down this way. So we're one down on the tee, but it's better than two. So I think, you could do if you get on that. The jack's going to come back here. That's good for us.
That's good reading of the head there, and fantastic when you're a bowler watching and listening to what the top players, how they think. So all of a sudden those bowls of Tayla Bruce's, which were a bit over the head, might come into play.
He's got lovely weight. He could get a good
Weight's
result
pretty
here, a
good
big chunk off that. That's fine.
gotta
He's
get under.
just made it more inviting again.
Yeah.
Yeah, only got to beat that.
And Mike's going, I'll
Same
add a
ball.
bonus, and we'll see what the opposition can do. Sometimes that's all you can do is add pressure. It'd be hard for Linda to put a bowl where the jack is potentially going. So you may as well just chuck a third one in and go, cool, you're now 3 down. Feel it.
Yes, as Galloway said, just beat that one, give us another one in here.
Yes,
It's like a good track again, doesn't it?
lovely line.
Come on, Linda.
Galloway just urging that bowl down.
Yep, 2 good bowls.
Get it this time. Yeah.
So that
It is
it's
just two,
possibly
but
not
so
in the
far-
count, but possibly is. 'Cause it's quite hard to tell.
I would say it's just 2. It looks like that black bowl that sits at 9 o'clock is third shot.
With that.
Yep.
Yeah. But if you get the jack in here, we've got like a good handful.
Very good there from Tayla.
Yeah, so again, those bowls that were slightly overweighted, but only by 1.5 metres, might come into play. It gives Kelvin Scott something to play at.
Yeah, he's looking just to hit that white bowl that sits at 12 o'clock. He's really close here as Kelvin Scott.
Oh,
what a
look at
shot there.
You watch where that ended up. Those black bowls were hovering around there, as Tayla Bruce said. We've got a handful down here if we can move it.
Great bowl. Did it go a little bit too far, John?
Might have.
It was a lovely shot regardless from... No, it didn't.
And Tayla Bruce has the mat.
Can we get a jack, please?
I'll wait for someone to tell us how many points
Yeah,
that was,
yeah,
John.
yeah.
We got a lovely close-up of some bowls that weren't in the count.
Yes, yeah.
A great shot there from Kelvin Scott. Played nearly to perfection.
So if we reconsider that final bowl, Taylor Bruce had said, if you can get the jack back to here, we've got a handful. Now, he did, and by clipping the white bolt, the jack did spring back. So we just assume that if Taylor Bruce said we've got a handful might be 2 or 3, she was talking.
Yeah.
And that might well have been the case.
Oh, there we go. 2
yeah,
it was.
Brilliant.
But a well played shot there from Kelvin Scott. And that's the sort of thing that gives you a bit of confidence on the first end. He's played essentially a bowl to perfection.
Yep. That
gives you a bit of confidence going into the rest of that game because you know you can do it right from the beginning.
And then you step up to the mat, and of course in 2-4-2 it's now Taylor Bruce will be the lead bowler, and she's already put one there, within half a mat of distance of the jack.
Absolutely. As we see her endeavour to chuck another one in that same space on her backhand side. Lovely. You can see that nice full arc of the bowl. They do come back a little bit.
Yeah.
I haven't really heard any complaints about the surface, John.
No, actually, interestingly, this morning when I went down out and measured that whole circle thing and put a mat inside it to see how far it was from, and all that sort of thing, to give our audience more perspective, because there it looks like a huge area, but anything within that is within a metre, which in general bowlers are trying to achieve, and just the feel of the surface, it feels a little bit different. They've got the mats that they're using are ones that are traditionally used at clubs, but they put a sort of a carpet on the back of them so that it doesn't slide on that surface. They've done it. It's very good. But T.Grantham was talking about his drive yesterday where he said, I nearly rolled my ankle on it. And when he put down a mat and did do it again, the mat did twist a little bit, but no worse probably than some of the old mats on a...
How they have slipped in the past.
Yeah,
absolutely. You only do that once, then as a player.
And he wasn't complaining about it, he just said. But the other thing was too, bowling over the circle is a bit different, mainly from sound. Yeah, as we discussed yesterday, it sounds different.
I've enjoyed watching. We watched M.Kernaghan, who's a wily bowler yesterday. I think he directed his team. We decided in the commentary they were struggling a little bit, and they got the jack and they put the mat behind the house so that everyone had to play through it and have that sort of unnerving noise as the bowler goes over it. And I've enjoyed that aspect of this event.
Now that's a great start to an end, isn't it? With you've got a couple jack level or just over, the rest are just round the back, so potential for both teams.
Yeah, it's lovely. That's a textbook beginning to a game of 2-4-2, really. There's opportunities for both teams to make this look better than it already is. There's not really any bad bowls that have been played.
So you see the score tick up at the top left of your screen, indicating that the white belongs to the north, so they're playing with the white bowls, the south are black. This is the second end, first set, 2 sets of 8 ends. And in the pairs, the winning team gets 2 points. Just recapping that the South, after the 10 matches yesterday, where they got 1 point for the singles win and 2 for a pair and 3 for a triples and so on, it was 8-6 to
the South.
Yeah. So it could dramatically change. With any luck, we get to that final fours game, and that's the decider.
There's 8 points available in the fours, so both are, well, I suppose you want to be more than 8 points clear, but for the sake of a good event, it'd be great if it was within 8 points there, and we could see some pretty tense moments, I think, coming up. As we saw yesterday even, and it was only day one, it got really tense in that last round of triples as the dominoes were falling. The North won one game to go 1 point in front, and the South team, there was a lot of tension in that last game that was being played.
See Kelvin Scott here playing the forehand now. You see where his black bowls are situated just behind. He'd love to just tickle that jack back there, or maybe get an inside edge onto this, or do what he did just then and get 2 shots, maybe 3. Yeah,
we'll call it roughly what we called.
Yeah. So he had options. The option I was looking at was, if the jack moves, he'll get a couple. But in fact, he didn't have to move the jack.
Yeah, narrow was fine. So it was a good bowl, and now it's about that pressure. Linda's thinking we've played 4 or 5 good bowls here, and we're 4 or 5 down. So it's about applying that pressure in this game, and Linda will be up for that challenge, I'm sure. She watches this one intently. A little bit high. We'll call that to the 2 metre for Mike's drive.
Yeah. Well, that's it. You look at the strength for the north here, and Tayla Bruce has recognised that. She sees 3 white bowls there. If the jack moves back that way, they could go down a handful. So calling Kelvin's got up to just cover those.
It's interesting because out of these 4 players, Kelvin is known for his draw play predominantly and sort of reaching through, very consistent. He will suffocate you out of a game.
Yeah.
So will Tayla, so will Linda. And Mike's got a very good draw bowl, but he's also well known in the Auckland region. If you give him a bowl target and he needs to hit it, he'll just hit it, and he doesn't miss. So it'll be interesting to see how much Mike Galloway uses his drive shot in this game.
Well, that's a bowl that Kelvin Scott will be really disappointed with. That he wanted to get up and match those white bowls, and he's short and wide. And if this jack springs back, then he'll be thinking, "Oh, I should have covered that."
Oh, it was a great effort there from Linda Ralph. Chucked it in the right area. Just finding that gap. So on the crossover, it's looking like the South Island is holding a handful here. We can hear.
Happy for me to try and beat you. Yeah, cool. Good shot. Yeah, get past yours. Yeah, split them up.
That's good. So it just great to hear what these guys are saying, because it was it's a tricky situation here, this head. Fantastic that one team is holding 3 at least, but also an awareness of how it could turn absolutely the other way with one good ball.
Yeah, and it is great to have these players mic'd up just to hear that communication between them. It's probably good to take notes from if you're an aspiring bowler, to hear about the sort of stuff they discuss. Tayla was looking to beat Kelvin's bowl, probably hit the green for it, tried to come, it's actually worked really well.
Yeah. So now if the jack end is killed, then there'd only be 1 down. Before that bowl, there would have been 3. So here's Galloway. He won't be short, that's for sure.
On the forehand side, he's giving this one a look. That's a lovely line. How's his weight?
Cart that jack, cart that
Close
jack, he's
here.
saying. Oh, hard luck.
Great effort there
Might
from
be the
Mike
shot
Galloway.
though, wonder.
Yeah, it's hard to tell with the angle.
Yep.
As a North Islander, I'd like to think that it's one.
Might try and sit in. Yeah.
So some good options here for Tayla Bruce, with her own bowls on the right there, as you said.
No,
she's
sorry.
grinning a bit.
She let it go and said, whoops.
If it stops about there, it would be handy.
Now look at that perfect weight as well. If you
Yeah.
see where it finished, it was a level with the jack.
So still, if the jack goes 2 ways, the white balls could end up with 3. And they've got big options here, haven't they?
Absolutely.
It's got to be a perfect bowl, or
Mike.
get a bit of luck. What does Galloway think? He's interested.
Watching.
No, it's hanging, is it?
Yeah. He said he was a bit quick, so he must have just been looking to try and just dead draw the shot
Dead
there,
draw,
I think,
which
John.
he can do, yeah. Gosh. Let's have a listen to what they get out of this. So Kelvin Scott measuring the closest white bowl. 1.
Oh.
Just 1. Yeah. Gosh, from a position of looking a few down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Incredible.
I thought we might have like two or
Wow,
3.
yeah.
But obviously the jack went quite a way past.
Because it skids, eh? They say
Yeah, it
you go to
does.
Birmingham and don't they?
I know, yeah. It's so different.
So different, eh? It's completely chalk and cheese.
That's great there from the...
Even mentally you think, oh yeah, we still must be holding a couple.
Yeah.
But actually,
1, yeah. Oh, it's a pleasant surprise.
So and that's why when she said oops, she wasn't too concerned, because she felt, well,
Yeah, we're
we're holding a couple,
few
possibly
there.
3.
I like Mike saying, oh, it's a pleasant surprise just to be one down.
Yeah. So now we revert to what we started with L.Ralph and Kelvin Scott bowling the first 2 bowls and the interchange and the centre group play 4. That's obviously 2-4-2. That's why it's called that.
Yeah, for 8 sets. It's like a full fours game. 16 ends.
Yeah, Waite's very good.
Linda just looking at her bowl. Oh, there it is.
Could have almost done like 16 sets.
16 maybe, yeah. 16 isn't probably long enough to probably, I think.
16 sets.
Yeah, I suppose you take 2 sets, eh?
Yeah, and then so it'll be 12 ends total.
12 ends total, yeah.
And then a tie break, so you're looking at a 13 end game, which is pretty. That's pretty normal for a 2-4-2 pairs.
Yeah.
Good bowl comes out. What a great correction that was,
Yeah.
Scott.
Yeah,
eh? Maybe a couple of metres over, 1.5 metres maybe, and then lands one plonk on the jack level pretty much.
Lovely leading. That's textbook leading, isn't it? You can go past, then put one close.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we see Linda on the back end making a correction.
Come on, Linda. Hold your head. Oh,
great effort there. Mike and Linda will have played a bit of bowls together, I think, John. They're both from, well, against each other probably. They're both from the Auckland Centre.
Yep.
Been for a while.
Mike's at Royal Oak and Linda's at Carlton, Cornwall.
Yeah, they both will have played a lot of the Auckland Centre events. They get down to sort of the semi-finals and they have a big finals day near the end of the season. And with both Mike and Linda being very successful outdoor bowlers, they will have seen each other at those finals days, I would say, on a number of occasions, and probably played into centre at the same time as well. See Tayla on the forehand. Lovely bowls. They're just settling in, I think. I just feel like Kelvin and Tayla are such a dangerous pairs combination, because they'll just put bowls a foot away from the jack all day, every day. It's hard to play against.
And because it's 2-4-2, you forget to do it. You don't really
Galloway,
have a routine,
also a very smooth draw player.
That's right.
Well, it just pushed it a bit, I think.
Recall, 3 years ago when the first of the bowls, 3-5, was shown on TV, and Galloway and whoever he played with Royal Oak, he was just, everyone knew that if there was, he still had a bowl to play, the result would change.
Stressful times,
yeah,
absolutely
he
magic.
was fantastic. And deservedly got back into that New Zealand team. Yeah,
I was very pleased to see him in that New Zealand team. He deserved to be there. He had results to force his way in, and I think just a great story as well, like we spoke about yesterday. 20-year break in between playing for New Zealand. It's just a great illustration of how cool our sport can be as we see him make his correction. Looks better.
Yeah.
Oh, he wouldn't find the gap. Oh.
Well, impressive. So look at that. That's, as I talked about, the fact that from the front to the back of that circle is a mat and a quarter, or just a bit over, almost a mat and a half. So all those bowls are within that area. That's very impressive.
Absolutely. A lot of effective bowls. Tayla on the backhand. We'll see how much this one lets go. If it was Andrew Kelly's bowl, it would be swinging.
Yeah.
Slightly overplayed, I think.
2 metre mark, though. That's handy.
Done again, eh?
And saying that, it's because if the end is killed, the jack goes out of play, then it's spotted or placed on the 2 metre mark, which is now covered by that bowl of Taylor Bruce. So it's a valuable bowl.
Mike looking to do the same again, he said. Giving it half a chance. It's down to his weight now.
It's wide too there.
Slightly overplayed. And Tayla on the back end. Kelvin likes it. He's giving it a look.
All on the weight, he said. Yeah. Knew the line was pretty good because any sort of little movement of the jack there would have hauled it back
Happy
to
days,
the two black ones.
But what it has done, and Mike's just indicated, is it's forced the North Island team to play on the backhand side now because it's blocked the forehand side up. You might knock the bowl in for shots, so Mike has to change.
Talking to Galloway earlier, and I said, so what do you use as a target, you know, when you're lining up? He said, oh, it's always a point on the bank. He uses the bank as his target or guide. That was in a perfect line, wasn't it?
It would have felt like it was close when you let it go, I think, that one. Just that, probably if it had gone 2 more rolls, he would have been perfect there.
Do you see what you like down there? If it looks like you can get under that. Yeah.
I think Kelvin.
Yeah, we got a 2 and then a 1, so that's fine. Thank you.
Right. Kelvin and Tayla just having a conversation. She said, see what you like when you get down there.
Yes, yeah. And that's important too, isn't it? Because he knows the picture here, but when you get down the other end, it does give you a different perspective. And so I think I'll play my forehand, or it's hard to tell with Kelvin, of course. It is the forehand this time. Just looking to maybe use that white or knock it out.
Close here. Oh,
Yeah.
goodness gracious me.
Get one down now, Linda. Yeah, just try and tip that over. Slip underneath, sit that.
This is L.Ralph. She normally uses the older red line bowls. Used them for about 12 years, she said, and really enjoys the line they take.
It's funny you get players that become really attached to their bowls.
Yes.
Fair enough.
Because they're all using the same bowls here. They're all using arrows, aren't they? Apart from if you had a bowl that was the right colour.
Yeah, if you had a bowl that was the right colour. So I think Tayla and Kelvin are both using Taylor's on this occasion, but the majority of the bowls are Aero Optimas out there on the green.
Because yesterday Mark Noble was, he's a good bowl too.
Yeah, still 1 up.
Still got it. Mark Noble was saying, of course, you know, most of the South Island players have got black bowls. That's why they're so they're able to use their own.
It was funny. He used his time well, didn't he, Mark Noble?
Yeah, he just did a bit of stirring. Looking forward to watching him play in the next game, actually.
Yeah, he's promised us a shot, hasn't he, John? He said if it goes to an extra end, he'll be pulling the mat up and putting the jack in the ditch.
Yep.
Here we go, Linda. She's close here. Watch this bowl.
Slide. Oh.
You wouldn't read about that.
One black. Good ball.
One to the South Island, so they move to a 4-0 lead, but it's a deceptive score, really, because this is a very tense, a very tight match, as Taylor Bruce takes the mat out to just on the top end of the circle.
So we see, that was a beautiful bowl there from Linda Ralph. She couldn't have done anything more. She even moved. She rocked the South Island bowl, and it sat back. Here we go. Here's a replay. How close it was. Look at that. Just rocked it. Didn't really.
But look at it. Sat there. They would have had 2, I think, because that second shot was quite close to. You know, it would have been not a measure, but close enough, and sitting on that would have given them 2. So, bit unlucky. So 4-0, playing the 4th end now.
Yeah, nearly at the halfway point. As we see M.Galloway, that beautiful delivery. What's fascinating about his delivery, I went and watched him. We had the Trans-Tasman before the Commonwealth Games on even slower greens than what they played the Commonwealth Games on. They were 8-second greens, and his delivery looked exactly the same.
Yeah.
Just a perfect delivery. That's what it should be looking like. As smooth as silk. If I try playing an 8-second green, it doesn't look exactly the same, John.
And he continued to get the same results,
yes, he? Yeah, I tried. I thought, I'll have a go. And it probably took me 45 minutes to get past the head, and I thought, that's enough for me.
Try that here, I think, Linda. Sorry. Got the other hand up.
So while that looks like a loose bowl, and it is for Taylor Bruce, it's still, you know, within distance, isn't it? It wouldn't be 2 metres over this.
When these players miss bowls, it's not often that it's a bowl that can't be later on used.
No.
You know, they don't. Us mere mortals, if we miss a bowl, it flies into the ditch or goes out of the rink. If these players miss a bowl, it's more like that what we see there, where it's 2 or 3 feet away from where they were aiming.
So that bowl there that's just come in from Galloway, the white bowl, it is less than a mat length away from the centre of the circle. So that shows how close it is.
Kelvin on the backhand.
Do you think?
Yes, there we go.
But even with the delivery, you're not too sure, eh?
Not until he lets it go.
No.
I took a punt.
Yeah. Try and see the little dot on
I was going to say we should get a close-up of the bowl and then we'd be fine.
Yeah.
Bowl just a bit underneath the line.
Linda, you know, in her career, she's won a lot of titles. 11 Auckland Centre titles, 1 Wellington and 1 Waikato.
Well played. Good leading.
And she said she really enjoys playing all positions, but particularly enjoys singles. So, and that really, she said, I've just developed a good draw bowl. You know, that's what she's been concentrating on too. So when you get someone like that who enjoys playing singles, then playing in a lead position
in the
groove,
like good, for sure. And we've seen Linda at the pointy end of, probably over the last 5 years, she's would have made 5 or 6 quarterfinals or better at our national events, consistently getting right down to the pointy end of national competitions. But they are staring down the barrel of a 4-0 lead to the South Island.
But well positioned on the head at the moment, with still a few balls to go.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well pointed again.
Yeah, Mike Galloway happy with that one. Well pointed, he says. As this bowl comes back in quite nicely. It's just about when is it going to stop now. Good shot. I still have no idea if Kelvin's on the forehand or the backhand.
No. You'd think it'd be the backhand.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's fine.
He's talking to himself quite severely, so I'm not sure if he's happy with this or not, but looks to be a good track.
A lovely line.
Yeah, I think he is probably a bit concerned about his weight, and that was the only thing wrong with that.
You could see the moment he let it go that he knew as well, John.
Yeah, I know that. It's so annoying.
I wasn't going to say it.
No. And you also, you know, when bloke at the other end just sort of, oh, he's short, you know, and you're standing on the mat thinking that's quite good, and they've picked it from the moment it leaves your hand.
Hold your head.
Not bad here either. Little movement to the side.
Great shot there.
Well played.
Beautiful
It's
bowl.
gotta look, if you beat that, you're close for shot.
Succinct comment, that's all. Kelvin knows exactly what's required, just beat that white.
And this is an opportunity here for the North team. They'll sniff a little bit of blood. I think we're 4-0 down. We've got a good head. We just need them to miss one bowl. Kelvin?
Yeah, just going to beat this bowl here, Linda. That's probably almost the measure.
As he let that bowl go, he also indicated that he thought it was heavy. And how heavy was it? About, you know, a metre over.
Absolutely.
To what he wanted.
Just so shows the sort of touch.
Yeah. Like Linda's last bowl last end, just put through the gap.
Yeah.
How's this one, Linda? She needs to either clear the front or get underneath the front one. You don't want to guts it.
Yeah, it's not all bad, actually.
Yeah, Mike not too unhappy with that. It went okay.
and where hers has stayed too. They'll be drawing round that, you would imagine, if that's what their plan is.
Good bow. Good bow. I'll pay
Might be too, yeah.
Yeah.
M.Noble and Leeane Poulson will be
So we're just trying to beat
J.Horwell
Taiwan now.
and Walker
Yeah.
come back to their trial ends.
Yep.
So we've had an indication that Taylor's going to be on her forehand side,
Yes.
but just to our left on the screen.
Yep.
And that is because of Linda Ralph's bowl that sits at 1 o'clock on your screen, just muddying the waters a little bit too much. So she's like, look, even if she draws second shot on the forehand, that's an improvement on the situation.
And as Mike Galloway said to Linda, it's not all bad. Even though she was short, she did smack into the black bowl. Where it finished up has pretty much forced Tayla Bruce onto this hand.
Here we go.
Boy, it's not a bad line
Down to
either,
the
is it?
speed now from Tayla Bruce. That's beautiful line. Look at this. Look at this.
Very good. So that's taken it down to just one shot in it now.
So the question is, how many points is that bowl of the black bowl that sits at 7 o'clock on the screen worth, John?
Yeah.
Galloway on the forehand, giving it a look. He's looking just to rest that bowl out. That's what he's looking to do. Needs it to hold. Beautiful weight. That would have been enough just to rest at 2 rolls. I think he would have been sitting with 3 or 4 then.
And the importance of Linda Ralph's last bowl is that it's prevented any attempt at coming in on the right-hand side as we look
Absolutely.
at it and
So
pulling the jack back. So
she's made it so much safer
Yeah.
for the North Island team, and
Yeah.
an opportunity
is it
here
worth
for Mike.
anything, that bowl?
Yes, it is, Mike.
What's it worth?
it's worth 4, I would say, looking at that, eh?
Hit it, Mike.
Maybe even
Got
5
more
with
weight
that
to it.
north white.
Yeah.
That's worth a number.
Yeah, Mike's saying, look, I want
We'll
to
watch this all the
play
way down,
weight
I
to
think.
it. Yeah.
Here we go. So looking to move that black bowl to the left as we look at it. You won't be short.
Take green.
Oh, no, he's not happy, so it might be a bit tight.
Green.
Oh, a wee feather here wouldn't help. Oh, no, hard luck.
Oh, this could be a calamity. We're okay,
Could have
John.
been. Yeah. So just the one shot in it, but a big opportunity there it was for the North Island to really get right back into this game.
Yeah, one there to the North Island team, but potentially they'll feel like that was an opportunity lost there. Mike had last bowl and a chance of just ripping that bowl out, or he was playing weight to sit it out, really.
Yes, yeah.
But that would have still been worth a five shots at least for the North Island.
I knew I was going to let it go.
And possibly wherever the white ended up, one more.
Yeah,
if he got
exactly.
just an
Yeah.
inside edge and
And with that weight,
push that out.
The way he played his collision bowl, the one that was in his hand, would have hung around,
Yes,
I think.
yeah,
So
yeah.
played it for the maximum positive. Linda, I thought she was going to put the matches in front of the house then, but opting not to. She's not throwing the jack up, John. There we go.
So opening bowl of the 5th end. It's 4-1 South leading in this 11th match in the competition. 10 games played yesterday and 8-6 the South were leading. That was after the singles and 2 triples matches. So very tight, just well as you'd imagine, because the quality of the players here, most of them have played for New Zealand in some form or other.
Yeah, an incredible smattering of national titles around these players as well. We had a number of matchups yesterday where both players had won the national singles before, so just some great quality as Kelvin Scott trails the jack, scoops it up, went to the garden shed and got his rake out, John.
Yeah.
It was your last bowl, to be fair. But your last bowl, you've got to be close.
She does the same thing every time, but you're right. Ever since you pointed it out, I can't stop watching how she sort of, Linda,
Moves the ball around.
moves the
doesn't it?
bowl around in her hand first and then locks it into place.
Bit of a duck, I think.
And I was just thinking about what goes through her mind in this situation where she was, a metre over or a bit, the jack moves, and then she thinks, "Oh, I don't have to change my weight. Now I've got an ideal weight."
Yeah, just
so
do the
she
same,
just had to play the
missing
same as the
way
last
again,
win. When probably she was thinking, "I just need to take a little bit of weight off here." Kelvin plays it, trials the jack a little bit, and she's playing the same weight as the previous one.
Yeah, the equation changes, doesn't it?
These are the things I think about.
See Kelvin.
Good there.
Can feed the worms, eh?
No, I'm not hungry yet, but.
Yeah.
Happy with sorry, I don't know, but I still don't feel my hands.
I'm loving the communication.
Well, you know, and you often say, don't think about your last bowl, but Tayla was just saying to Kelvin, it didn't come out of my hand correctly because it was an ineffective bowl from her, and the last one on the last end, I mean.
I think it's the sign of two relaxed teams as well when they still talk to each other.
Yep.
How often do you see it if a team gets under pressure? They have been talking to each other and suddenly it just goes deathly quiet and they cross over in silence.
Well, they're
Give
blaming each other.
Yeah. That's
The
good.
Galloway with this delivery, which is perfect to watch.
Absolutely. On the backhand side.
So Jack's moved slightly, of course, across to his left, and he compensates for that perfectly.
Beautiful effort. That's a lovely bowl, not
Yep.
counting, but a one that will give him confidence with his next shot.
Okay. Cool.
That time honoured, put the duster on the green where you're aiming the bowl to finish up.
Oh, green will be all right. Just to wait.
Oh.
Yeah, I've noticed that yesterday that she clips her measure into the back of a cap.
I don't have enough hair for that, I don't think.
Well,
but it's
I just
useful.
wonder if it's clipped into the part of the cap or whether it's onto a ponytail. I don't know.
We'll have to.
It'd be annoying if it was in your hair, wouldn't it?
Imagine.
It'll never happen to me.
At least she'll always know she's got her measures with her, I suppose, John.
Yep. It's like golfers, isn't it? You know, when they pick up the marker and a lot of the women just clip it to their cap.
He's
They know where
close.
it is.
He's close here, is Galloway. Asking it to hold.
Gee.
Great effort there. He was within half a bowl. He's actually made this. He's accidentally made the situation a bit worse than it was before, but that's bad luck and not bad management there from Mike Galloway.
No change to the shot that's been called for Taylor Bruce. Kelvin Scott had indicated where he thought she needed it, and that's in between the jack and those two white bowls.
Lovely effort here. Just needs to keep going.
There's a jack right behind the bowl. There's a jack right behind the bowl. Yeah. Okay. I still get it there? Yep. Try and change the angles a bit.
That's good. So what Mike said there is he's trying to change the angles a bit. So he's not necessarily looking to get the shot with this bowl. He's looking to try and make it easier to get the shot with a later bowl.
Yep.
Wise words, as we see him play his bowl on his backhand. Greenkeeper.
In the area.
Yeah, he is certainly in the area. Just going to miss it.
We've seen a few. We've seen a few close misses today, John.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. So let's see. Have I got my glasses on? Taylor on the forehand side.
She played the near perfect bowl with her last. You can see it's just slightly short, and she's added some weight here. We feather off that. Oh. There's handy bowls there, though. Those all of the back ones, the ones past the jack, are all belonging to the South Island.
Yeah, it's good bowls from the South Island team. They're leading 4-1. Have a good head here. You know, there's not an easy shot for a big number from the North Island, which is all the South Island team will be worrying about in this situation. Mike doesn't need to change much from his last bowl. Looking at this.
In
He's
the area
very close.
again. Well, that's a great change.
Great shot.
Oh, well, he's opened it up, though, hasn't he? So that's, even though they're probably 3 down now.
Yeah.
It's done what he
Starting
wanted,
with the
hasn't
white
it, John?
coming in, eh? Yeah.
Yeah, it has. So I had breakfast with Galloway and Scott this morning, and they both commented on the fact that hasn't it been amazing where you can dominate one set and then the second set starts and it's a totally different game, and the number of times, as we saw when we started, the number of games that went to the extra end, they can't explain it. You know, they said if you were, you know, if you were going to the ninth end of a match and you were up, say, you know, 10-4 or something, you'd expect to carry on, but all of a sudden you're back to square, 0-0, and something happens where you just sometimes can't maintain that momentum.
It's almost more the player that has failed in the first set sort of gets reinvigorated, isn't it? They go, oh, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I get another 8 ends to have a go and see what can happen.
So where's the jack in that shot? It's back with those 3 bowls that we saw, the one's closest to the bottom of the screen.
Yes, I think we'll get a good camera angle soon.
It's a nice shot of the ball travelling down at halfway.
Yeah, it's heading towards the jack. It's heading towards the jack.
Well,
What a shot there.
Beautiful.
And some great camera work from whoever that was.
Yeah, that's great.
They pressed the right button just in time, John.
Yeah.
Great shot there from L.Ralph. Beautiful bowl.
How many have we got after it? Just the one. Got 1 second. But we've got 4th as well, so if you can see it, I don't mind if you want to. Yeah. I mean, I think you can draw it down here.
So this is playing to Scott's strengths too, as you mentioned earlier. Outstanding draw player, that's his forte, but plays everything else very well, of course, otherwise you don't win as many titles as he has.
The angle's not great.
But you would say, if I want something within a metre of the ditch, he's the guy.
That's where it's going to go, so it's
Your whole,
going to get caught up with those ones.
lovely weight with that bowl.
Yeah.
So how are we going to play here, Linda? Anything inside my fiddle count?
Mike standing somewhere with his foot.
Yep, beat my toe, you're in.
There we are.
Yeah.
And that's good skipping. Well, not skipping. That's good directing from M.Galloway. He's saying, look, don't focus on the jack. If you beat my foot,
that's a shot.
you're going to be counting. On the backhand, smiling. So we'll see it.
Well, she doesn't want to get in and take the shot out, of course, which is a danger.
Oh, let's watch this bowl. Let's watch this bowl.
Flaps down.
Oh, jack into the ditch would have been perfect. Hey, gosh.
Okay, mate, you're correct there.
Beautiful effort.
So Scott knows what he has to do now, and that is just a bit more green, and it's a bit hard to get at, there's no doubt.
Yeah, sometimes, like Linda, obviously the right track then. It's quite handy sometimes when you're going after someone, because you go, I've just watched them just miss. I'll do a similar thing.
What's he hunting here? Is he going to be... He's quick. He's obviously going for the shot of the jack.
Down to his weight.
Yeah.
We'll play, Linda.
Yeah, so
One to us.
One shot to the North Island. Beautiful bowl. They were probably 3 down when Linda Ralph delivered that bowl. Her first, and she snared the jack, and here it goes.
look at that.
Oh, yeah.
Absolute perfection. Beautiful shot. All the bowls stayed on the rink, and that's kept the North Island alive in this set, I think, John. They're within 2 points now after 5 ends of the 8 that they will play in this set. Just within Cooey, they've got a sniff. If they'd dropped a couple there, it begins to become a difficult equation.
Excellent starter from Galloway.
Another
Really
bowl.
good. Eh?
Yeah, just
That's jack, is it? Not quite. Oh, yeah, just a little.
got a bit of chalk.
Yeah.
I've never been a good spray chalk applier in bowls, John. Always seem to miss. I sort of miss the bowl with the first one. I feel like I'm an inefficient spray chalk user.
Well, we've got coaching for that, apparently.
Galloway. Look at that.
A lot of people are using those sort of felt tip pens, aren't they, now?
Yeah.
Where you do it from a distance and
I don't know. I don't
do
love
designs on them and everything. Yeah.
I don't love that. Each to their own.
Yeah.
I don't mind if it's easy to remove, but there are some of them that must have got them off the back of a truck or something, and it feels more like a permanent marker.
Well, I
than
know
it
some of them
does.
take some rubbing out, don't they?
Absolutely.
That's two great bowls there from Galloway.
Yeah, great bowls there from Galloway.
Yep.
Sitting with 2 on the crossover, and putting Tayla under that. Enough pressure that she just missed that one by
A fraction.
a fraction.
But it would have just gone on to the jet, and then it was so close to the jet.
Go up to it and try and change it. Yeah, just drawing up to it, yeah.
So good for budding skips to hear this conversation. It's not all about, you know, detailed, you know, you've got to play and give us this much weight. It's just, you know, play onto that and then walk away. So not intense, lengthy debate or instruction.
Yeah, it's about keeping it simple, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hey, because then you think about all the rep events to get selected, it defeats that whole...
So here's
there'll be like
Linda
mixed
Ralph
reps or
now
something.
trying to just build to that, as Mike Galloway said, just be up to that. And
Wait. In the finals from last year,
actually her weight was pretty good, and that's not a
Pulled us out
bad bowl at all there.
during COVID.
She would have liked to have been another metre over, maybe just over the back, so that if there is movement of the jack, she's in a good position to catch as Kelvin Scott
A one for this. Gotcha. I was going to say that seems
plays
a bit
that
strange.
backhand. Oh, black.
It's not your fault, John.
No, I sure he was playing the backhand then, but anyway, it's
Not
the
your
forehand.
fault.
So covering the 2
Weight
metre,
is good, darling.
if that was his intention, and it possibly is, because that's a good little target there, isn't it?
Imagine how good Kelvin Scott would be if his feet were in the right place.
Yeah, so if you haven't seen Kelvin Scott before, just a man with a black ball in his hand now, just watch him from front on, see where his feet point. And most coaches, most bowlers tend to have their feet pointing in the direction that they intend to play the bowl. Here's another good ball from Linda. Or is it not? No, that's a bit of bad luck there.
Yeah.
Just the weight wasn't quite
It's about that
right for
half
her.
point.
She's gone from a
Enjoy
2
around
up
that.
to a
Either
1
way.
down situation.
Yeah, that's fine. You'll get around the front.
So here's Scott now. If we see him front on, you see, look, his feet pointing straight down the centre line.
Yeah, it looks like he's on the forehand.
Yep. And he's not.
Much of a sameness.
So he's on the backhand. So he's having to add a metre and a bit to his weight. I think they've already got one on the just over the 2 metre mark as well. Yes, you can see it from here. So
Yeah,
they're
keep
good
that same
position
weight.
ones. Taylor
Front.
Bruce just indicating
Front,
maybe
stick
give me
around
a
there.
bit more
the
a
line
metre
there.
on that.
Cool. And just in the commentary cafe as well, just for the viewers, we've been joined by Tony Grantham, member of the North Island side. How are you feeling watching your teammates out on the green, Tony?
Yeah, no, they're going pretty good. You know, we just need a couple of rubs going our way. I feel
I was opening it up now. Yep, good bowl.
Mike's playing, you know, really good weight. You know, it's just the
No,
line's
I
a
mean,
bit tricky
that
out
one's
there.
about that low.
But,
You don't want to be
no,
knocking
we just need
that
to
in.
hang in there, you know, score the next couple
You're
of
feeding
heats.
my foot. You're counting.
And we'll be right back in the game.
So Kelvin Scott playing a hand here.
I was going to say, I legitimately was
Yeah,
going to
yeah.
say that's obviously his forehand
Yeah.
side, but not the case. Have you played much with Kelvin Scott, Tony?
I've played a couple of games against him, you know, especially national singles final and then 2007
Yeah,
and the
nice
last
little
16.
channel down there, Linda. Tight,
He's a
tight
great
draw,
player, you
that,
know.
like that.
He's got a lot of experience under his belt.
Just on the drawers.
And, you know, he should
Reaching on the
be
draw.
hopefully trying to look for some higher honours in the near future.
Has his delivery always been this confusing?
Yeah, you always think that he's playing the other hand. It's it's quite
It's effective.
strange. It's a bit like Jamie Hill's, you know. It's
Tell your weight, hold
Yeah,
it.
that's
you,
right.
you don't
Jamie is the
know
same, yeah.
you don't know what hand he's actually playing, and
Yeah.
until he lets it go. So, but he's very effective.
Absolutely. So see the South Island team holding one here. And Kelvin.
And they know that they're holding one not because of their good shot. It was just a slight error of judgment from Linda Ralph, which dragged the jack back.
Yes,
but the good
yeah.
thing was that the South Island had bowls in position for such an eventuality. So Kelvin Scott wasn't really trying to be there. He wanted to be a bit over that. So there's a chance here for Galloway, of course.
If Linda's ball hadn't been tackled by the jack, it would have finished in an okay position. It's just a shame that the jack got in the way for her.
Oh, I got it. It's got a tight
Yeah.
ball.
Might
Nothing
be,
else on, I don't think. Can't. Yeah.
I might try down here because it's safer. Hopefully I'll get around that white.
I think Mike just saying all there is a draw.
Yeah, you can only see the draw there. There's nothing really.
And he won't see much from the mat, will he? I don't think.
No.
So,
You can't really play any weight or anything through the white bowl, so I think it's just a dead draw.
so positioning his foot on the left side of the mat. Just see down there, almost the whole mat is vacant. It's right over on that left side. What does that do from Tony? Foot placement?
Well, see, people have got two different theories. I think standing on the inside of the mat, and if you're taking the same line, it helps you come underneath the bowl. You stand on the outside of the mat with the same line, you can come around the bowl. So,
Yes.
that's my sort of theory. Other people have told me that it's the opposite.
Yeah.
But, I find that standing on the inside of the mat actually allows you to take the same line as you would do in the centre, but allows the bowl to come underneath a bowl that's in the running.
It is in the running, that's right. It is a matter of avoiding a ball in the running, isn't it? Whether you want to go under it or around it.
Yeah.
It's a fine line, but of course, it's one of those things that is quite effective. And if you watch closely, a lot of bowlers are moving their feet all over the place. Change the position on the mat.
It's fine if there's a reason for it.
Yes, that's right. Otherwise, you've got to be consistent, don't you?
Needs to be a purpose. So we see Mike look to make a correction on his first one.
He's got one of the smoothest deliveries in the game.
Oh,
so
beautiful.
And he's made the correction.
He just needs to get through this orange patch, and I think he's got the shot.
Hang on that a little bit.
Yeah.
So have you found the surface, Tony? On
The
this,
surface is great. It's the first time I've actually played on blue carpet, so it's actually quite good. Using a different bowl as well that I've never used before.
What do you normally play with?
I use Tayla GTRs.
Oh, yeah.
So it's more of a wider sort of drawing bowl where I'm using Aero Optimas down here, and it's just the line is just a fraction tighter. So
She's going to get under that point
see
pole and
Taylor's-
give us another shot.
That's a GTR, I believe.
it's a SR.
Okay, close enough.
Yep.
It's a Taylor, is what it is.
It's a Tayla, yeah.
So 2 there to the South Island. After 6 ends, they lead by 6-2. Now, I'm pleased you've joined us, Tony, because Tony was measuring for me down there when we went down onto the circle where you can see Kelvin Scott standing near the house or the target area.
Yes.
And as some of our viewers have been sort of commenting, it looks such a big area, so if you can't get within that, there's something wrong. But as you worked it out, I think you were using old measurements, 18 inches, I think, was it, from centre to the outside ring?
It was 19 inches from the centre to the white's outside rim.
Yeah.
So what that's just a foot and 3/4 sort of thing.
Foot and a half, basically. Yeah.
It's not.
Open hand.
It's not as big as what you may look.
Yeah.
It is a lot smaller. So if you can get your bowls consistently in that ring, you're playing pretty effective.
And then we put a mat down, and it was a mat less than a mat and a half, I think, wasn't it, from front to back?
The mat measured at 23.5 inches.
Yeah.
So you can imagine sort of the mat's virtually taken up 3/4 of the spot.
Yeah, pretty much from the front to the back of the inner circle.
Yep.
And then, so it's a...
It's a very good bowl if you can get inside it.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, it's a slippery surface.
Yeah. We've we watched your bowl. Your foot went flying from underneath it. But we're saying that the house adds just another layer of intrigue to this north-south challenge.
And you talked about the different sound of the ball going over
like
the
when you
circle.
sort of got the mat back and you're playing through that circle, it feels like you're running over Velcro. It's it's quite. It can be off-putting, but it's fine. It's not really affecting the bowl that much. The only way that you'd most probably get a bowl affected on is if you're playing with weight, the bowl actually slides first before it rolls.
Right.
So
that's sort of an exaggeration of what happens on an artificial anyway, isn't it?
Yes,
Because artificials usually your bowl tends to skid first and then grip, so it's just like an exaggeration.
But it's a good thing. It's you know, like when I come down, I expected it to be like a real shiny surface, and that when the bowls sort of get in there, they're just going to run straight through. But the bowls are sort of gripping in there quite nicely.
It finishes well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's almost like there's a bit of a nap on the the surface or the running surface.
And the height of the ring it's not affecting the bowls at all. You know, bowls are not sort of getting to the edge of the ring and running off their line. They're sort of they're running over it pretty good.
As we should see here.
Yeah.
Oh, she got a wick off the bowl, not the not the house, but the nice natural arc.
I quite like the. I mean, as a involved in sort of club promotion and that, you're always looking for ideas, and Steve Beals showed how that's stuck down, can lift off quite easily and be used again. I would say within the same area, you wouldn't want to fold them up and take them somewhere because they're quite
they wouldn't go quite so well.
But as a if clubs are holding special events, then something like that on an artificial would be absolutely fantastic.
My understanding is they're looking into creating these for the Bowls 3-5 Twilight Leagues, which is the evolution of the Mates and Bowls program that I think 50 or 60 or 70 clubs now run. So in the next 2 or 3 seasons, keep your eyes peeled and you might see something that looks a little bit like this at artificials near you.
There'll be greenkeepers, even artificial greens need greenkeepers, to keep them up to scratch, and some will be already thinking we're not having one of those stuck down there. But from what I gather from the experience here, they don't do any damage.
There's no residue.
No, nothing at all. So I'd be interested to see them though when these are lifted. I'd like to just have a look and see
underneath.
And whether it leaves a mark, a sticky sort of mark or anything.
We'll only report if it's good stuff, John.
Yeah, I know. I say so. We don't hear anything. We know that they're crap.
They've actually stuck down really well.
Yeah.
You would have thought with the sort of adhesive, with it being walked on and bowled over and all that, it would start lifting. But they've actually it's stuck down pretty good. So
I think Steve was saying that was it Tauranga where he is that they have left them down outside.
Ponsonby.
Ponsonby.
So they've been there for about 8 weeks or something like that, and
they're fine.
shown
that's
no
just
deterioration.
Flat, which is great.
Yeah.
And great for some coaches and all that as well to maybe get them out there and use them as a sort of a coaching.
Yeah.
Without the jack even, just trying to find that target area.
Like I've got target mats at home which are a bit bigger than this, but these are actually, I think, brilliant if they can make something that could actually go on grass and you could use it all year round. It'd be great.
Absolutely.
2 shots I think North have got there, and
to the North units. This penultimate end, isn't it? And they need 4 points in 2 ends to draw, 5 to win. Going the right way about this end if they can just sort of hold on. As we see Taylor Bruce just give that one a little bit too much of everything.
Yeah, I reckon if Mike can just get a couple of inches on this jack, that could bring that back bowl in as well, and put a bit of pressure on Kelvin playing his last bowls.
no doubt about which hand he's playing. Doesn't give much away with his facial expression.
What a great weight.
Will he get that? That's pretty good.
That's good.
Well, they've got something to play to, haven't they, for numbers?
Have.
Yeah.
He's temporarily removed the shot, but he'll be thinking, look, in about 2 or 3 minutes, with a bit of luck, Linda will have moved the jack a foot back and we'll be sitting with a nice bundle.
Yeah. Well, they could take the lead on this.
Absolutely.
So Kelvin Scott goes back with a bit of pressure on. Only one down, but well aware of the potential for disaster.
4 or 5, if you get the jack in the right area.
Yep.
And the second real opportunity the North Island team's had in this game as well, having missed the first one. They had a chance for a 5, and I think Mike was a bit narrow on that occasion and got bogged at the front.
No, still stretching a little bit, eh?
Yeah.
What does that tell you?
It's just adjusting, eh?
That looks a pretty good line from here. It's
holds
not going to be
to
up, is he?
your
He'll need a bit of
Down to
action
his
off
weight.
that.
It's still going.
Yeah.
Oh,
Gee. Still there, though, for the North. As you can see, there's those 1, 2, 3, 5 bowls Past the jacket. One is holding shot possibly. I'm not sure whether Kelvin's came in for shot there, but a little bit of movement here for Linda Ralph on the yellow object will be a huge bonus for the North. Down by 6-2, playing the 7th end.
Maybe be a bit high on that.
Yeah. Going to add another one to the bunch potentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what Mike just said. Just another one there.
Still favour one down. It's close though, worth a measure. If you're just counting, but just pass would be awesome.
So yes, so Scott would dearly love to be that half a metre into those white
trying
ones.
Trying to get to the white bowls, yeah. Try, just cover that shot.
But also not wanting to play their shot for them.
No.
He's made sure he's taken that nice wider arc with this bolt. Willing it to come back.
Not finding a gap, but does find the gap. So it's still on there for the North Island.
Big chance here.
Massive bowl in the context of the game. And it's made for Linda as well. It's the sort of shot that she can play in her sleep.
Yeah, I think her weight was good with her first bowl, so if she can just a couple of bowls tighter.
See Kelvin Scott in the background just takes his cap off, wanders back. He'll probably have a swig of something, of water. And there he goes. And he's keeping half an eye on this bolt. But she's gone high here.
She'll be disappointed with that effort.
Yeah.
She would have preferred to miss narrow there, even if you miss narrow onto the
Even
shot
if
bowl
you gave
and
the shot
roll
away,
it through.
So from a position of a potential 4 or 5 and measuring for shot here.
Yeah. Tayla going against that one first. It's have you measured on the house surface, Tony? We've had some people say it's a little bit challenging.
It is, you just got to, it is a bit slippery with your sort of measure sitting on there, but you just got to be mindful of that.
So one to the North Island here, going into the final end. 6-3.
So your mixed pairs game, Tony, you're playing with Selina Goddard against V.Smith and Andrew Kelly. Have you had any thoughts about how that game is going to go? Do you have a secret game plan that you can share with us?
Listen, like,
it won't be a secret if you share.
Well, I'm sure they're not listening, John.
Like Selina and I, we're both leads, and I think if we can just draw shots and make it harder for them to sort of, capitalise on our shots, I think, we should be okay. We just got to knuckle down and just draw shots.
Well, that's what we've seen so far in this. It's a draw game, isn't it?
It is, especially on carpet. You've got no conditions.
Really good.
So it's a. Have you had an opportunity to play with Selina before in many events, Tony?
No. This is the first time. So
she said she's tried to avoid playing with you. So.
I actually asked her to play the mixed pairs with me, but she's obviously got someone better, so it's all good.
So you're not playing because you can't find anyone else?
She might reevaluate after the game.
Yeah. No, but I'm looking forward to it. It'll be a good matchup.
So I think the entries for the national fours and the mixed pairs are opening next week, aren't they? I think so.
Yes, you've said that with enough confidence that I think they probably are, John.
I think so, yeah.
Hey, Colin.
So a great opportunity for, lots of husbands and wives who play bowls, and you don't need to go into an event like the mixed pairs thinking, oh, we're hopeless, we can't win this, we'll embarrass ourselves. It's not about winning, it's about getting in there and enjoying this, because it's a fantastic tournament, and there are not many sports in which you can play in the national championships without having to qualify. And going down to Central Otago, or up to Central Otago if you're south of there, Central Otago, a great place to have a few days, and it becomes a holiday with a bit of bowls thrown in.
Absolutely.
So that's how people should look at that. So.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to, getting down there for the fours, and, because I missed out last time because of shoulder surgery and that. But I've heard so many good reports about the venues, the people. It was just amazing. So
it was a great event, and we were gutted that they weren't able to host it to the full potential due to the COVID situation at that time. We were restricted to the amount of people that could come watch. So this year it's going to be made up for. See Linda Ralph put another one close. So they're just biding their time, the North Island team. They need to find a 3 on this end. They've got second, third and fourth shot.
I'm happy there.
Yes, I don't think I heard of anyone who didn't enjoy the Nationals when they were headquartered at Alexandra, because as you find, as everyone knows, even here, the hospitality and the friendliness and the willingness of people to get involved was great. And we had played with Alex Wiley and Nakatai and Neil Tiplady, and we just, as you can imagine, with those guys, we had a really good time. Yeah. But we took our partners and wives with us as well. So there's plenty to do in that area, and it's not far to go to places. If you're based in Alexandra, it's only 30 minutes to Cromwell, and there's great places like Naseby and Ranfurly. And, just have a really good holiday down there.
It's good, and the greens are lovely too in that area of the country. And Linda was just asked, it's a two-part shot. If she misses, it's in a good position. If she chips the shot below it, it's good too. So this is a great effort here from Linda. Golly, she played that well.
It's in the way, so you can.
But that's also opened it up nicely. Those two bowls that are over the jack are going to come into play.
Yeah, it was a good bowl regardless because it finished in a good spot. So she played it as she was asked to. See Kelvin on his forehand side.
He's just looking to bring it round this area because there's that danger. They're 6-3 down, and that's a potential 3 back there until he got into it. So good position.
Yeah, really good bowl. There's almost room for that black bowl to disappear without moving the jack there, I think.
Yep.
Needs to get the outside half to the right as we see
it's
it.
only half a bowl tighter. That's all her weight was perfect.
Because it's not as if the jack's right up against the shot bowl.
Shaking ahead, but I think it's close. Waiting for it to break.
Just held its line a wee bit, didn't it? Just held for a moment. It appeared. So not a bad effort again.
Something Mark Noble was telling us. You could probably add comment to this, Tony, on these greens. They play nicely, but the more weight you play, the later it breaks. So the bowls just seem to drift out before they bite.
Yeah, they seem, if you play like a couple of yards of weight, the bowls, they just tend to stay straight, where as, on an outdoor surface and all that, you'd most probably get a little bit more turn. So it's quite hard if you look at the, the world indoor in the UK and all that. You notice how they don't play a lot of those runners because it's a hard shot to play. They either go really big or so.
We better be careful because Selina Goddard's just come in. We'll have to stop talking about it. What have we got here? What have we got here?
Great effort there.
Start saying bad things about me now, I think.
Yeah. Okay. So really good to have Selina Goddard join us, and we're just talking about the fact that she's playing with our other guest here, T.Grantham, in the game 14. That's the final match of the 2-4-2 peers.
Kelvin just about accidentally played the plant, but didn't.
It's very tight. When that bowl stayed there a long time. It's 6-3, and the North Island wanting to get rid of that shot, and there are opportunities for them. So Selina, Tony was just saying how you refused to play in the national mixed pairs with them.
Oh my gosh. Absolutely not. I'm already teamed up. Tony's too slow.
But also what a great event that is, isn't it? The national mixed pairs has become really something quite valuable in the calendar, as it's not only for champion bowlers, is it? We were just saying that it's one event where anyone can enter and enjoy it and play against the best players in the world.
Yep, and I mean, there's not many events where you can probably enter with your partner, as well. Right. You see some husband-wife combinations and, a bit of a mixed event in a national event is awesome.
Hopefully it's not responsible.
Yeah,
we'll leave that for
it is. Sometimes I'm sure. Oh, look at this. That's got it this time. Yeah. But just didn't get the result he required. And of course that brings in the value of those black bowls that are up there, just taking out the potential of a big number.
Will be a challenge now for the North Island team to find a 3 with this head. There's a lot of bowls that would need to go in the right direction.
Tayla draws a second anyway, so that negates the whole thing.
Yeah. Good luck. Maybe try an overarm bowl.
It's a great bowl here.
Lovely shot.
Very good.
I just think North has to do now, just got to reset and, get into the second set.
Yeah.
Start off
We
well.
got 4 shot, have we?
Put some
We got
pressure
4
on them.
shot, Linda.
I was just saying, I had
We got 4 shot.
breakfast with Mike and Kelvin, and
Is
they
that a
were both
pint?
talking about when you lose the first set, how you can often, and we've seen it because there's so many extra ends,
Other bowls?
you can come back and
through
be
that
strong in the
middle here.
second set, and they've got no answer to it, eh? It just, and you went through that too, didn't you, in the opening match?
Yeah.
Selina? Yeah.
So in my singles
Yeah.
match, I won the first set.
That's right, yeah.
Lost the second, and I mean, I think kind of you don't want it to come to a tie break because it's only one end,
Yes.
and ultimately it can really just come down to one bowl, like the last bowl. So if you win the first set, you really want to try win that second one, so it kind of doesn't come down to so much luck.
Oh, the worst outcome, eh? And Galloway had his head down when he let that go. So, it's interesting, and
It's not
and
worth playing,
the comment
yeah.
also was, if you were playing a match, so you were up after 8 ends by 8 to 6, then
Was it two?
then you go into end 9 and you keep it going, and
Yep.
it's what makes it so different when you finish a game and start a new one.
Yeah.
After 8 ends.
Yeah, no, definitely. Keeps it entertaining with sets, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
You know, you look at that singles game yesterday, I think it was V.Smith and L.Ralph.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, Val won the first set 10-0 or something.
Yeah.
And then Linda won the second set something like 11-1 or,
12-0.
12-0.
Yeah.
2
So,
nils, yeah.
You know, you could just see the difference, and you know, when you reset yourself and you put some pressure on it.
Well, here we
Can
have it,
change.
as I was saying, chatting to Mike and Kelvin this morning, and they were talking about what happens when you win or lose the first set. So Kelvin Smith and Tayla Bruce have won the first set, 8-3. Let's see what happens if we open up the second set. So another 8 ends to go.
The mat behind the house, John.
Yeah. Kelvin.
That's what I'd like us to refer to the sticker as well, by the way.
The house.
The house, please.
Nice.
Calvin, I just noticed, does Calvin let it go outside of the house? He doesn't go in the house when he lets his bowl go. We'll see where he goes with the next one. But I'm sure I just saw him navigate around it.
So you just about call that, it's when you take a bowl early, isn't it? Because he's letting it go from his right, which is why we saw it swing across quite late.
Yeah.
And as he said yesterday, he said if things aren't going well, what I want to do is we take the mat back and make the opposition play
He
through
said
it.
that, he said that they just won 8-3, John.
I know. So he's thinking about what he talked about this morning, eh? You win the first one, and then it seems invariably you lose the second. So he's trying tactics already.
Interesting. The other game while we wait for Linda to come back from wherever she's gone. Looks like it's 3-1 to the North team of 2 people. Who is it? Looks like Leeane Poulson and M.Noble.
Yeah.
Ah, brilliant. It's on the
Yep,
screen playing
P.Walker
Jonty Hall
and
and
Jonty, yeah.
P.Walker. So 3-1 to the South team, after 3 ends of the 8 they're playing that set.
Well, Noble will be beside himself.
He was good value on the commentary last night, wasn't he, M.Noble? Threw a few pot shots in the direction of the South Island team. All right, Linda's made it back.
You try here, Linda. Here.
Yeah, opting for a forehand side.
So just be aware that one of you will have microphones on.
Yeah.
And
Do you want it, Tony?
And what we're finding is that this, the discussion, as you know, the discussion is sort of between the two of you, but it's such an education for people watching.
Yeah,
you know.
it's really
why
good.
are they playing that
White's
shot?
beautiful.
Yeah.
It is absolutely outstanding. So we do monitor it. If you start getting a bit personal, that will fade you out.
I've noticed when I've been watching some bowls on TV, I've found it really interesting,
Yeah.
the conversations,
That's
that
good.
they have, and you kind of learn the language and hear the way that they call shots too.
Yes.
They're sitting in that window there.
Yeah.
And you're always learning, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. It's just a game that you can never perfect. You just constantly... I think that's why we keep coming back.
Yeah.
I didn't notice where did his delivery go.
I wasn't
It
looking,
was
John.
confirmed outside of the
Outside
house.
of it,
Yeah.
cool.
Oh,
So
Linda.
he's, and
At least
tho-
one
for-
of us is paying attention.
And for Kelvin, those are two. That's a couple of hairy bowls, isn't it? Because he's such an accurate draw
Yeah,
player.
this is
Yeah.
where Linda needs to jump on now and just put some
Yeah.
pressure on it.
Switched
Yeah.
to her backhand with her second bolt. She played her first bowl down the forehand side, so gone, no thank you.
Well, if Linda is anything like yesterday, she loves the second set.
Yes, yes, I'll say.
I hope so.
I wrote it down here somewhere. What was that?
Yeah, here we go.
12-0 in the second.
Yeah.
Great effort there. There's been times in this commentary box where I felt outnumbered, but I'm feeling pretty good at the moment.
Yeah, I might go here too.
John taking on the South Island
Yes.
case.
Yeah. I spent the formative years of my life in the South Island before I was forced out. They didn't want me in the South Island anymore. So,
All right.
so this is back to leading for Tayla Bruce, really. Let's watch where her bowl goes with regards to the circle there.
Yep, nicely through the middle.
Yeah, not taking any notice of it.
Waiting for it to break back into the head. Lovely bowl. Good first bowl there from Tayla. So Selina and Tony, you both come back as of a lot of these players from much slower greens than what we have here. Have you found the adjustment being to make it back to the sort of 15, 16 second mark? Whichever one wants to go first.
Yeah, I played a UBC up in Auckland just to sort of try and get some rhythm back again and all that. And I sort of went the other way, expected when you come back from, 11-second greens is to be like flying into the ditch most of the time. But I was actually the other way. I was short. I was actually virtually too scared to let the ball go. But no, just and then went out and had a couple of practices on the grass green and sort of got a bit of weight control back, which was good. But it's difficult, It's not. You just can't get it overnight. You've got to put a little bit of time in and work on, get back to your normal delivery.
So North holding 2 shots here with Galloway playing that backhand again. Tayla Bruce's bowl didn't do any damage at all. It just promoted the North bowl a little bit.
Great shot
That's
there.
a handy place, isn't it?
That's good.
Yep.
Probably holding 2.5. Probably 2. I'll say 3 out of optimism.
So for non-bowlers watching this, there is no such thing as a half.
No, you're right, John.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he means holding 2 shots, obviously, and it's probably a measure for the third. So 2.5, yeah. Oh,
Good
here's
clarification there. Ooh,
Yeah.
see,
Look
now
at
that's
the way
what,
that moved.
that's what we've been talking about.
Wow.
The bowls do sometimes skid on that surface, particularly when they're sitting.
It's like a little bit of curling.
Yeah, that's why we call it the house. It's sitting flat on that, not on the running surface, just skid along.
So the back bowl might come into play here with when Tayla Bruce steps up to the mark.
Sure about that one.
Sharon's just popped in with our lunch tickets.
Beautiful.
Thank you, Sharon.
That's very
Beautiful
important.
food, yeah, the ladies in the kitchen are doing a great job.
Great shot.
That's a great
there.
shot.
That is
See that
very
one?
good.
That didn't skid, so there must be a certain weight that you played at, and the bowl skids along.
So just the mention of Sharon. That's Sharon Sims who came in with the lunch tickets for the players, and she is the patron of New Zealand Bowl. So I'm not sure that the previous patrons would have come in with lunch tickets for you, or even been here. So she might be the patron, but she still does the job that she wants. Oh, interesting bowl there from Tayla Bruce.
Yeah, I'd say
Still
Michael,
2 down.
Michael will be hanging out for his lunch ticket too.
Oh, yeah.
He loves his food, that
He
guy.
loves food. He needs sandwiches all
Yeah.
the time.
Well, they're all right, is it?
Yeah.
Birmingham, his bowling bag was full of sandwiches.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
And
so
he, and he
in
looks like
particular-
someone who eats a lot, doesn't he?
That's what I was just going to say, John.
Yeah. Stick man, here he goes.
That's what they call him, Gannet.
Yeah. Good start to the second set in the offing here for the North, who lost the first by 8-3.
Such a lovely delivery.
It's not bad, is it? It's coming into the zone.
Watch this one. He
Doesn't
clears the
want to hit
front.
that.
It's on the right angle. Oh, didn't quite manage it. Be a little bit disappointed with that result.
What do you like? Yeah.
We can play on our
Can't go
bowls
much
with
worse.
the back here.
So they're both talking about playing the same shot but in reverse, aren't they?
Yeah.
Just go up to it, yeah. You try and use it off here.
So it's using the wing bowls, isn't it? Really, those on the outside,
Yes.
and often you hear people say how what is in situation to the jack, is it low or high of so that then they've got a really good idea from the mat.
Kelvin will be looking more for his black bowl to turn that over, because when you look at the position of the head, it's all in favour of the north. You get either outside edges of the white bowls. Jack's coming back. We've got everything behind. In good areas.
Yeah.
Wait,
Nice weight.
Yeah, I wouldn't be scared of it. Try and chop our bowl up and over.
There's been very good communication between these the 4 players, really. Both teams, I've been impressed. So I'm not sure how many opportunities any of them would have had to play with each other in a mixed pairs sort of situation. So it's a good sign that they're communicating well.
Your weight's going to be really good.
That's the positive, Skip, isn't it? Yeah. Your weight's really good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, options here for Scott. He's got to make contact with either his black bowl or more importantly, probably the...
Oh, he's not.
Oh, he might get that centre bowl.
Needs to get a good result here. Let's watch the bowl.
Gee,
there's a bowl out there. Good shot
Probably
there
one
from
down,
Kelvin
Linda.
Scott.
One down.
He's got to draw it.
Played it with a bit more purpose than his first one.
So it might not have been his intention, but it was an option, wasn't it?
Yeah.
There were 2 or 3 options there. He had to make contact with something in there, didn't he?
Yeah, I think the first time's pretty good.
In other words, I like it to
Come on,
there.
Linda. Well played.
Sounds good.
Well played, he says.
Yeah.
Well played.
Oh, very good.
Oh, great
Oh,
shot
yeah.
there.
Yeah, excellent. So the North start, the second set, with a very good single. They were strongly placed throughout that end.
They'll be happy to have scored on that end as well, particularly considering how well they played during it. Often you find if games are slipping away from you, you feel like you've outplayed the team on an end, and you drop a 1, then you do it again, and you drop another 1. So they'll be happy just to have scored there, I think, John.
Matt right back too, so
Yeah.
no change. So the Leeds are enjoying it from there.
Intriguing.
Geez, does he ever let his bowl go with a wobble?
No, the problem is, John and I were getting annoyed yesterday. You've all got such nice deliveries. You can't actually tell if it's bad out of your hand. Slightly narrow there.
Selina, I'm interested to know whether both of you whether you have a favourite hand. If you have to, if you say, things aren't going well, I'll revert to my backhand or forehand. Have you got a favourite one or not?
No.
No?
Yeah,
No?
I think often when you start in bowls,
Yes.
you do, just to kind of keep things simple, and one normally feels a bit more natural than the other, but
Sure.
then after a few games of bowls, they sort of both feel the same, and you
Absolutely.
train them both the same way, because, especially when you're playing at a level like this, you have to be able to play.
Just don't think about it, do you?
No, you just got to play the shot, what it looks like.
And I think with us being Leeds as well, is that we most probably train both hands equally as
Yeah.
each other. So there's, we've got the ability to adapt if we and need to change our hands if we have to. So
first end, when you're playing as a lead, you've had a roll up, a warm up, so you've determined I prefer this hand, or
So what I do is if I'm having trial ends, I'll play, if I'm playing singles, 2 on each hand. I'll pick to the side where I know I can get to the centre line easier.
Yep.
And then work from there. But also being mindful that when you do need to change, you do know the difference between the other hand.
So that the value of practice ends.
Yeah.
If there's a crosswind blowing, do you go to say, right, I'll play the narrow hand because that's the more
That's
direct
the
route or anything?
shortest route to the jack, I like the big wide draw, but again, I think for maybe a weighted shot, I'll try and draw bowls on the wide hand, and then you can play tighter with weight a little bit easier on the narrow hand.
Yeah.
Agree?
Yeah. I think sometimes it depends. It really does depend on the rink. Like in this event in particular, I mean, I haven't actually played on the rink that we're going to be playing on next. I've only played on rink 1.
Well,
but
it's tricky. It's tricky.
Yeah.
Don't say that, John.
I'm
Sorry.
sure all the Southerners will say that. It might be for them, but not so much for the North, eh? But I mean, there's no favoured hand, and so when you are playing like triples yesterday, honestly, I just picked a side and I just did my 2 trial ends down that side because in triples, I mean, when you're leading, you shouldn't really need to swap over so much, but you also do watch your oppositions play the other side of the green just to get a general idea if it is a swinger or if it is a tighter hand.
So we talk about favoured hands and how they play on the rinks. The Commonwealth Games that you guys are both at recently, we noticed one of the televised rinks. It looked like there was a hand
That was different. You could only play one hand.
Yeah, could be easier. Could be easier than what was. So what did it do if you tried to play the other hand? What was I won't say wrong, but what was challenging about the side that you guys all stayed off?
Yeah, so it was the ditch hand that was just it was a killer, eh? So if you were playing towards the grandstands,
Come on, Linda.
it was actually okay. You could sometimes play that hand if you were just looking to draw to the back or do something like that. But opposite, it was just unplayable. You could play that hand if you wanted to draw to the back to get to the peg, but you could not draw, you could not play a runner, you wouldn't even want to drive.
So the ball didn't even come back. It would just
It was
would
like
keep
there was
going
a
out,
ridge.
yeah.
There was a ridge there, and if you were just a fraction under that ridge, your bowl would just go away.
So
But if you were just on the other side of that ridge, it just stayed dead straight.
Yeah, I think that's important for some of the viewers because it would have been easy to watch those games and go,
why aren't they playing that hand? Why aren't they playing
It
that
looks
shot?
open.
Yeah, I'm sure it would have looked quite confusing. But I mean, I'm sure after a few games, the guys in the commentary box probably made that
they worked it
observation
out.
too.
They did.
Yeah.
And most viewers did too. You know, and the question then was, why did they use that ring for the TV?
let's not go
of course.
there, John.
Yeah. It was
so-
pressure for us leads as
Yes,
well,
yeah.
because we got to play the nice hand all the time, and we just made sure to try not block it up for our skippers.
Yes.
That's a good thing about being a lead.
Yeah.
You get to play the best hand all the time.
But then, as you say, you just don't want to block it up for for the following players. And it's really good. So that's two shots at the North hold. A very good start to this second set for them. When you're at an event and you're about to play, do you take much notice of what's happening with a previous game that's there? Do you go and have a look and see, or does that not really help you at all? It's only your own feel for a bowl.
Oh, I've got the team now.
I mean, I quite
just going up
like
to
having
it.
a look.
That
Like,
movement's all right,
probably
back to
depends
there,
on
good.
when you're playing the game. If I was playing the game, you know, in the morning, in the second round in the morning, and there was a game on there, I'd go ahead and look over it and up and back and not really pay too much attention. But I wouldn't be looking at it in the morning if I was playing in the afternoon because it played completely different. So you just don't want to make it harder for yourself. I think you've got to trust your observations. It's good to look at bowls visually, to look at the speed, I think, and make your own assumptions on your line, because everybody lets the bowl out in their own special way, so it will take its own special line.
And you can cram your head with too much
Information. Yeah, you can.
We've got 2 on the tee now, 2 best back.
So it's towards the end of this second end.
In between, like.
Yeah, on this stuff.
You know,
First bit of aggression shown by, and you see that's what we've seen, haven't we? The weighted shots have been. It looks like it's totally inaccurate. Well, it was, but I think there's a bit of doubt in the minds of players out there when they're playing those weighted shots here.
might be easier just to go at it.
Yeah, because the lines are good, you know,
Let me know.
Well done. Yeah, I'll just
with weight on the carpet, it's just your bowls are not doing what they're supposed to do.
No, and I mean that's when that started out from Scott. I thought that's going to be right on.
Yeah.
How, you know, but
That was sort of happening in our triples game yesterday. Like I mentioned it to Nicole. If you let the bowl out sweet, then it'll travel down the line you want it to go down. If you just let it out with a little bit of a wobble, it just holds its line and it just goes straight. So I think that's why probably the effectiveness of runners hasn't been as high, just kind of getting used to the speed that you need to play conversion at.
So a couple of shots for the North here, and Galloway hoping to add to that.
Willing it to keep going. I'd love to see curling brooms and bowls or something. How can we get the bowl to go further? Because so often you feel like, oh, I've got a perfect line.
Yeah.
If only there was some way to make my bowl keep going.
You need like a leaf blower behind it or
Yeah.
something. a little fan or something behind it.
Just get someone who talks a lot to walk behind it and do the job. Focus on Tayla Bruce's
Might have
face.
a bit of weight in this as well.
There we go.
See if it holds its
Pretty
line.
smooth.
She looks
as we
interested.
see.
Oh, Jack.
What a shot
yeah,
there.
Yeah. And they've got
She was
two covered and maybe 2 shots out when they replaced the Jack. That was very good.
a little bit unlucky because she actually cannoned one of her bowls that was sitting near the 2 metre off the rink on the follow through, but a good shot. Goes on the 2 metre, Linda. Oh, okay. That's not the question. So the Jacks ended up in the ditch within the confines of the rink,
has
I
it?
think.
Looked to go so far quickly to the side, I thought it was definitely going out. But
Alex, with your experience in indoor bowls, do you find that you're probably reading the way the bowls would move? You know, are they moving quite similarly to indoor bowls?
Yeah, they are. And the tighter heads that you get on an indoor facility with no wind and stuff, it's a
Different type of indoor. The
Yeah,
smaller,
yeah.
I'm not sure how to differentiate that to non-bowlers.
it's like carpet bowls on the
Yeah.
24-foot long mats as opposed to this, which is outdoor bowls but inside.
Yeah.
But yeah, it does. It helps with the reading of just what shots are.
Yeah.
Mike just
How
really
short
shot
is
there.
that
I
last
think so.
white?
It stayed in. It must be just on the line.
There we go. Great camera work.
So and is that white dot there? Is that the edge of the rink, do you think, that we can just see or not?
Yeah.
No.
No?
Oh, okay.
It's further in?
There's little white marks all along the green, but
I just thought it was on the front. Oh, not on the front of the green. Okay, so there we are. Yeah.
It's
Okay,
great. Yeah.
So it's quite a way in here.
Those ditches are quite spongy as well. I didn't realise they were a
there's foam.
sponge.
There's
Yeah.
foam underneath them. Yeah.
That probably means
That's
that.
out.
That's out. So the Jack did go quite a way over towards the rink line. And so one shot there to the north. Here we
As we
see.
see a replay. Great shot.
So it's 1 down rather than 2 down as they were before that bowl from Tayla Bruce. But the north
It's funny because you still think though.
at 3-0. Oh, no. Is it?
2, I think.
2-0, yeah.
After 2 ends of the 8.
Matt comes out a wee bit further now.
And in front of the house this time. Linda opting to play her backhand by the looks.
Such a good setup here, Selina, isn't it? You see the audience in the background
Yeah.
behind the glass, so you can't hear them.
It
but
is really
they
good.
get a really great view.
They do,
Yeah.
It's a great stadium for for watching bowls because you can sit up there. You can also sit on the sidelines.
Yes.
I don't think anyone's sort of struggled to find somewhere to sit with the stadium also being quite full as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, well played.
That's a good start there from Linda. Very good.
Yeah, she loves the second set. Called it at the start.
She asked me in the game yesterday when she was struggling with her line.
I did hope.
She was playing good weight, but she was finishing like a metre narrow. And she just turned around and said, "What do I do?" And I said, "Don't overcorrect," because she has a trouble that when she's narrow, she overcorrects. I said, "All you have to do is half that distance. You know, maybe 2 bowls wider, and that's it." She drew a front toucher.
Yeah.
You know.
Just the simple things,
Yeah.
It's hard to think. It sounds so simple, but when you're in a game and you're trying to problem solve, it just doesn't always come
Stand again,
so
Linda. What do you
simply.
think?
And I think that's very interesting too for new bowlers that you always, I mean, even experienced players have to ask questions, don't they? You can't always self-analyse and self-correct. It's getting outside information is good.
Yep.
She opts to put another bowl
Pretty
close.
again.
Linda, we spoke about it yesterday. If she gets
Well
one,
played
This is
here.
even better.
one there, the other one goes there too. Great bowls
brilliant.
there
Well
from
played,
Linda,
Linda.
Ralph. Top-notch leading.
I've seen her play many of those against me throughout all the years. It's nice for Linda and I to be on the same team this time.
That's what Selina does.
Oh,
We look
trying my
forward. We look
best.
forward to seeing it,
I'll be
Tony.
trying my best.
Wide.
He might settle in for a good
Kelvin
play.
indicating felt wide out of the hand and has finished. So
Good balls. Yeah.
So this is the first of our games on the second day, day 2 of 16 matches scheduled. We had the 8 singles matches earlier, and then 2 triples. That was yesterday. Ended up with the south leading the north by 8-6 after those games. There's another game on at the moment, as you can see in the little corner screen, and that's the crowd is watching both of those, applauding some of the outstanding shots in the other game as well.
If you look in the background there, you saw Hooksy sitting next to Dave Edwards, and Seamus Curtin was out practicing on the outside rinks this morning, and he said to Hooksy, "I want to see you deliver a bowl." And Hooksy just turned around and said, "Well, I haven't got the right legs on," because he puts different legs on to play. And so he got down and he drew a front toucher.
Yeah,
was
it his first bowl?
that would have been my first and only bowl if I was Peter. Just go, cool, thank you very much.
So for people who wonder who Hooksy is, it's Peter Horn, who's well, it's a danger to shake hands with him.
Yes.
He's got artificial hands, and well, he's an artificial man basically, but he's been one of the outstanding bowlers, hasn't he, for a long time, and one of those characters that reinforces what's good about bowls, that
Incredible man.
anyone can play. So he's up there on a light coloured jersey, just sitting on the seats. We'll point him out to you, but
He's been here all weekend, John.
Yeah, he has, yeah. So you see Dave Edwards there on the left, and that's Peter Horn next to him in the white light shirt.
Yeah, he's an amazing man.
Yeah, and a hard case.
Tayla willing this one to hold. Didn't quite manage that. She had a lovely weight. I reckon if she'd cleared that bowl, it would have been a good shot, but not to be. So the North Island team.
I might go to the back, eh?
Yeah, good. Holding 3, and Mike's gone. 3's enough.
Yeah.
I'll chuck one at the 2 metre mark.
Thanks, Selina. You're heading off to get prepared, and it's nice to get that insight into what the top players do, particularly your preparation, and as a lead, what goes through your mind and how you prepare for all that. So thank you and good luck.
Yep.
It's a good view of what Tayla Bruce sees from the mat. 3 white bowls very close together from where she sees it. She's already played a really good weighted shot on the previous end. Not happy this time.
Yeah, a bit of frustration there for Tayla Bruce, because she played that lovely weight. She would have been thinking, look, I can use that black bowl that sits at 10 o'clock on the screen.
Yep.
To get in onto the white or the jack.
Galloway, his brain will be working out where that jack might go if, in fact, Kelvin Scott gets up to it. So he sends it down a bit wider and a bit deeper.
Good shot there from M.Galloway. Yeah, you see there from the mat end.
So they've got the 2 back bowls, haven't they? But I think South Island have got the 2 metre covered, I think. Hard to tell. Oh, so Bruce still had 1 to play. So
That sounds like it's wide again, doesn't it?
Yeah. Oh, she might have given the 2 metre away, has she? No, it's all right.
Yeah, they still hold the 2 metre, but it's just a head that's sort of...
Not trusting it's going to hold, sorry. Not trusting it's going
covered
to
back there,
hold.
aren't you?
Yeah.
Just draw some more, eh? Yeah. Yep.
So we hear M.Galloway have got it covered at the back, just draw some more. So he's essentially saying to L.Ralph, stack it up and see what the South Island team can manage.
Long game. 3-4-2, so long, all different walking. I mean, it's 12 o'clock and we haven't started the second set. Yeah.
I think this is a big end in this match, isn't it?
A lot of balls on the head.
Yes, yeah, for sure. You know, the North Island team
Yeah.
having not won the the first set. We'll be looking for a strong start in the second,
You're
and this
looking
is
well here, Linda. Come
what
on,
they're
Linda.
doing at the moment.
She looks pretty good here too.
Come on, Linda.
Close.
She stays just in there. Hasn't fattened
Yeah,
the
well done.
target or
Yeah,
widened
no.
the target at all, has she? If in fact
If
Kelvin's
Kelvin's
gonna
going to
play
use
weight.
any weight, he's virtually got to maybe come off the inside of his bowl to get to the jack.
yeah.
But I think he'll just be just over the draw, I think.
Kelvin Scott. Oh, this is a close one if it holds for
Cutting
him.
now.
It's a great end building for the North Island
Yeah,
team.
beat the last bowl. Your bowl's
Yeah,
counting.
another
Yep.
2 feet away on that line.
Anything in there is good.
He would
Yeah.
have been right in the area.
Yep, yep.
All Linda can do is try and make it 5 and cross her fingers and her toes.
Well, you saw what Mike Galloway was saying. He could see if Scott does get onto it, where the danger is. So he's just called her into a position behind there.
Here we
Yeah.
go.
She's on a
Line's
good
good
track
again.
again.
Yeah.
Giving herself every chance here. It's down to the
Come on,
weight
Linda.
from Linda Ralph.
Right, back
Even
door,
if
then.
it gets in the back door for 5, it's going to be
Yeah, well
helpful.
done.
Yep.
Good shot
That's right.
there. Good shot. Sitting there with 5 out of the North Island team and big pressure on Kelvin Scott with this last delivery.
Important bowl here in this match.
Stalking it up the green.
Got better
Put
weight.
more weight
might
on
be
this.
He's got
right.
something. He's got something.
Oh,
Wanting it to hold.
hang around.
It kept going.
Helps a lot.
Oh,
So that's 3 anyway.
Take those two.
Yeah.
And that one.
Those 2 and that
No,
one.
Oh,
Oh, that's
Mm.
just because the jack's
Be
off.
close to the 4th.
Yeah, yeah.
The jack's actually off the cross. So.
Well, they've taken-
yeah, that is 2.
taken 2 out. So they're going to measure. Mike's going to measure the opposition bowl first and go around in a circle. So there's at least 2 to the North Island team on that end. A great end from the North Island team. Looked good all the way. And well salvaged by Kelvin Scott with his last bowl.
Tricky to
Three.
measure.
Good
Tricky
cut
to
down.
measure on there, just moving it around, not
Yeah.
taking your body round, isn't it? Eh?
Yeah.
So that was a 2 or 3.
Three they indicated there.
Yep. So he saved a couple out of that. I'm pretty sure that was a 5 that they were holding.
So this is the start that the North wanted. You
Yeah.
know, a good first 3 ends. You know, just got to keep the pressure on now. You know, try not to drop any numbers.
Oh, Kelvin didn't do much wrong with that bowl, did he? And it just fell out of the head. 5-0 lead, as you said, Tony. It's a good start. On the second set. Mike, I've seen him look happier.
It's hungry.
Yeah.
Look for a good sandwich.
and you know, most players would be thinking, "Oh, that's not bad. I'm just a bit short." Hey.
Yeah, yeah.
But he wanted it to be bang on, front toucher, put the
He's,
pressure back on.
He's a bit of a perfectionist, old
Yeah.
Mike. You know.
Yeah.
Tayla staring at this bowl, wanting it to hold up. She wants it to hold and guts the jack back. It's a good, very good rake. Right to the garden shed. And,
Yeah.
you take that. We call that a first-year toucher sometimes.
Yes.
It's been taken well off the centre line. You can see just a little bit of the jack at 5 o'clock on your screen. That little bit of yellow. Brilliant.
The skip normally says, "Well, you needed to hit something." You know, you were going to be well over, as she was, but that's changed the complexion of the game already. Have to change. She doesn't have to change anything, of course. She can just play the same shot.
Well, that is actually the beauty.
Yeah.
You mentioned it
Yeah.
before, John. Sometimes you play a bowl that is nowhere near where you're aiming, but you still know what it felt like to do that.
Yeah.
Sometimes the head changes. You go, "Oh, I'll just do the same thing I
Yeah.
did before."
Yeah. She has.
Great effort here
From
from
a good track here
Bruce.
too.
Down to
Yes.
the weight now.
Fraction
Cool.
heavy.
Oh, ditch.
Oh.
Gosh,
Didn't
okay.
really need more weight, did I?
Well, good. Just sort of
Try
bolt down
race
there.
again.
Yep.
It's a good attitude that the all the players have been demonstrating this weekend, hasn't it, John?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know, good old Burnside slide.
Burnside being the club that Taylor has spent
Best thing
her
to
life at.
happen, you know, why not?
She was there way back in the
Yeah.
World Championships, and
Sorry.
that's where it
Um,
all sort of started for her as a youngster.
Quite long games, these mixed pairs, eh?
It's quite interesting to find out, you know, what prompts people to get into bowls. What started
Yeah, I
you,
was wondering, or even
Tony?
start at the
Oh,
same
well, my
time,
father
so
played, and then my brother started playing. So my father played at Point Chief RSA Bowling Club. And my brother joined there, and I just thought, well, you know, I'd give it a go.
That'll be good. Yeah.
I think I was 16, 17. And
Weight's
yeah,
perfect,
just
Linda.
sort of fell in love with the
Well
game, really.
Yes.
It's,
Yep, well
it's
played.
such a great game, and it just teaches you a lot of life skills as well. It's actually quite good.
And there's no harm in playing a sport in which young people mix with various age groups either, because
That's dead
as you
right.
say, it is a
Yeah.
great learning.
And you learn from the older
Yeah,
players,
yeah.
like the experience they've had around
Yeah.
and all that. Like, you know, I was lucky to be sort of helped along by Rowan Brassey and Danny O'Connor and Ross Hare Snape and all that. And,
Yep.
you know, learnt a lot and how
You
to
like that?
sort of play the game. And I sort of
Weight's good.
idolised, you know, myself, like with Rowan.
Yes, yeah, one of the greats. Eh?
I tried to, you know, emulate his delivery and do what he did best, you know.
It's difficult to attract people of that
Come on,
age,
Linda.
16 as you said, roundabout.
Come
A
on,
lot of
Linda.
younger players. This
Played
is a good
that
coming.
very,
This is a
very
great
well.
shot.
Yeah.
Great shot. What
Yeah.
a bowl from
Brilliant.
Linda
Yeah.
Ralph.
Well played.
But to
Magnificent.
attract youngsters and keep them involved
Yeah,
is
get down here
difficult.
now.
And
Searching through the
a lot of them, you know, look at playing bowls and their mates will say, "Oh, come on, that's
Yeah.
for old people,"
Yeah.
you know, and it puts people off, you know, youngsters off. But
Yeah.
as we know, the earlier you start, the better you become.
But the whole game's changed now.
Yeah,
There's a lot of colour into the game now.
Isn't
you
bad
know,
either,
this-
is it, from Kelvin
Played it
Scott?
pretty well.
What a shot.
That's
What
good.
some great bowls we've seen
yeah.
in the last
Close
minute
the
or
shot.
two.
Yep, players know you're
And
one
just
down.
the
We've got the
format
back
of
ball
the game
there.
as well, like the
Just drawing up
speeding
to
it
it.
up, it's getting the young fellas more
Same ball.
involved.
Yeah.
You know, even though the greatest game I think is a 25 end fours game. I
Yes,
reckon
yeah.
it's most likely the greatest game
Yeah.
around. But I mean to say, to attract the younger fellas in, you know, they're playing set play now. They're bringing a lot of colour in. You know, the coloured bowls are in. It's just getting more exciting for them.
It'll always exist, won't it? Those, you know, the proper.
Oh,
I
yes,
won't call it
yeah.
proper
White's
bowls.
very
The
good.
the 25 end games,
White's
the
perfect.
the ones that have
Yep.
been there, like the Taranaki Open.
Yes, yeah.
That will always exist. You know,
Yeah.
it's been going for over 100 years, and it
Yeah.
will go for over 100 years
Yeah.
more. It'll always be there, but it is good to have the variety as
I
well
actually can't
in the
call it.
sport.
Yeah.
Very
And
Like,
close.
like Test cricket, isn't it? And
Yeah.
what the alternatives
Yeah.
are. People
Yeah,
still
we're
like the
playing another
traditional.
tournament down in Nelson in beginning of November, Nelson Fours, which is 25 end games, and it's amazing. You know, I'm actually getting to play with Kelvin Scott, which is
Oh, good.
which is good. So you know, it's amazing how that sort of length of game, how it can change. You could be 10 or 15 shots ahead halfway through the game, and then next minute it completely turns around.
The holes.
Oh, found a gap there. So we saw that bowl come through the
Yeah,
shot.
keep that weight on, Linda.
And a few
Just
gaps
probably just
found in
riding
this
underneath
game
Kelvin's
by both
bowl.
teams.
It's pretty close to shot, but
There's not much you can do about it, really.
No,
All you can
that's
do
all
is
good.
put your ball in the air out.
Yep.
Looks
Oh,
like
that's good. So when's the Nelson Fours?
Fours, that
November, is
starts
it?
on the 1st of November
Oh, right.
and goes through to the 3rd, and then straight after that Stoke Pairs.
Oh, yeah. Stoke's a strong club, isn't it?
Yep.
that'll be another great season of bowls lined up.
Very busy season coming up.
come on, Linda.
A lot of travelling.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just
Good ball.
glad Nationals are in
Same
Auckland
ball.
this year, I think. keeps the cost of the air flights
Yes,
down.
yeah.
Fair enough too.
Hopefully naturally a little bit.
But no, looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a good year. You know, if Nationals will run like they were last year, I think it was pretty well run.
Yeah.
You know, the volunteers that put their hand up to work hard, and
Here we
all
go.
that, it was
Kelvin
amazing.
Scott looking for it to
Yeah.
cannon that bowl out.
Very
That
good.
is
Great shot,
an
great shot.
absolute
That's brilliant.
beautiful bowl. Perfect weight there as well for his collision bowl
It wasn't
to
the same bowl.
stick there for
It
two.
wasn't the same bowl.
It's the fight back in this. North leading by 5-0. Playing the fourth end of 8.
Great shot. Just quickly, the thumbnail we see in the top right. How tightly packed is that head that we will see in a second because it just cut away?
Oh.
It looked like there was about 20 bowls in the house, John.
I saw Jonty driving it.
Look at that
Wow.
stuff. That's unbelievable. What an unbelievable head going on over there.
Good
All
thing
those
about it,
bowls
there's
are
more
within a
white bowls
metre.
in there.
Yeah. Gosh.
And they need it too, playing the last end. North are 2 behind with, you know, -3 here. It's good fishing.
So we see M.Galloway. Is this what he looks like when he's playing a drive? Be interesting to see the mat on the house. No, just overweight. Giving himself a chance here. Here's M.Galloway.
If he gets that
Needs a
hold,
feather.
great
Oh,
shot.
well,
Great shot
toucher in the
there.
ditch.
Beautiful bowl.
Clapped his own bowl, and you can understand that.
I respect that, eh?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Great shot there from M.Galloway. Played it to perfection.
Yep.
Jack in the ditch as we see
Yep.
Taylor's shoes. That's good. What bowling shoes do you prefer, Tony?
I like the Essex.
Where
The
is the
Essex
jack?
are really comfortable. They're
Where
just
is
like
the
a running
jack?
shoe, so a lot of support in that.
Yeah, I've recently come into possession of some of the brown, you know, the greens shoes, the brown bowling shoes that people used to wear in the 80s and 90s.
Oh, yeah.
I've come into possession of them. I might break them out one day, I think.
I had a pair of
Am I
those.
looking
Bit of
for kind
fashion, eh?
Yeah.
Forehand.
That's how it goes
If
in
I
circles. If
land
I wait long
something-
enough,
Yes.
it'll become fashionable.
So where's the jack here? It's in the ditch,
okay.
obviously.
Must be to our...
Who's got the
I don't
shot?
know, you
Well,
call it.
Galloway, who followed it in, didn't he? Yes.
See what they
Yeah.
say.
Okay.
I think the jack must be to the bottom right of our screen, and we'll presume that Galloway's holding one. So we see Tayla line up on her backhand. Looking to remove something.
She's told us she's...
I didn't hear the sound of any bowls.
No,
There
no.
we
I just
go.
brought down here,
I just
right?
heard her say,
Right, so where's the jack marker? There must be...
Looks like North might be holding a few here.
Yeah, if we look to the right of our screen, yeah, it must be where the rag is.
right,
Yeah, so North must be holding.
three, maybe
or four.
Four, yeah.
Did Galloway's bowl go into the ditch?
I can see it looks like a toucher right back.
Yeah.
Back, so I wonder.
He didn't play huge weight, so it's
No.
a chance that it may have stopped. But
Yeah.
certainly looks like the North Island team holding a bundle, 5-0 up in this set as well. So a massive end, a massive bowl here for T.Bruce to come. If the North team is holding the number we think they might be.
It's gone in the ditch.
Yeah, I suspect the jack's where the rag is at 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
So again.
Go it again, he says.
Are they trying to
Remove
run
a
a
couple.
toucher into the ditch?
Potentially, yeah, that's probably what they're doing. Oh,
There
brilliant.
we
Oh,
go.
there you go.
Okay,
There's
so
lots
1,
bowling
2,
the
3,
ditch.
4. They're holding at least, aren't
Yeah.
they?
Yeah.
Well done. All right, let's keep an eye out for Taylor's bowl.
Wide.
No. Oh, so we're supposing that black bowl that's in
Touch.
shot
Might
there
have
was a
been a
toucher.
toucher,
Okay,
yeah.
I'm just
Yeah.
trying to run that into the ditch and cut it down.
Still had to play it, obviously, but
So 4, do we think?
channel down there.
4 there, I would say, for the North Island team.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all good.
Just see, get a replay of M.Galloway's shot here.
Oh, yeah.
I love that. That's great.
Celebration. Now the clap. Yep, there it goes. Good stuff.
There. Very good.
Well, that was a big bowl. So from whatever they were, what the score was prior to that, they've added another 4 to it, and that's what they were talking about at breakfast, about how the win or lose the first set.
Yeah.
Often it's a reverse in the second.
Incredible.
9-0. Gosh.
Incredible change in fortunes here.
Now they've just got to play tidy now and just, if they're dropping shots, just drop a 1.
Yep,
and
that's it.
just play sensible, no
Yeah,
funny
good,
stuff.
Good,
Just,
good. Metre and a half.
yeah.
See Kelvin line up on the forehand. Willing this ball on a loose start
Yeah,
from the
Good
leads.
meter would be good, Linda.
Sort of, they can become really irksome bowls later on in the head if the jack gets moved back, because both those bowls are going to be in the way.
especially with the lines that the bowls are taking on this, because they are holding their lines a lot. So, there is potential to run into
Yeah.
them.
Either side of it,
And
right in
also,
the guts.
Mike won't mind if she splits that or sends that to the side, or
Yes.
just to open it up. But it's promotable there as well, but still drawable for Galloway, who will have the next of the North Island bowls. Kelvin Scott wanting to add 1.5 meters to his last.
It's a lovely
Pretty
correction.
well.
That's a beautiful correction there.
Yeah, that's good.
So hard to do. Great shot
Yeah,
there
nice.
from Kelvin Scott. They crossover.
Oh, good.
What do you think of the 2-4-2 game, Tony? Do you enjoy the 2-4-2?
Great, yeah. I love it. You know,
Yeah,
you get a
exactly.
chance
Oh,
to
it's a
play
good
every
tactic.
position.
Just-
Like, you're virtually,
No, we're
it's
not.
virtually like a fours game, but you're playing pairs. You know, you get to
Yeah.
play lead 2, 3, and skip. So
Yeah,
it's actually a great game.
I can't hear you, sorry.
It does take a lot of time. There's a lot of walking involved, but it's great. You know, even the way Burnside plays as well. They played the Aussie pairs.
The walking pairs, yeah.
Yeah, you get your steps up there. It's quite good.
So what's the difference in the Aussie pairs and this?
Aussie pairs, you play 2, 2, 2, 2, 2.
Oh, right. So a
And
lot more walking. And
this is it Hong Kong pairs?
Yeah,
2-4-2.
2-4-2,
Okay,
yeah. Just a slightly different formats. I think the Aussie pairs is what they used to play. It's still quite common over there.
It is. They still play it, yeah.
You play essentially one player plays the lead position and the 3 position, the other player plays the 2 position and the skip position. That's what pairs is to them. But a good game, and good to see these different formats. It's Tayla on the forehand side. The South just looking to score a point, get some confidence going. If they score a couple of ends in a row, there's still time to come back in this set.
Yeah, Mike just needs to finish a bowl in the house, you know, just sort of in that area is you know, it's making them hard to score multiples.
Absolutely. Looking at this one intently. It'll be interesting because these, like you referred to a bit earlier, Tony. Oh, that went well. That's a really good result from a bowl that must, to be fair, and they'll know that.
Yeah,
These
can
players,
I
a lot of them
go
are
down
playing
here
with
now?
different sets of bowls, or even different makes of bowls than what they have been. It'll be interesting to hear Mike's thoughts, because he usually plays with quite a tight
He
line.
plays with a Greenmaster bowl, yeah, and those using XGs. And you know, as Kelvin said to me, he said with my GTRs they're quite a nice wide bowl. But he said to me yesterday, he said you've gone from a wide drawing bowl to a narrow bowl, because he reckons that he's got Optimas as well he's using, and he reckons that I'm about 2 feet inside his line.
Wow.
Which is a hell of a lot, you know, when you
That's
think
narrow.
about it, yeah.
See Galloway on the back end. Peter Ballas inspired delivery. It's a good man to take cues from if you're looking for a good delivery. I suppose a similar body type as well. They're both tall, long arms.
Find the gap.
Played a good area.
Yeah, that's
good
very
areas
good.
here. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good shot.
So Taylor Bruce stay on that same hand. She was playing the backhand previously. She almost wicked the jack with her last. She's going to almost do it again.
Oh. Fair effort. Yeah, good. Our food's been removed, John.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
20 past 12 almost. Almost thinking about lunch.
I did forget about food. The other day, because the bowls are so interesting.
Yeah.
Just disappeared, but we'll bid farewell to Tony Grantham, and thank you for joining us in the commentary box, and I look forward to commentating your game a bit later on in the day.
Well, bowlers, you know, you'd think they all think exactly the same, but it's great to get the variations on thought processes and bowls, you know, types of bowls and games that they prefer, positions they prefer, all that sort of thing. Here's a shot which, oh gosh, they're having that situation now, the South Island, where they're just missing.
Yeah, but the beauty's been the people we've spoken to are in the North or South Island team, so they've got results to back up what they're saying as well, John.
Yeah.
Exactly,
I think
yeah.
it
And
looks like the right shot to play. I don't know if that's kind of what you wanted, but I thought it would hold nice, yeah.
yep, so yeah, just on that, and what we're hearing a lot more of today is the thoughts of the players while they're playing. It's just invaluable.
No, it's good stuff. We see the North team, yeah, they're 9-0 up after 4 ends, so they're halfway through the set. Sitting with one good position, you know, the North team's cruising along. Like Tony said earlier, for them it's about 1s and 2s either way.
And also, I mean, the potential here, with a bit of luck, is for the South to haul that jack back to those 3 balls there, and all of a sudden the game's on. So Mike Galloway has just said, look, something in here, Linda, we're holding shot. You know, it doesn't matter if we drop 1 or probably even a couple at this stage. They don't want to drop a number, and so getting out there to cover this batch of black bowls here is very important, and she's done it very well. Yep, so that's 2 into a little group there, and that's, unless the jack goes way behind those 3 to the left, the 3 black ones, then the North will be feeling quite safe. But as we know in bowls, you can play a shot that brings out an unintentional or unexpected result. So it's just a matter of movement of the jack if possible, or draw it dead here. No, he's going to miss that. Oh,
probably the other
down
thing
there.
Just draw around here.
Not to be there.
Now, Linda, just in case the jack gets right back to here. Anywhere around here is good. Just beat that bunch.
So just beat that bunch. So this is almost like defensive, isn't it? You're saying, okay, we're holding shot. As I said, we can go 1 down or maybe 2. Don't really, we just don't want to get a bundle of points against us.
Yeah, 6 would be better, but...
So she's just coming around the back, because the danger, I suppose, is potentially the 3 back bowls are black bowls.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just
here we go, 2 metre mark covered.
Same
Very
play.
on the safe side.
This is taking a lot longer, right? I think, than everybody thought.
Just about at the end of this.
Forever.
We wouldn't normally play,
5th end.
See Kelvin Scott
Leeane.
on the forehand.
Come on,
Very
Kelvin.
close to a good bowl here.
Oh, gee.
It's a summary of these sets,
Yeah.
I think, John.
And you see that jack could have come back off that shot, and instead of that, the North Island get a shot, and it'll be Mike Galloway putting the mat down for end number 6, with the North up by 10-0. Big reversal on that first set, as we've seen right throughout, consistently throughout the competition, the Somerset North-South Challenge.
Unbelievable switch around in the commentary, Kev. We have another person joining us after Tony and Selina abandoned the cafe for actual food. Rob Gibson, thank you for joining us here. How are you feeling this weekend?
Thanks, Alec. Yeah, fantastic. Great weekend. Had a really, really good time. Friday night, of course, and what a good, fantastic concept. Love it.
Absolutely. So for those viewers who may not know you, and I'm sure there's not many of them who don't, but could you just sort of explain to us where you fit into the bowls landscape? What's your role and position?
Okay. My role is the manager greenkeeper at the Torrey Bowling Club, and of course we were extremely successful on Friday night by winning the Club of the Year. So I have been doing that job since 2008, where I'd been made redundant from Fisher and Paykel, and the club had the foresight to appoint a manager, and that became me, and love it ever since. Got also heavily involved in greenkeeping, and consequently ended up on the New Zealand executive of the Greenkeepers Association, for which I'm currently the president, and I love that.
Yes.
Brilliant.
And then heavily involved in Dunedin, Bowls Dunedin, where I'm convener of the operations committee, so run the day-to-day bowls for the summer along with our team, and got talked into becoming the selector manager of the intercentre, or the rep team for men for Bowls Dunedin as well, and along with Terry Scott and I, we select the sides.
Yeah,
so.
well.
Do
you wear a Highlanders jacket.
And of course I wear a Highlanders jacket, so yeah.
So Tayla Bruce just getting a wee slide there to give her the shot. North Island the shot, but down by 10-0. Hard work for the South. That was great news for the Tyree
Absolutely,
Club.
John,
Announced as Club of the Year on Friday night. And and it's always interesting for other clubs to hear how you achieve that sort of thing, and it's a lot of hard work, isn't it? You might increase your members and so on, but it doesn't just happen, does it?
No, and we're in that fortunate situation where we live just out of Dunedin, so the community of Mosgiel is a community in its own right, and has always been recognised in that. And we often said that you leave Dunedin, you drive over the railway line into Mosgiel, and you're now in a new community.
Yeah.
And as the town has grown bigger and bigger over the last 20 years, really, that's been the benefit, one of the bigger benefits for the club, and the club's supportive of lots and lots of community activities that happen. So those sorts of things just grown from that.
Absolutely.
Yep. Very good,
Scott just getting a little edge, which gave the South Island 2 shots here by the looks of it.
Yeah, it's interesting. This game's interesting, isn't it? It's great that they've backed up what we said about the sets, really, with the 8-3 win to the South in the first one, and a 10-0 situation at the moment to the North after 5 ends. I just wonder what's going through the Southern peers' minds at this point. You know, are they still?
How do we correct this? Yeah.
Are they still thinking we're a chance to win the set, or is it more we need to settle down and get mentally prepared for that extra end? I don't know what the answer to that is.
So, Rob, with the Tyree Bowling Club, I suppose, as you say, like a lot of places are in a suburb or a small town, it's important that they become a part of the community. You can't challenge or compete with the local pubs and clubs and that sort of thing. You don't want to. You want to complement them, really.
Yeah, that's right. And, that's one of the advantages of what we've found is that the club becomes its community activity, and Bowls New Zealand, go all the way back to 2010 when the first of the Mates and Bowls social activity was introduced way back then. We've embraced that. We were one of the 14 clubs. I went to the annual meeting that year in which they promoted it, and I thought, this is good because perhaps we should do something like this.
Oh, look at that, sorry. Should have just gone in. Linda Ralph playing a pearler.
Yeah, so, had that foresight to pick that up, and since I think 2010 or 11, February, March of that year, we've run Mates and Bowls, Twilight Bowls 3-5, and we have 90 odd people turn up every Tuesday nights.
So what facilities do you have at the Tyree Bowling Club, greens-wise? What is your green situation?
Two natural greens.
Two natural. Okay, so that gives you plenty of work to do.
Yeah, very much so. I'm fortunate. I have a team of 3 of us, and another couple that are more than happy to come and help when we need to, and
Just have a listen to what Taylor Bruce calls on this one, because they've got, by the looks of it, they might have 4-second shots, but how do they get at that shot bowl?
You could, we'll listen and see if she can find a way.
Can only play really to that shot on her left, can't she, too?
One that sits at
There's
10
a
o'clock.
chance to play onto you.
Yeah,
it might get the edge of the white.
So that's what they're looking for, and they don't want the jack to move.
Needs the left-hand side of that bowl as we look at it to get it to go at the right angle to cannon that white ball out.
Tough shot, and if Kelvin was playing in the first set, he'd probably nail it, and he might just nail it here. He's going to be a bit narrow.
What about a clean run through?
Oh my word! Unlucky. Well, hell.
Goodness gracious me.
Gee, I don't think he saw it coming straight through, but he almost nailed that. And so another shot there at the moment for the North Island. Gee.
It actually worked out brilliantly because his bowl's nearly touching that shot bowl now of the North Island. Much easier to remove. They could even, Tayla doesn't need to play huge weights. You can just draw onto it. It's going to pop out clean as a whistle.
We've seen some great balls here, Rob, and we sometimes start talking and we're still watching what's happening, and we know the audiences too, but sometimes they're saying, shut up and talk about the bowls.
Exactly. And I've been standing up there for a couple of hours watching, and there's been some amazing shots. It's really
Galloway, who's been in top form, and knows the importance of carrying momentum through to an extra.
The extra end that they will be expecting to have.
Good
Yeah.
Jonty.
Nice weight there. So an opportunity here for Taylor Bruce.
So I would say those 2 black bowls at sort of 1 o'clock
I might try and stick.
would come into the count if that white ball goes.
Yes, yep,
If
absolutely.
the jack doesn't move, if somehow Taylor Bruce can get round to push the black onto the white.
She needs to play nice controlled weight.
Yeah.
If she can clear that front one. This is very close. If it clears the front, it's the weight she needs. Just going to dive onto that to get
Edge.
another counter.
Ooh, yeah.
That's fine. Look at
Yeah,
that. Look
yeah,
how many
yeah.
black bowls are there, John.
Okay.
Now it
The
doesn't
line
matter
is
quite
fine,
so much if the jack does move a little bit, but it'd be great to get it clean. For all our South Island supporters,
South
Rob,
Island,
yeah,
dead right,
get in
dead
here with a
right,
5
John.
and then say, righto, what are you going to do, North?
Well, I'm not so sure about that. That's
That's gonna be
okay.
short.
Yeah. Oh, Mike doesn't like it. He says it's going to be short. All we can hope for now is for it to block Taylor's shot. Not going to be. So an opportunity here for the South team.
Yeah.
Gee, tough opportunity, because that white bowl, all Taylor Bruce will be able to see is that white bowl.
That's all she can
Yeah.
see, yeah.
She's just got to get around that.
Would be the bowl of the tournament if
Yep.
she's able to pull this off, but
Yep.
she can.
Here it
Here we
goes.
go.
Last bowl of the 6th end.
Winning it. Winning it.
She's just
Oh,
dipping again.
God, that was great. Beautiful weight for the
Yeah,
shot.
it was too. So a single there to the North. It's now 11-0. And
They're very close. 1 to north.
1 to North.
Technically, there's still 16 points that can be scored in the next 2 ends,
yes,
John.
yeah. Here we go. That was the L.Ralph bowl, wasn't it? Set up the shot for them, and that stayed there for quite some time.
I don't know. It's talk to Dave. I guess it's happy for us to go straight to tiebreak. Yeah. So we've got to play it this direction. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Great call. Great call from the skips there.
Yeah,
I enjoyed
yeah.
that.
Let's just play the tie break.
I said, look, there's no point in us continuing. We'll go straight to the tie break, decide who wins.
Makes
It's also
perfectly good sense.
with me the tournament hat on. That's great.
Yeah,
we, need
yeah.
we need to be chugging along at speed, so that's it's worked out well. We've saved ourselves maybe 20 minutes there.
Well, you would not have expected a 0 score, would you? You know, really, from 8-3, winning the first 8-3 and dropping the second 11-0. And it was a good nil.
It was.
Yeah.
It was. They did pretty.
Yeah, a good nil.
Yeah.
I'm pretty good. Just gonna.
As long as Dave's happy, I'm
Oh, we need a toss for it.
Oh, good.
Who tossed?
I was just saying earlier,
Who tosses?
Rob,
They
that
toss
I
or we toss?
had breakfast with Mike Galloway and Kelvin Scott, and we were talking about exactly this thing. Why is it that a team can win one set easily and lose the second one just as convincingly? And how does it affect them going into a tiebreaker? And you know, what's the state of mind? So the state of mind here is that Kelvin Scott and Taylor Bruce are thinking, well, we're going to have to improve because we got well outplayed. We got outplayed in this. And Galloway's thinking to himself, we were talking about this morning, how, you know, what changes. So we'll see what happens.
Maybe
So the
last
first
ball.
up will be
Did we win?
We won the
Linda.
toss.
Oh, okay. I don't.
Let's talk about the length.
Oh, you choose. Where are we going to nail it?
Right.
I don't
So the North Island team has won the toss and sent the South Island team into bat.
right.
Kelvin Scott asked, where do you want the
Oh,
jack?
no,
Got to play first and last.
Well, the mat,
So-
yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And he's brought it. See,
Do
he's
what I can
placed
with
the
my
mat behind the house quite regularly, but this
thought
time
it
he's
was
brought
fine.
it
I thought we
forward,
won
so a
the
shorter end, not by much.
If this was M.Noble, he'd be going the jack in the ditch here.
Yeah. But Kelvin Scott's looking at front toucher, you know.
Handy start. Come on.
Look at this. The psychology,
Yeah,
the mental
good.
strength
Yeah,
of these
yeah.
players
Great
to have
job.
just lost a set.
Yeah.
11 zip, like you
Yeah.
say, comfortable 11 zip to
Yeah.
get down and go, tiebreaker end, I've got to get one close.
Yes.
And it goes. It's under Ralph.
And I suppose, too, when it comes to the tiebreaker, they revert to their original order when they start. So Kelvin Scott and Taylor Bruce just decided, hey, Kelvin,
You okay?
we want you to lead and finish off.
Linda.
Yeah.
And the others went the other way. Linda leads and finishes off.
All right. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Carry on. Yeah. That's how you started. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. I was like, yeah. Just got the brain a brain explosion then.
Fair enough. Yeah, just unsure about what order they should be playing in. Yep. Now they've got it sorted. Not they, Mike.
Mike.
Yeah.
He was kind to himself. He said a brain explosion. So let's see Linda play a bowl.
Drop.
Good bowl. Good shot.
Yeah. Perfect green. It's a bit annoying seeing this standard of bowls, isn't it?
It's fantastic, isn't it? Annoying, that's an interesting word, eh?
Yes, yeah.
The difference is they play less bad bowls.
Yeah.
Be in a handy spot. Yep, good there. It's all right.
Reasonable leading there from Kelvin Scott. We see Linda Ralph have another go at it. Good first bowl she played, so play a similar bowl again in that area. That's all she'll be looking to do. She sets her arm. Very distinctive delivery. Here's Linda. Just giving it a look. This should be close here, John.
Got to be close. Got to be close.
Through the hole.
Gutsing the jack. What a bowl there from Linda
beautiful.
Ralph. Moving the jack a little bit in the house. Great shot.
So you know when T.Bruce said, not bad there, thank you. With Kelvin's second ball, it's not bad at all now, is it?
Absolutely, the jack's going straight to that. That's the beauty of having effective bowls in the area. You just give yourself chances later on in the end. So we watch this tie break. And the other game.
So now it's really a matter of a bit of just punching slightly the white ball and moving the jack back, would you say? That's what you play on that backhand?
And she gets 4 goes at a very similar bowl.
Yeah.
She's good enough that she'd get one of the 4, you would think so. You know, she's right in this area here on her backhand. This is a well-played bowl. It's not going to get the shot.
Get an edge, though. Yeah.
Improving the situation.
Yeah.
Hugely.
Gosh.
Couldn't have gone much better.
So Galloway still got it.
Yeah, decaying the whole one. Great result there from T.Bruce, but it was a well-played bowl. She was in the area. Little smile. That's fine there, Mike. Should come back into shot shortly.
Yeah.
Interesting to know how far away the jack is from both those two bowls.
That the right hander, are there
I
more
suspect it's sort of an
chances
inch,
now with that one
behind the white bowl, and maybe 4 or 5
Front,
Yeah.
in front of the black one.
So she doesn't even need to turn over that white ball.
Even
Probably
if-
it's
yeah.
just a nudge.
Even if she rocked it,
Yeah.
it would be enough. Tayla on the backhand,
Just-
giving this one a look.
She just wanted to fine it up a wee bit because she was just slightly wide on her line initially.
Yeah,
That's still handy. That goes up to the 2 metre.
it's beautiful.
2 metre mark, that white spot you can see there.
Absolutely.
This is a tiebreaker. You can see the score there. South winning the first 8-3. The North 11-0 in the second. Now it's a shootout here to see who wins this and therefore takes the 2 points on offer in this Somerset North versus South challenge.
Remember that the South is leading by 2 game points going into this session. Tayla on the backhand.
She's certainly taken a finer line.
Here we go, John. It's not far away. Look at this bowl. Beautiful effort there.
And it's a good spot too where it finished.
Spot, Linda?
Yeah, classy
Where's the
bowls.
Where's the spot? Yeah.
Mike. Or just listen.
I'm just thinking where the spot. Where's the spot? Where's the spot? Yeah.
He's asking where the 2 metre mark is.
How
That's
far
what
for
he's
jack?
asking.
How far is the bowl off the jack?
Just trying to ascertain how quickly the jack will move when it's
Okay.
hit.
I'll play one more here. Yeah, and then I'll.
Oh, so she's indicating a bit further than what we thought. So
Yeah, I
black
wonder
bowler's a wee way behind. So
yeah, further back than I thought.
yeah.
I think it's it's interesting. So he is very aware that the jack could get killed. Mike's just trying to figure out where best to go. He almost wants to force them into hitting it, which he will do if this bowl can stop around where it is. Not quite going to. That's well played, but ultimately he hasn't achieved what he would have liked it to do there.
Maybe I'll try and go it. Yeah.
Interesting.
Is there a particular hand?
Yes, your backhand, please.
No.
And standing on the mat on a normal day, she would say, I can get that. But she's had 2 or 3 little run shots which have been...
Run shots have been hard on the surface as well, John.
Yeah. And particularly on a backhand. That's, well, I don't know if it's been particularly. That's all we've seen her play.
Seem
But
to track out, so she'll go straight at this one.
Yeah.
We see a lot of bowls miss wide.
she's liking it. Oh, no,
Was wide
quite,
too.
yeah. Oh.
So
They still, the South Island still hold the 2 metre mark. That black bowl there that Linda's pointing to and saying it's about a few 15, 30 centimetres behind probably.
Yeah, so Mike just looking to draw that 2 metre mark. He's probably acknowledging the easiest shot is just to try and kill the jack and get it respotted at the moment. He wants to force them into playing a perfect draw, so he'll be looking for where Linda put her foot.
I think he's played this well too, is he? Oh, just over it. That's handy though. That's the back bowl. So North have got the 2 back bowls, but South have got the 2 metre mark covered.
Look, if it's going to drive, it's going to kill.
So they're just trying to figure out what Kelvin's going to do. Be good if they could ask him. That would that would help.
Just before you said that, I just remembered.
Good from Mike.
Good, Mike.
So his indication is that if the jack, if they drive this, it'll kill.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they really want that 2 metre spot covered.
Most weight we've seen Kelvin Scott play with as we watch this bowl. Close.
Oh, he did it too.
He's got it. And there's a white ball that's come up.
Oh.
A white ball's come up onto the 2 metre. Tell me.
Who's got it? Come on, Mike, tell us. It's your head. Oh, there's Tayla saying, I think we've got one.
Can you see that ball?
Yeah, she's going to go it now. That's worth 2, isn't it?
Yeah, although he didn't score any points.
Try to move it. We've got at least 2, maybe 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Easier shot
Any
than
weight you
trying
like
to
on that
draw it.
ball.
Exciting finish to this 2-4-2 game, this first one of the morning session.
So it might get down to Kelvin Scott having to draw dead the 2 metre mark, hey? After having played a very good run shot. Come on, Mike, you're talking about getting in front of the camera.
Good side up.
Saying a good side is that's nice weight, just need to take less green.
That one's just low.
That's why I said to Linda's a spot, because I thought I need to play low.
Hit it in though.
Yeah, that's the reason I said to Linda's stop.
Oh, yes, no, it would have been
So I think that's Tayla talking to Dave Edwards, the coach.
Yeah, he does make
Sorry,
So that was always
that's why
You're drawing down here, confident enough that if you do get there, it's going to go further than, you know, the shot.
Yeah, okay. Oh, good.
Yeah, it's an awkward place, that white one is, isn't it? You know, because he could, honestly, if he gets it on the right-hand edge, it could move.
Could roll it around,
yeah.
You can't afford to leave the
He's on the trot.
by itself.
He's on the trot. He likes that line.
Kelvin Scott, he willing this ball to come back. Now the North Islanders now willing it to hold, because if it does roll it around like you
here's
said,
the danger.
John.
Here's the danger. Oh, no, he just got it nicely. Gee.
That was a very
delicate,
exciting moment.
Delicate.
Very good
The other
ball.
one. And we've got the back one. That's first prize. Any contact on that after that?
Looking for the inside half of the shot bowlers, Linda.
Yeah,
Get rid of
the
both of
wrong
them.
way. As long as it's ditch weight. Yep, all yours, Linda.
Hit it, he says. Last bowl of this game.
And so confident. I love that. You know, Linda will stand on the mat It's a difficult shot. He's just said,
All yours.
basically saying, I've got total confidence in you. You can do this. I've seen you do it a million times.
Absolutely.
So Waite onto the shot bowl. Here she goes, looking for that black. Not a bad line. Or is it going to go outside? Just goes outside. And so the tiebreaker goes to the South Island.
Yes.
They get first points of day 2 in a scintillating, fascinating match. 8-3, the South won the first. The North, the second, 11-0. Gosh, what a turnaround that was. And then it came to that shootout. And it was an outstanding bowl from
And here's some
Kelvin
highlights.
Scott.
Yeah, some highlights
one.
from the game. I think we get to see about a minute's worth. Some great bowls played, wasn't there,
Oh,
John?
yeah.
Thank you.
Look at that. You see the skid there.
Skid, yeah.
And here's this one from Tayla, from Kelvin Scott, which
Any contact on that?
got them out of an awkward situation. One here from Taylor Bruce, which slammed the jack over to almost out, but just sitting by the peg, and Linda Ralph was able to draw it. Look at this one here. Took it down from 5 to 2 down, or 3. Beaut bowl there from Linda Ralph. Gosh, all these bowlers played exceptional bowls, and you'd expect that. This one here, which turned the game dramatically, and then top shot there from Kelvin Scott.
So many effective bowls, an indication of how well all 4 players played in that game, even though one set was a bit one-sided.
Yeah.
Some great bowls. And after this, of course, we will switch to the 2-4-2 game going on between M.Noble and L.Poulson against
Pam Walker
Jonty and
Jonty
Pam.
Hall. Yeah.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Well, outstanding game. What a great match to watch. First up on day 2 of this Somerset North versus South Challenge. South Island extend their lead overall. They get 2 points for that Peers win, so they'll move on to a 10-6 advantage, but it's not much.
Yeah, I think they're right on the
As we see M.Noble down at the far end, and opposite him Pam Walker. Both were in the para team for the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham.
Yeah, because I've got a bit.
And against them, Leeane Poulson, who played against Pam Walker in the singles.
And that was a mighty game of singles too, wasn't it, John? Enjoyable to watch.
And Jonty Hall, who he said he felt he let himself down a bit against S.Curtin in the singles, but gosh, he came back well and played exceptionally well in that triples match later on. So we'll see what they're up to now. So North leading, won the first 7-5, up by 3-1 in the second. We're playing the third end.
From Dunedin, Rob, have you seen much of Jonty's play?
Yes, yeah, he's right in the mix for our rep play, of course. When he's been available, it's been fantastic. He's got a lot to offer this game, and under 26, even better.
Yes, gosh, yeah.
We had such a lot of experience in the Dunedin rep teams when you take the M.Kernaghans, the Terry Scotts, the Craig McCaws, who have all retired as such from rep play and are available to help and coach, and Terry's now come on board as a selector and coach, and we're hoping that long term that type of contact that we have with the players now will bring some of the experience that these guys have had over the long years, and we know how good they are. Absolutely. We know how good they've been.
Yes.
And it's great that they're now giving some support back to the players within our own region.
So Pam Walker there playing a delightful shot, which has ended up with 2 black bowls in a top position. Has a natter to Jonty Hall as he goes to the mat now.
So the score on this game, as you can see on your screen, the North won the first one 7 points to 5, and 3-1 up after 2 ends in the second game. 2 of 8 ends that they'll play, and then the mixed pairs games will switch to 6 ends for the next round. As we see Leeane Poulson on her forehand. Very measured bowler, very precise. tight head here.
Mate, it's another one in the pen if you get hold of it. Very good weight.
So just holding one there, aren't they? Yes, I thought it had moved up for a couple, but it's the single. But J.Horwell plays a bit of bowls here, being local.
No.
Was one of the bright stars of secondary school bowls when he was going through that system. John, very successful, and when there was a 1-8 national into centre, used to run by Bowls New
Still
Zealand, he was
scoring with the
singles
same
player
sort of weight.
for Bowls
The
Dunedin,
same
and
bowl,
was successful in
land
that
the
role as
black,
well. So
we'll still get
good
one.
to see him still hanging around. He's had a year or two where he's played a little bit less than he was.
Well, he went to Logan Park High School, wasn't it, India?
Yes.
Yeah. So, and this sort of recognition here is fantastic for colleges, I think, and that's what we're often mentioning here.
Track's
What
a little
schools
better.
they went to,
You're a
colleges
champ
in
there, mate.
particular,
Come on, Leeane.
because the secondary schools competition is growing.
Come on, Leeane. Small.
Oh,
That would have been very handy, wouldn't it? That would have been a 3.
I think we're going to gain a fourth commentator, John, and M.Noble
Mark,
on
yeah,
his
yeah.
mic.
Yeah. Yeah, nothing will be quiet while Mark's there.
Pam indicating both. By the looks, I think forehand's what he's decided for at the moment.
Whichever you prefer.
You know, the comments that were made on Friday night about the inclusiveness of bowls is showing up here with all the things that are happening, whether they be the over 65s, the under 26s, the para.
Paras, yeah.
It's just an amazing concept, and it's showcasing our game.
Absolutely, absolutely. Entirely agree. As we see on the screen, the breakdown of set 1, where we can see that the South scored the first 2 ends. They got a 1 and a 2, and then the North got a 1, and then the South got a 1. So what's that? 4-1 after 4 ends, and a strong finish from the North team, scoring a 2 and a 4 over the last 3 to win 7 points to 5. So they picked up a 4 on the last end to win that game by the looks. As we see, I love that scoreboard, John.
I know you do.
I want to see something like it at the Nationals. I think it's brilliant, great for spectators.
Yeah. Saves you wandering around and looking around the boards
Yeah,
to see what
and
the score is and even who's playing. You know, this says it all.
Particularly good for me because I'm colourblind, and I have a issue with a lot of the bowls scoreboards where they have a red and a green side, and they say, you know, what are you? And they go, we're green. I'm like, well, that's actually unhelpful to me. They both look exactly the same colour.
And good too for those spectators in this the pavilion here. They see that because it's scoreboard set up on the other side. They can read that even though they've got screens inside, and they watching this remarkable coverage and listening to these sensational comments. They've got it there in big print across the other side.
Yeah.
So 3-1 after 3 ends.
Yes. Or 2 ends, sorry.
After
so
2
we're on
ends,
end, on end 3. So we see M.Noble, it's a very distinctive delivery, steps forward with his right foot, has to do that due to his disability.
Yeah, great start, Mark.
Very effective. I think his wife steps forward off her right foot as well, because that's how he taught her, or she just must have just been watching, and she's had a successful career too, played rep bowls for Wellington. Pam on the backhand.
I think Mark would have just told her to
I think so, yeah.
play it that way or else.
That's the way to do it.
There's Pam, nice line here too, but just to drop on weight. She's been pretty consistent here from what we've seen of Pam Walker, and she had a tremendous battle against the other woman in this game, Leeane Poulson, yesterday. Poulson won at 7-2, 8-7, so it was tight, and there were some great bowls played on that. We keep saying that as if it's a surprise, but they are.
It's not a surprise.
International bowlers, yeah.
Absolutely. Great stuff to watch. It's been a great spectacle and exhibition of bowls over the last day and a half here at the Hopes Dunedin Lawn Bowls Stadium.
Oh, well, it's back there for later.
Yeah, it is.
Crossover. Mark Noble saying it's back there for later on. Never short of a word or three.
No. But what we heard yesterday, Rob, when Mark was in here, was what a outstanding brain he's got. We know he's a chess master, and I'm sure that comes into it. But often we'd be talking about and looking at shots that were obvious, and he would say, "Well, the other shot is this." Oh, okay, just making you aware of it. I mean, all the top bowlers think like that, but he was just coming in occasionally and correcting us.
Giving
helping us.
Giving another option.
Yeah,
we gave him the opportunity to give us the opportunity.
That's right,
John.
Yeah.
That's the story, Alex. Yeah.
A good line there from Jonty, just falling a bit short. He'll be disappointed with that bowl.
Yeah, because it's wide open for him. He can get in there. There's nothing outstandingly close. Leeane now plays that backhand.
As a player, it's always more relaxing to miss a little bit past than short. You're less disappointed with yourself because you've given your bowler a chance to make it up to the head. When you fall short, you go, ugh. I really could have given that a bit more oomph.
And that's most frustrating there, isn't it? One bowl in the line, and the odds of hitting it seem to be 100% when you're down the other end.
It's incredible how wide those bowls get. See Jonty looking to make his correction here. They do get 4 bowls in the middle, so usually that the middle player in the 2-4-2, you get four in a row, so you back yourself to build the nice head to stack it up well.
Let's check level if you want to go 3 there. It's an open hand.
Just heard Mark Noble there say go 3 there, so he's saying spend 3 bowls trying to put a bowl in the air out. They won't even be worried about who's holding the shot. It's just about putting 3 bowls close-ish. Leeane on the forehand side. Nice open hand. Needs it to hold. Great effort here. How's the weight? Oh,
that's
one
twice in a row. She's just hit that one on the track.
Keeps finding bowls to
Yeah. So Jonty shouldn't have any trouble with that. Just a slightly finer line. Oh, not happy. Gone wide again, has he? But something over would be quite handy for the south here.
Be willing to
That's
swing
all right.
back.
That's not a bad ball.
Yeah, not horrible.
1 yard.
So you can see the score is 10-6 to the South Island team. So the North will be looking to finish this game off and get back within 1 game point. Leeane on the forehand. Lovely out of her hand there.
Oh no.
She's in them again, I think.
We're going to hit another bowl, John.
Every gap that's there.
Wow.
Could be 2.
Jonty Hall, the under-25 player in the South Island team. He's 23. Might be quite a good correction here.
Great correction here from Jonty. Just needs it to run that little bit.
Oh, no.
Got a couple. Probably back there, I think. Like that's got to be knocked a long way. Either side of that scores 1 anyway.
Good direction there from Mark Noble.
That's the way, buddy.
Giving it every chance here.
Yeah, I think.
How's the weight?
Yeah.
Sure.
And Mark, no, he picked it way back. He said, not here, I don't think.
Yeah, obviously the mat's too far back.
Yeah.
Probably anyway.
Well, but all short bowls, apart from there's a couple that we can't see in shot here.
Yeah, makes it
One
challenging.
from each team, I think. So there we go. But still, it's as Mark Noble's got great eyes. He said, I think we've got 2 here. But there's a lot of room for P.Walker to come through, but also for Mark Noble as well. Pam going to play the forehand, same hand that her teammate was beat. And so the South remain in this contest. At 3-all, they were down by 3 until Pam Walker delivered her last bowl.
And it was an outstanding bowl, wasn't it? Yeah, got the jack.
Not for the first time. A player picks up the jack ready to send it down. Forgetting that it's already placed down there.
On the back end, heads off J.Horwell. What a great bowl that was from Pam. It's difficult to overstate how difficult that was. She had just seen, it's like 14 bowls that were poor on that end. Very easy to play a 15th one. So a great shot there from Pam. And M.Noble unable to remove it.
So as we have said earlier, if you've just joined us, that bowl that J.Horwell's put down looks short by quite a way. But it's the mat, as you can see there, the mat's probably up to the front edge. And the back edge of it goes well back over the centre of it. So that's not even a mat short of the jack here.
Pretty good where you're hitting, mate.
Poulson going to pull the jack, is she? Not
Pretty
quite.
good.
Sure. It's actually lovely.
That too is not a mat over. So it's really good bowling.
It's handy that Jonty's placed the mat right in the house. You can see it there. That's a perfect illustration of just how small that target area is for the bowlers. As we see Jonty look to make a correction on his backhand. He'll be willing this one on just a little bit more. 2 good bowls. Didn't quite make it.
Sort of cuts out that hand though for the opposition, doesn't it, really? Because they're certainly promotable.
Leeane on the forehand side.
You're down the speed, Leeane.
Yeah, down to the weight, says Mark. Even if
There's a gap
it
here.
slips underneath, it's
Push the
okay.
gap, mate.
Unable to do so.
Setting it up for your drive there, Mark.
Here's a little chuckle.
I am excited because we extracted a promise from M.Noble. He said if it goes to an extra end, I will pull the mat up as far as it goes, and I will try and put the jack in the ditch with my first bowl. And he said, Leeane doesn't need to know of this plan.
Or the coach. Or Sharon.
Or Sharon.
Or Sharon.
And we said to him, if we're commentating the game, we'll be mentioning it. So
we'll
just
hope he gets the mat.
Get out there now. I never thought as North Islander I'd say I hope we lose this set, but I almost want to see Mark be put into that position. Not quite, but nearly.
So that's what Pam Walker sees from the mat down there, just 3 bowls. But she knows how close they are to the jack, less than a mat, length away.
The backhand.
She can certainly sit on Jonty's bowl. She doesn't want to sit on the white bowl.
Put that one up. Good shot.
Good result. She would have stopped breathing for a moment, I think, when she...
Would have been a moment of stress.
Yes. That's good, though.
Ultimately a good bowl. We'll see Mark look to miss heavy with this one. Doesn't matter if he gets the shot.
Coming in hot.
Coming in hot. There we are. Oh, that's all right, though.
Yeah, good home.
If we were to look for a positive from that, it does make the target area easier for Mark. You know, that's a bowl that he can use now, even though he did make it from 1 to 2.
So J.Horwell just, I think that putting that foot down there is just reinforcing the fact that he'd like something now over the head.
Watch this bowl.
She's going to oblige.
How much it's swinging at the end. Good shot. Good home, he says, and he's not wrong.
Jack low, eh?
No, the front of the jack's level with
Not
the front
asking
of the
about
bowl.
that bowl.
Okay.
I think he was asking about the other bowl.
Yeah.
That's okay. Yeah, nice.
So the worst he can do here is really to knock that black bowl in a bit more, but he's under that this time.
He's very close to good here, John.
Yeah.
Needs it to hold that little bit
what a
more.
great bowl.
Yeah.
Top
What a
notch.
great bowl.
Great shot there from M.Noble. You alluded before, he's got he's a chess grandmaster or correspondence chess grandmaster, which is, I think in the old days they used to send a letter out to someone and then you get a letter sent back, but they've moved into the online age now.
Yep.
Man of many talents.
So the chance here is for Pam Walker to either sit the shot, pull the jack back slightly to herself, promote that black bowl there, would do it.
Great bowl there from Pam Walker. Sitting with one. Good shot. Playing well.
One down, Mark.
One down, says
Is
Leeane
that one
Poulson.
high or low?
So it's a very effective bowl from Pam Walker.
Yeah, it's level with the front of the jack, the front of the bowl.
Think I
So
can get it
you're
round the
here.
plate?
Yeah.
No. Must be interesting. He's trying to rest through that shot bowl. Does that mean he's excited about it? Must be. Here we go, waiting for it to break back now.
Very
Higher.
good try there, but very good home.
If it finishes, it's good.
Very good.
Is there any danger here for the South playing this shot here, Alex?
The percentages are in their favour.
Yeah,
That's what Jonty was just sort of indicating. So, you know, they're all square, looking pretty good. So it's about them getting there before the North Island team does. It's
Safe shot.
she wasn't narrow, John.
No.
See that?
And Mark might be tempted to change his hand now. It might look like the back. It's good angle here from the player's view. It might look easier to play that split on the black and the white that you see at 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock, or just underneath. Yeah, he's changing to the backhand. It's like little traffic lights just going, hit me please.
Yeah.
We see that bowl hold on this green.
All day.
All day, he said. Yeah. Anything with weight. He's playing with the players. Most of them are playing with different bowls to that they'd normally use, but quite a few are. Well, the good bowlers, it doesn't take them long to acclimatise.
No, we've seen good bowls anyway from these people.
Yeah.
It's just like playing on a slightly different green, isn't it?
It sort of looks inviting from the mat too, but
Even on the forehand does, but you don't want to risk taking that one out.
no. Yeah, you don't want to get veers onto the other side. Oh, it does look like a nice
You
silver
could
shot.
get off the white, off the inside of the black.
You've got the white flush, inside black jack. I think that's a shot to play.
So you're seeing what I'm seeing,
Yeah, down
in
here.
here? In here, off there?
Yep.
Yep.
Happy days, bud.
Good communication there from Mark and Leeane. They wouldn't have played together before. So just clarifying that they are speaking the same language. Jonty just taking a step up. Talking to Dave. We'll see Leeane play a backhand shot, similar to what Mark attempted, I think. And she'll just aim not to be quite as wide as he was.
And looking to play a snooker shot, basically. You're talking, white onto the black.
Yep.
Which doesn't happen often in snooker, does it? Because you're playing with the white.
It's another one. I'll talk about it in a second.
Yeah, here we go. Looking to hit that white. It might work with hitting the black
Careful,
too.
1, 2, 3. Back up. Oh, just about came back up the rink.
Yeah.
That's okay. I think she'll still look to play that shot. It's interesting when we talk about common ancestors for games, because we spoke about cricket way back when they used to roll the bowl. Snooker and pool, the tables are green because they were lawn games as well. So we all share a common, it's all a common ancestor, John. We'll claim what we can as bowls. Obviously bowls was the first one. Everyone else just copied and adjusted.
So he'll just want to be above, past the jack, just because the opposition are playing with weight. Could be interesting.
He likes this bowl. Get that one square.
Oh well, yeah,
beautiful shot.
Yeah.
I think
That takes out that shot, I think, does it? That
it does. They'll have to change to the forehand side now. You can still get rid of both the blanks.
It might only be one actually, but I think you got a nice draw in there now.
Yeah, fair enough.
You touch that, they just pop out. You might make two.
Yeah.
Pretty safe, buddy.
So I think Mark, did he just say just one down there?
yes,
Pitch on.
yep.
That's good. So he's just asking Leeane to draw. It'll look inviting from her end of the mat.
So she's played one weighted shot, and now she reverts to the draw.
Another bowl to come, I think, isn't
Yes,
it?
yeah.
I can't pull your bowl out. I'm pretty sure it's just one.
Oh no, I think he's has he played as two?
Oh, yes.
He has.
Okay, so we need an umpire with chocks, is what he's asking.
Unless if you're measuring for 2 a year.
So we'll get a chock. Oh, cool. I think so. We're just going to have a rotation on our commentary thing. So just thank Rob Gibson for joining us in the commentary.
Thank you.
Enjoy your lunch.
We haven't let you say much lately because it's been intriguing here.
Yeah,
Exactly. So you've been watching,
John. Thank you.
Yeah, that's great. No, nice,
great.
And well
Great to
done
catch
for
up.
your club to win that Club of the Year title.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So we see the umpire with the chocks. With the chocks out. This will be stressy for the umpire. I wouldn't want to do it. I've no ambition of being an umpire, John. It seems like a too high pressure job for me. As we see, she's got the calipers out as well. The old, that's the engineer's one, isn't it? With the little, whatever you call the twiddly thing.
Yeah, the twiddly thing.
I don't know what the technical term is. As we see, great measure there for aspiring umpire. She's has the calipers at a slight angle to get the closest point between the bowl and the jack.
Pauline Seaton there. We've got two female umpires in this round of games, Joan Wilson and Pauline, and neither of them have had much to do.
So measuring the white bowl.
One down.
One down, says M.Noble.
Have they taken one out though or not?
I don't know, but we did hear Mark say one down.
Okay.
So we'll...
I think we're only one down. Yeah.
We'll go with that. So one to the South Island team there on the fifth end. Puts them to a 4-3 lead after 5.
I'm interested to hear what our next guest has got to say. Alex, Kelvin Scott has joined us, and as I mentioned a couple of times, I was at breakfast with Kelvin and M.Galloway, and we talked at quite some length about these sets and how it affects players when they've won the first, for example, and lost the second, and then you go into the tiebreaker. Was that conversation sort of going through your mind a wee bit?
Oh yeah, we played pretty well the first 3 or 4 ends, and then just scraped through on the first set, and then we were pretty average in the second set, to be fair.
Yeah.
So how did you find the game, the 2-4-2 mixed pairs, Kelvin?
Played a little bit of it. Yeah, no, it's a good format, and it's actually quite good to play it every now and then. So.
And had you had much of an opportunity to play with your partner before? Did you have like a chat before that game and develop a game plan, or was it just wing it as you go?
Yeah, just wing it as we go. We played yesterday in the triples, so yeah. I mean, she's pretty relaxed, Tayla, so
Yeah.
There
were some fantastic shots in that game. I must say it was a game that people would be reluctant to leave watching because, the ebbs and because, with that first game, while it was 8-3, I think, it was still tight, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
And then even though you had a nil next to you in the second, there were still opportunities for you to score plenty, weren't there? So
yeah, there was.
It was an intriguing match.
I mean, they both played particularly well in the second set, so
yeah.
Can't take anything away from them. So
no,
that's the way it goes.
Yeah.
So we see P.Walker playing some great bowls in this game. Look at that, bang bang, 2 within the middle of the house. That's very close bowls. M.Noble, I don't know if you know Kelvin, but he's promised us if it goes to an extra end, he's going to try to put the jack in the ditch with his first bowl.
I must admit it went past it. It was in my mind too, but I think it's where the jack's situated is the problem, but I don't know why you'd run it in when you can draw it.
Yeah, why would you? Yeah, that's right.
Good shot. Yeah, it is the jack's on the 4 metre mark, isn't it? So it's either a kill, you'd have to guts it proper to get it to follow it into the ditch.
Absolutely, yeah.
All fun.
So I suppose if you visualise it for the players at home, it's even a smaller target. It's more like a half jack target that you've got if you want to follow it in from that distance.
Yeah. If you're playing well enough, though, it looks like a soccer ball.
yeah, you're right.
Never got to that
I was
stage.
going to say, what a day that would be.
Yeah.
See J.Horwell on his back end. South lost the first set 5-7 and are winning the second 4-3, but they were 5-3 up last end of the first set and dropped a number, so they'll have that in the back of their mind as well.
He had a pretty good line that time too. He'll be annoyed about that.
It's actually been some good bowls. I've actually watched a bit of this game while I was playing, but they played. There's been some good heads in it.
Yeah,
very good.
We pointed out, I think it was maybe halfway through your guys' game, and the other mixed pairs was in the thumbnail at the top right, and there was a head where there seemed like there was about 100 bowls in the house.
There was not much room for any more.
So we see Jonty on the back end.
He's got it this time, isn't
How good is this? Look at that for a shot. What a bowl.
Yeah.
Probably 2, but down there.
So playing those weighted shots, although you played a perler, but it didn't fill you with confidence, does it? Did it the way some of them went? Aye. No, not just you, but
no.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it's not that rink. Obviously, I played my last 2 games on the other rink.
Yeah.
And I actually found that rink really well.
Yeah.
And then, I just didn't quite get my line, and then you struggle with your weight, but that's bowls, and
yeah,
we just probably knew the way the second set was going that we weren't going to win it. You just get a feel in a game sometimes, and
that's great bowls from J.Horwell.
It's a fat target, and who's going to have his eyes lighting up about now? I'm not sure. But
The beauty for the South is whoever put that accidental short bowl in, it's actually a bit of a pain because it reduces the size of that target. See Leeane, Poulson, steely determination. On the backhand side, willing this bowl to get down. She needs it to break. Very close here.
Small touch and sit me over for 1 up. Fair effort.
Well, he asked for it, but he did not receive one of that bowl to sit down. Very tight head developing.
I think trying to read Mark Noble's mind now may be J.Horwell. I don't want to be short here.
Yeah, see that little chalk mark at 6 o'clock. That's the 2 metre mark, isn't it, John?
Yeah.
Couple down, you can be, to it. You get any of that split.
How do you go about it,
2 or
Kelvin?
3,
Because in the
or you
second
can
set,
be here.
both you and Tayla were having problems.
Yeah,
Like your first 2 bowls, I think, on the first end were, wide.
Yep.
One was wide, one was narrow. So what do you do mentally to sort of get yourself back into it?
I've normally got a process that I go through. I go for a little walk and have a wee talk to myself and then go back out, and it normally works for me, but not all the time.
Yeah.
Come on, buddy.
And
Leeane Poulson.
Oh, man. Close.
yeah, but I think like in the tiebreak, I probably knew that I'd have to play a shot.
Yeah. Yes.
So
The earlier the better.
yeah.
There's only one. If I get the ball
Lucky enough to kill it. And
out left and
It was a top shot.
Great
my
bowl.
kills
It
for
was
me.
a great shot.
other than a dead draw toucher.
As we see the South holding 1 here, a 2nd and 3rd. But they've got there's a good wall of bowls up the front that sort of stops any, well, the positive shot will be hard to play. If you look at that, the white bowl that sits at 6 o'clock, it could cannon. You could just about look to cannon the shot ball out, but to get there is a real challenge.
So what are you doing in this situation? You're holding shot. There's not much between shot and second shot. What are you going to do here if you're P.Walker?
oh, you're just going to try and cover where the jack's going to go, I think.
Yep.
Just obviously, where the foot's going.
Yep. Good.
Jack's going to bounce off the white and pop out the side.
It's like you can hear the commentary.
Yeah.
Pam on the back end.
But there's also the spot to consider as well.
Oh.
Oh.
I'm narrow. I'm narrow. Thank goodness for Jonty's short bowl.
Panic stations. We're okay. Oh, Mark Noble's eyes are lighting up right now.
Yeah. And this is where we'll see, Kelvin, as you said, and as Jonty was pointing out, the jack will come here if he hits it. So now he's got an opportunity to hit it, and we'll see how valuable a bowl in that position would have been. Let's see.
On his backhand side is Mark Noble.
Right,
playing with minimum weight here. Might need a good result.
If he gets a result out of that, even he would go over and say sorry.
I'm surprised he hasn't gone a bit quicker because they have got the spot.
Yeah, I wonder if he was... Yeah, I actually don't have an answer. I'm surprised too. Mark usually isn't...
shy.
You don't need to ask him twice. There'll be a reason. He'll have a logic.
Well, you know, as he talked about, that sort of the in-between shot, the weighted shot, hasn't been that easy to control. He'd be quite happy to belt it, and that's what you'd expect.
I wonder if he's...
Oh, that's a nice little glide for them.
Yeah.
Oh, it's better just to be one down. And I just try and dead draw it.
It must be... He must feel like it's dangerous.
Just drawing up. The touch on it will give it to us.
You don't think I could draw round the black for 2? Round the black touch jack.
He must be. He must feel like it's too dangerous to hit John. There must be a chance there to maybe he can accidentally cannon the white ball that sits at 6 o'clock out and drop a 2 or a 3 or something. And he's thinking, look, 1 down means that we are 2 down after 6. We can recover that. That must be what he's thinking. On his backhand. It doesn't look convincing.
The good news is I'm not wide today.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, just need to tip 1 to you. Yeah, 1 to south.
But it's also, you know, when you're playing that sort of shot and you know that there is a, you know, you've only got you're 1 down.
1 down.
Difficult shot to get in, to get this, do you sort of, in your mind, you're thinking, I just don't want to upset things here either.
Yeah, I think Mark said that before, are we better off just going 1 down? And I think he knew that if he played it with a yard of weight, he was going to go more down. So obviously that affects your bowl when you let it go.
Fair enough.
So this is the start of end 7.
Yeah, so penultimate end of this mixed pairs game. North chasing 2 points. 2 would be enough, obviously, as they've won the first set. A good start there from Jonty. Leeane leading off on the opposite hand, on the forehand side.
So you're playing in the last 4s match, Kelvin, with Andrew Kelly and S.Scott and Tayla Bruce.
Only a couple of feet.
And you meet up with M.Galloway again, although he'll be skipping, with T.Grantham, L.Poulson and Selina Goddard. So we'll see. It'll be interesting to see what the point situation there, whether that's crucial or not.
Yeah, 4 points, you know, it's a lot of points.
Yeah.
You know, for us, if we lost both 4s, well,
that's it.
You'd probably lose a tournament.
Yeah,
so.
Not in the way.
So this becomes a vital match for both teams. Only 2 points at stake, but there's what's the overall situation at the moment? 8-6, is it?
8-6, I think, sounds right. It'll come up on the screen if we wait long enough, I think, John, or if someone presses the right button for us.
Yeah.
See the overall score for the North and the South Island team.
You got it for
ask and you shall receive 10-6 to the South.
With that
that's not as good as I wanted it to be.
Your previous match there. So, you know, North to win this, suddenly 10-8, and then 2 4s and a couple of triples to go after that. So a lot of points to be scored yet.
The other game close as well, as we can see there, 4-3 after 4 ends. And that nice shot of the crowd. Lovely facility it is.
Close measure.
Here at the Hopes Dunedin Lawn Bowl Stadium.
What do you think? Yeah. Yep.
So I'm not too sure if either of those down at the head are convinced about who's got shot here. Oh, and you can see why. That both those bowls are sitting on the white exterior band.
Pam on the forehand side. Let's for that one.
Going to carry it in. Not quite, but usable later. Well, he said he hasn't been wide, so he might just go a bit wider this time to get that green.
There you go. See the two non-playing captains, Dave and Sharon, having a chat to each other. Chinwag in the background. It's Mark's bowl. Very close here to a good result. He needs the right weight. Keep going. Oh. Stop sitting up. Doesn't want to sit into the house. Not for the umpire's sake. Let's hope that the head changes before the end. So we see Pam will be just looking to make a little adjustment. She was pretty close with her last bowl. Tight out of the hand. No, could be close. That's how much I know, John.
Yeah. It's got good weight here. But unlucky.
Oh. It's almost like there's a magnetic force or something around the circle. They're not just unwilling to enter.
Saying no, you can't come in.
So Noble now looking to just add half a metre onto his previous one.
Very close here again from Mark Noble. It's a well-played bowl. It depends on what sort of connection he gets.
Well done.
Enough.
Yeah.
Great bowling.
Nicely caught. It's interesting. No back bowls here in this end.
I think Pam played great weight with the last bowl. I think
I thought so,
narrow it up a little bit.
Yeah. So it's it can't be easy. I keep thinking, that as Pam needs to play a fixed stance, all her momentum and weight changes all carried through her shoulder, isn't it? Basically arm and shoulder. So every correction she makes comes through there, whereas others can, use a stride if they need to or whatever they enjoy. But I think for most people it comes from up here, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yep. Well, she must have done really well to, get to the Commonwealth Games.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, good.
It was stressful for a second. I think Mark might have thought he'd roll that bowler around for one.
I think they've got the two.
Yeah, I think that just dislodged the shot that was there for measure, the measured shot. So last one for Pam Walker from the Mania Toto in the south.
On the forehand.
This might not give her the desired result, although you never know when the wicks finish. No change.
Played it with conviction, but not to be in that
Similar,
case.
is it?
Yeah,
Well, the great thing for the south here, Kelvin, is that the only bowls behind the jack are black.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, Jonty's got chances to play a good shot there. There's plenty of bowls out the wide, out the wing to come off. And
There we go. Mark Noble trotting down after this bowl. Wants to get it square.
Well,
yes.
not all bad.
No, 3 shots there.
not that really matters. But
No.
Where you going good on it? Whether it was part of the game. Yeah.
You won't know what you're doing.
That first ball was in, I thought it was actually on the circle, and it was a smart shot when I got up here. So it's quite deceiving. I think you have to look more than once. Like the first time you look, you can see the and then like check it.
But all those bowls just outside the circle are less than 2 feet away. They're actually reasonably close.
Thank you, Mark. I think that's good. As we were trying to explain earlier, Kelvin, that while they look as though they're well out of it, they're less than a mat length away from the jack. So
absolutely. He doesn't like it.
No. Mind you, it hasn't finished
drifting,
yet. If he gets an edge
drifting.
there,
Yeah. We've heard a lot of the players say that the bowls, they tend to hold with weight or drift a bit with weight. Kelvin, have you found that as well?
Absolutely. I think more so on the rink I came off than the rink before. But I think he probably should have gone a bit quicker on his first bowl.
Because the jack going back is all theirs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And you can still get a result off the wide black bowls, even if he's wide of it.
Yeah.
See Leeane on the backhand.
Can't plan.
It's helpful having that fourth commentator, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not half. Good home.
That is a good home, really, because that sort of, well, from 3 down, the South have still got a good chance here.
I think they've got nothing to lose. I think
Just
he has
got
to
to
play
connect,
big weight.
Here we go. Lining up on the forehand. Lead 5-3.
Playing controlled weight.
Yeah.
Doesn't like it.
No.
He'll be very disappointed with that
1
bowl.
yard would count. If you took a yard off, you'll count.
Possibly in 2 minds. Sometimes you see that sort of bowl.
Yeah.
You know, he took a draw line and overplayed it. He maybe was thinking half me wants to draw and half me wants to hit, and you end up with a nothing.
Well, I think the thing for him was he's trying to play the perfect bowl.
Yeah.
I think he should have gone quick with his first and given him a chance to self to recover with the second.
Well, she takes
One
out
turn
this,
on mine
she
then.
takes out this black one. That's going to be good for. Gee,
Really stiff, mate.
that looks like a 3 from this angle.
3, mate.
So it is. So that gets North into the lead in this second set, and we're going to be playing the 8th end, the final end of this second set, and a 1-shot advantage.
There's the North Island team. He takes the lead for the first time in the set, and they've only scored twice. They've lost 5 ends. Scored
goodness.
twice.
Yeah.
2 threes. After this game, we will move on to the one that you can see in the thumbnail. We'll bid farewell to Kelvin Scott, who's so kindly joined us in the commentary cafe for this game, and wish you the best of luck also for the, well, I wish you the best of luck. No, I don't. You're not the North Island team. Bad luck, Kelvin, for your fours game later on. I was just wishing you luck on behalf of John, who's on the South Island bandwagon this weekend.
He's a good man, John.
Yeah.
No, thank you very much. Thanks for having us.
Much appreciated.
The rink pair.
See.
Yeah. Trying to keep out of the way of the
So the
camera.
South needing 2 shots on this end to force the tiebreaker. They lost the first 7-5.
Now the last 2 ends.
It's a handy opener there for Pam Walker.
Great
Noble
ball, Mark.
wanted to
Brilliant.
draw this dead and make it difficult for the South to get the 2 they want, and he has.
That's great stuff. I think it's like the North Island team has smelled a little bit of blood.
Yeah. Coming in well from Walker. 2 really good bowls from her. What a good position.
Yeah, if the South Island team is to lose the set, they'll feel disappointed. They have dominated, you know, it was only in ones, but they've dominated. They've won 5 ends out of the 7 they've played. The North gone 3-3. Give Mark.Noble a bit of a sniff, and he's chucked 2 good bowls close, and he's going to get the last 2 bowls of this game as well, as will Pam Walker, to decide who wins. see.
So Poulson playing the backhand here. They're holding one and a chance to
what
build
you're
on
doing.
this.
Yes, and they'll be important to keep that target nice and narrow, which
Hold.
he's done with
Hold
that
now.
lovely green.
Very good.
Good shot, yeah.
Applied.
Interesting to see here what hand Jonty opts to play with this first one. Yeah, the forehand will be tempting, eh? Because you've got
Yes.
those two black bowls that
Yeah.
sit to the bottom right of the screen. Short, that's disappointing.
Same.
And that might just be a nuisance bowl for him too.
It sort of tightens the line up that he can play. It means he's going to have to be a lot more on target with his next one to try and just sneak
What
around
you're
that
doing
one
again,
and get
Leeane.
around. It's probably short
Come
enough
on,
that he
mate.
can, but
Round you
as you
come
say,
now.
it's right in the eye.
Down
This ball
hard.
here.
Very
in a
good.
Good direction.
Very
Good
good
bowls here
there.
from the North Island team of M.Noble and the M.Poulson. Opting to stay with the forehand as Jonty by the looks.
I suppose that's a better line from him.
Yeah, it's
Let's
still
just wait.
on. It's just that,
Yeah.
like you said, that bowl would be in his eye. Needs it to run, needs it to get up. And one isn't enough. One isn't enough. If they get a one, it's a draw. They still lose this game. So they need to find a way to score a two.
I'm probably keen if we hit the tee now, so we don't have to do it later in the head. So you're that far off getting shot off the tee with that last one.
Good there from M.Noble. Just saying, the head's looking good enough as it is. Put one on the tee now when you're under not as much pressure.
They can afford to drop one here.
It's that chess brain of Mark's, isn't it? Looking
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah.
She clears it. She's close. I hit that one up then.
That's so good. Happy days.
So to get a two here, so Poulson, is he going to change his hand? I shouldn't think so. He was almost on at Jonty Hall. I mean, almost on it. The line was very good.
Yeah, and he get 4 goes, like we said, 4 goes in the middle. So he'll back himself to make that correction. This is very close here. This bowl here from J.Horwell. If he clears the
If he
front,
moves the jack slightly, just clear that, mate. Hard luck. Oh gosh, that
stiff.
Yep. I think now try and draw to beat this
himself another
black.
option
So
here,
got
though,
third.
hasn't he? That bowl that's a bit closer to the centre line.
Yes. Yeah, underneath that real short one of Jonty's.
Yeah.
It's almost a track instead of a block
Yeah,
underneath
yeah.
that. We see Leeane.
This time she'll be searching for the 2 metre.
On her backhand. Yeah,
Oh,
good
plan B.
camera angle there. Needs it to keep running. Right to the 2 metre.
Well, you
Beautiful
never know.
shot there.
Stranger things have happened.
I think she's literally drawn a toucher to the 2 metre.
Yeah.
To the 2 metre mark. We'll see Jonty. Pam indicated for him to go around. But we see a good view there from the players' end.
Yeah, yeah. And it's hard. See, he's looking at it and can't see anything probably. And he can't go down and have a look either. I just see that, you know, a yard on over that, into his black bowl, the one that's nearest the centre
It'll
line.
be tempting to go close because even if he knocks
Yeah.
that short bowl out of the way, at least it's out of the way for Pam.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't need to get the shot. but
He'll
if he
probably
can-
play the perler around that now.
Yeah, he'll be willing this to hold now. He wants it to move that bowl out of the way. Unconvincing there from Jonty. Pam's going to need to...
I think it was the call though. Pam said it was indicating get round those
Draw
and
round,
draw it,
sit,
where,
yeah.
you know, and he probably in the back of his mind he'll go down there now and say, oh, I think weighted shot.
Could
He'll
have been
probably get
playing
her to
through.
play a weighted shot.
I mean, maybe it's good as it
I agree. Because, yeah, they had 3 bowls to go, or 2 bowls after his. Even if you remove the short bowl at 11 o'clock or 10 o'clock, with that bowl gone, it becomes a much easier task.
Tough shot to get me out.
So I'll probably rue that decision, I think.
So I don't think I'll try and draw just onto the mat. Barely get to the mat.
Yep.
So hopefully second.
Yep.
Yeah, barely get to the mat.
Yep.
On here. Yep. Yeah, mate.
Very good there from M.Noble. saying it's a tough shot to get me out. It's going to muddy the waters.
Yeah. So they've got the 2 metre covered too, so there's no chance for a 2 for the South Island there, which is what they need. So they've got to be doing that scoring somewhere around where the jack is at the moment.
Absolutely. As we see M.Noble on his backhand, said barely getting to the mat. So let's see if he's done what he called or if he's gone a bit closer. He's gone right for the jack, John. Well, if he hadn't called it, we'd be saying that was a good shot.
Yeah. So I can't see any other option than Jonty calling Pam to go
hit. Yeah. Onto that short bowl of Jonty's.
Even if he hits the white, if she hits the white, that's out just outside the ring.
Well, there needs to be movement, doesn't there?
Yeah.
So it's just deciding where you want the movement to be from the mat end, and that's a good camera angle there. It looks so tempting to hit that short black bowl into the whites, but if she doesn't feel like she can do that, the backhand's okay too, but you have to skirt around the white bowl and try and get some jack movement there.
Yeah.
It'll be whatever looks good from down this end of the mat, and at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to as a player, what you can see. Pam got the destiny in her hands. Opting to play on her backhand, by the way. She's lining up, John, so maybe going straight for the jack instead of that short bowl. She's not short, as we see this bowl coming to the head. She's close here. Something square. Oh,
what a good shot, eh?
Briefly held it to required.
Yeah.
Great effort there from P.Walker. North Island team.
Yeah, we're holding 2.
So where am I heading?
Yep. We got the 2 metre.
That's a good. I mean, there is an opportunity for a couple for the South. Depending on what happens with Noble,
touching the jack, is
it's a very difficult shot. But Jonty will have seen what's available. And
absolutely.
M.Noble and Leeane will be discussing, and have been, where the danger might be.
Here we go. Mark on the backhand.
Oh, well, he's ruined that shot. Yeah. Oh, it's there, but coming between that centre, the closest black bowl and the white bowl to its right, into there, because of the 2 black bowls that are back there. But it means just, I don't know, you get an edge of the shortest black one, you can play straight onto the shortest white one.
Yeah, I mean, you need it. They need to find
it's there, but Dave Edwards.
Without you guys, makes it harder for us. So.
Yeah, interesting.
Oh, okay.
So that was a call they made in conjunction with Dave Edwards.
Yep.
So he's calling Pam to clear the front. If you can get around that front bowl that sits at 10 o'clock on your screen, she'll hopefully move the jack and squeeze it to our right, maybe. That seems to be the call. We'll see how it goes, John.
Yeah.
Potentially the last bowl of this match.
Not a bad line.
Great effort here from Pam.
Yeah.
Not to be there. And we see that game go to the North Island side of M.Noble and Leeane Poulson. So that brings the North team within 1 game point of the South. No, it doesn't, within 2, because it's 2 for Piers. And a disappointed looking J.Horwell and Pam there, and that's the score there. 10 points to the South, 8 points to the North after the conclusion of that next Piers game. So the North inching closer. It is probably going to come down to that last couple of games of 4s. After this, we will move on to the thumbnail that you can see as we have a look at the teams. Game 13, pairs between the North and the South. So it's going to be Seamus Curtin and Nicole Toomey from the Wellington region playing together against M.Kernaghan and S.Scott, both from Dunedin, so they will have played a lot of bowls together as well. A lot of experience in those 4 players, and it's sure to be a pretty good game of 2-4-2 pairs as we've seen. As I mentioned before, the sets in this game will be 6 ends each, not the 8 that we have been watching, so 6 end sets in this 2-4-2 game, and we'll join it in progress shortly. As we see the score. Leading off on the forehand side is Seamus Curtin playing against M.Kernaghan at his end. So they play the first 2 bowls and the last 2 bowls in this end. Other end, S.Scott and N.Toomey. South Island won the first set 6 points to 3. And close here from Kernaghan. Good shot. Resting Seamus is out for 1, measure for 2. Seamus opting just to stay down the same line. They will go for a walk. He'll be disappointed with that bowl, just a little bit underplayed both ways, so slightly short and narrow. That bowl running away on him. On the crossover, the South team looking pretty good. Just a reminder that the sets for this round will be 6 end sets. See S.Scott on her forehand side. Let it go. Just giving it a look. Looks like a nice line. Building on that good head that M.Kernaghan has built with his first 2. Drawing 4th shot there.
Right down here.
And N.Toomey on the forehand side. Having a look. Beautiful line. Just not quite enough weight. S.Scott persisting on the forehand because she was close with the last one, but we've seen a couple of bowls run away now. I wonder if it's a fine margin. Going to match Seamus's bowl, sort of narrowing across the head, and it will be tempting to switch to the backhand, although I don't think Nicole is going to in this situation.
I'm getting the way I hope so.
So just going to try and play it perfect.
The only thing I got going from is my weight's been sort of okay, but coming out of the hand, they've got
around or underneath that white bowl. She would have been trying to get around it. If it's underneath it, it might hold long enough. Not quite to be. She was trying to get there, and she did manage that, but just slightly underneath the line, unfortunately, for the North Island pairing of N.Toomey and Seamus Curtin. A reasonable head building here for the South Island team of M.Kernaghan and S.Scott, holding 2. Just looking to add to it now.
That was better.
M.Kernaghan happy with that one. That was better, he says, as it comes out of her hand. Nice, lovely arc here. So she's looking just to get around or underneath that short white bowl that sits at the 10 o'clock
It's all right, 2.5 feet.
Point on your screen and just indicating she's a bit shy, but the line was perfect. That will have helped Nicole. She will have watched that and thought, right, that's the line that I need to be taking. N.Toomey, member of the New Zealand Commonwealth Games team on debut, coming home with the bronze medal. Let's watch this bowl break back into the head. It's the perfect line. Sat down, probably for second shot there. S.Scott played a good bowl last time, remember, so she'll just be looking to chuck another one close-ish. How's this one looking? Going near that white bowl. Oh, she corrected her weight, but didn't quite get around it. So we see the head's changed a little bit now. That white bowl certainly in the line on the forehand side, which is to the left of your screen. It'll be interesting to see what decision is made here.
Am I close? Yeah.
I think I'll go back there now.
Yes,
now
opting,
white one's out there.
opting to stay on that forehand side is Nicole. She said if I beat mine, am I close? So she's not looking to draw the shot necessarily. Second shot's fine. She's given it green. Wait for this bowl to come back in. She's got the right line. See it come back into the head. Good effort there, and she's made it sure that it's second shot to that white bowl that you can see at 7 o'clock. So the South Island holding one on the crossover. And you'd expect M.Kernaghan to play on his backhand side, which is the open hand with his first bowl. Looking very serious as he walks down the green as M.Kernaghan. He went to the Commonwealth Games 2 this year. He's just come back, but he was as the head coach of the New Zealand team.
Can't see the jack.
On the backhand side. Watching this bowl. Not far away, M.Kernaghan with this one. Needs it to hold that little bit. Had absolutely beautiful weight for it, but the bowl just didn't stop turning. We see on the crossover now, Seamus 2 bowls to play, 1 down.
Yeah, you get through mine.
They lost the first set, 3-6. This is the first end of the second set, I believe. Seamus on his forehand. Give himself a chance here. Real good chance here from S.Curtin. Needs to guts the jack. What a great shot that was. Beautiful bowl. Trailed it back for 2.5, maybe 3. On the backhand, M.Kernaghan settling down. What a great bowl that is after the jack's been moved off centre.
1 down. Yeah, you set it through.
Nicole saying looks at that through. So Seamus switching to the backhand too. Big chance here. Very close here from S.Curtin. Needs it to get down. Oh, unlucky there. He was half a bowl wide. Cannon M.Kernaghan's bowl into the shot. And 1 there to the South Island team on the first end of the 6-end set of mixed pairs, having won the first. A good end of bowls. Seamus playing 2 bombs and Mike playing 1 bowl that was narrow and 1 absolutely brilliant shot. able to hold on to the 1 point as Sarah Scott leads off on her backhand side. Begin to get tense in the Hopes Dunedin Lawn Bowl Stadium as we progress through today and get closer to the conclusion. North Island team trailing by 2 points, and remember the scoring system is 1 point for singles, 2 points for pairs, 3 points for triples, and 4 points for a fours game at this North-South Challenge.
Loving your work, Valerie.
So in the fours, the last 2 fours, there are 8 points up for grabs. So as long as the Island's within 8, they're a half a chance. Nicole on the backhand. Great effort here. Slightly overplayed, but in a good spot. So we see Sarah Scott on the backhand side. Yeah, good correction here from Sarah.
Well done.
Finishing in a nice spot. As we see
I just sense I've had a wander around the stadium, and I just sense that the South Island supporters are getting a bit on edge.
Yeah, I was just saying it's feeling a bit stressful, John. That's good for television. It's what we want.
Yes,
We saw a good last end on this game. So the South Island won the first set, and seesawing end before with Mike and Seamus both playing really good last bowls. But the South Island picking up that 1 point, and an important game in the context of this challenge.
Well, I think the telling point while I was wandering around, just having a quick lunch break, was that M.Kernaghan's wife was going out the door, leaving. So what does that tell you?
Well, it tells you something. We see Mike on the backhand. Good matchup between Mike and Seamus.
Yep.
Lovely bowl.
Yeah, it's a bit deceptive sometimes when you're watching, isn't it? You see a bowl coming in, you think, well, that's going to rock way past, but they get to the end of their run and they pull up nice and quickly.
So as we see Seamus switch to the forehand side now.
He's
walked away. He's walked away. It's good though that the players know literally the moment they let it go, don't they, John?
Yes, yeah.
I'll go there, eh?
Kernaghan decided he'd change his hand. There's plenty of room out there. He's played this pretty well too. That'll be the shot coming in. The one inside the house, inside the circle, and we introduce past president Mark O'Connor, who's obviously been running to get here because we can. Oh, there were 4 steps to go up, weren't there?
Yeah, there was. John, how are you?
I'm fine, thanks. Well, as another person who's based in the Wellington region, but, you know, a Canterbury supporter through and through, aren't you? So a South Islander.
One-eyed Cantabrian, yes.
Yeah. Often, for those of you who know Mark O'Connor, on his Facebook page, if he heads down to that magnificent rugby stadium in Christchurch and supports the Crusaders and goes there for test matches and so on. And so he's a big South Island fan here today. And it's a tense situation, isn't it?
It's very close. It's very close, and each game has, it swings backwards and forwards.
Where are you playing your bowls?
I play out of Whitby in Wellington.
Yep.
Up the coast. It's not as far up the coast as you, but
not far from it.
No.
2 clubs sort of support each other's events all the time, so that's quite a good area to be in. And people who haven't been up in the Wellington region of late, as we see Curtin's bowl just whistle through that gap with the introduction of transmission gully. It's made travelling between sort of the Hutt Valley and Whitby, I'll include that sort of in that area, Hutt Valley and Kapiti Coast or Wellington, a heck of a lot easier, hasn't it?
Oh, it is. Yeah. You know, it's taken 15-20 minutes off the trip up there.
Yeah.
It means we can get to Raumati a lot quicker.
Yes, that's good. Well, I think Kernaghan might have found that gap too, has he?
Yes, he has.
He stays in for shot. So this is the second end, South having captured the first by 6-3. And I think the overall score is 10-8 to the South at the moment. So a win here for the North would level things up. Just recapping that in the singles, the winner's got a point for their island. And the pairs, it's 2 and triples 3 and so on. We end the day, games 15 and 16 are 2 fours matches.
Yeah, and they're good combinations, aren't they?
Not many weaknesses, no weaknesses anywhere, are there?
No. The great thing is the games have all been very close and very tight, which really highlights the calibre of our bowlers.
Yep. Well, just as you look at the results, past results, just going through on the right-hand side of your screen there, you can see how many of them went to tiebreakers. The last word is tie and then gives the result. So there's another one. There were several of them. Most of them have gone to tiebreakers, in fact, I think.
Yeah, which does show the calibre. We're very lucky in New Zealand with the bowlers that we have.
And even those which might not be well known within bowling circles, such as Sarah Scott, who's been in the national squad and age group squad on her way to where she is now. A member of the very famous Otago Scott group with its father Terry or Uncle Jim, Commonwealth Games gold medalist, or cousins like Sean over in Cromwell and things. It's Scott dynasty, as they might call it here. Yeah. There's gaps there for the bowls, holes for bowls all over the place here, isn't it?
It's unbelievable how they can
1
do
metre
that,
is
isn't
all.
it?
Your weight, your line's pretty good.
Yes, it is a dynasty, isn't it? The Scott clan.
And that's only mentioning the males involved, so apart from Sarah, of course, but previously. So here we go. Is Mike Kernaghan confidently just saying,
I don't mind
this. Your line's pretty good.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Brilliant.
Coming in nicely.
Yeah, it'll pull up. That's a good, very good
Great
bowl.
Sarah.
N.Toomey and Seamus Curtin have played quite a bit together, with coming from the same area.
Yeah, from Wellington. Didn't want to touch that from him.
No, Kernaghan was just stopped breathing for a moment. So 2 shots there to the South. They moved to a 3-0 lead in this second set, but early stages. Here's the overall score there, South leading by 10-8.
It's been a great format, great concept
yeah.
That's been introduced here.
There are so many examples here of, what a coach would say is perfect deliveries. And for people who are new to bowls watching this, and the ability, of course, these days with coaching aids to, video yourself or be videoed and then compare them to what you're seeing here. You realise there's a few changes you can make that might just help the end result for you.
Yeah, you look at the smooth delivery, the smooth follow through of all the top players.
Yep, start up.
We've got that one away good, Sarah.
I just mentioned that as wife. I just saw his wife going out the front door, so
Yeah.
he's probably just heard that now, and he wonders what's happened, why she departed.
You get some great comments in bowls from people.
Yeah. Inside this, he'll be good. And he is.
Yeah, another great shot coming in.
Good stuff.
Seamus.
Hey? Yeah.
You know, this event really shows off some of the young talent that we have, both male and female, with Seamus and Jonty and Tayla and Nicole and all those, and then the more experienced male players and female players like Val and M.Kernaghan. And
well, and the fact that, you know, the under 25s can compete, well, the over 65s can compete on level footing with the under 25s.
It just shows how it's a sport for all.
So from your point of view, Mark, over those couple of years you were the president, you did a lot of travelling. You must have gone around pretty much every club in the country, and then you went to the Commonwealth Games as well in an official capacity?
No, I went across on my own steam.
Yeah, wasn't too sure about that. Yeah. So president's role is quite time consuming.
It is, and you know, it's important to get out there and show the face of bowls, and that was one of the things that I tried to do, was get around, you know, from little places like Waipiata to Tikaraka and Gisborne, where there is, you know, where bowls is grassroots, and
it's easy for those clubs to feel as though they're neglected or.
Yeah, I think that it's just nice that someone from Bowls New Zealand gets along there, and you know, we've been lucky with recently with the staff getting around a lot of the clubs and a lot of the centres to show that Bowls New Zealand is there and cares for them and what we're trying to do, and we've made some major changes over the last 2 or 3 years in our sport.
I think it's been encouraging that, for example, Chris Lander was on a bit of a tour around. He covered the Kapiti Centre. All the clubs were invited there to hear what's going on, and with Bowls New Zealand. And sometimes, you know, while newsletters and information are sent out, people don't always read that. So it was good to see a sizable turnout from clubs, and they were able to ask questions and offer advice, of course, as you get. So
but that's important. It is that
communication
that they can,
valuable.
that they can see someone, they can talk to someone, they can make a suggestions or even a comment. And you know, Chris and Martin McKenzie did a lot of those visits around to the centres.
So it's a very good, sorry Mark, a very good head for the north, and the South Island haven't got much within range. So, well, when I say that again, you know, those bowls that are over the jack are only just on a metre, a bit over a metre. So they're reasonably close, but not close enough at the moment, as Sarah Scott tries to just close this up a wee bit, bring one in close. She's got tons to sit on here if she can.
It's just going to swing past.
What do you know?
Very good, Sarah. Well done.
Yeah. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And again, that's a really great example of when, you know, just be up, you know, the call, just be up, because M.Kernaghan knew that there were bowls there to play on or sit on. So they end up going from 3 down to 1 down.
Oh.
So Toomey playing that backhand looks pretty well judged. So there's
only 1 down now, another one on the head's good.
Yep. And funnily enough, from a situation where the south bowls were quite spread, it probably favours them if the jack moves.
That's right, yes.
Because all the white ones are all in a line behind. So here we go with this one from Sarah Scott. They're 1 down, they're leading by 3-0, playing the third end. Good track here, just going to run out of weight. Nicole wearing the microphone there. A lot of instructions and bowls are often just silent and hand messages, aren't they? You know, because you get into a situation where you can't hear sometimes because of exterior noises and also hearing problems.
Are you referring to us, John? You and I? And sometimes you don't want to hear.
No. Things like, if he does that again, he's out of the team.
Yeah. And you've had a big tournament this weekend too at Raumati, haven't you?
Yeah, I was just posted a couple of photos on a Facebook page. They had this junior, year 1 to 5, 242, like this competition, and a waiting list to get on, which is great for junior, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that included at least one team from Manawatu and Wairarapa and through the hut. I think there were 3 from the Silverstream Club. This is a top-looking ball from Kernaghan, just going to slide past. But gee, nicely situated. 4 black bowls, less than half a metre behind the jack.
It only needs just a little bit of movement.
Yeah.
No, your junior years are some of the most exciting years of your bowls.
Well, they used to, a lot of senior members will say exactly that. They used to play all the time, junior events everywhere, you know, going back, say, 20 years or so. And now there's no doubt about it. There's more and more junior players, I think, and who are demanding more junior events. Here's Curtin up to match those black bowls.
Just one down.
Just covering them.
I'll play a fancy one here, mate.
Did he just say, I'll play a fancy one here?
Yeah.
I thought so. And he knows that we're listening to him. And we'll all say, so what's your description of a fancy one?
Yeah, certainly not.
So he's going to get a slide off that one, and ooh, it could have been a fancy bowl, Mike Kernaghan.
They're great when they come off.
Yep.
Line to get to the jack.
So after a little bit of a scratchy start, the South find themselves just one down.
One.
And that'll be it. Yeah, so 3-1 after 3 ends. And Sarah Scott just kicks them back, and taking the mat is N.Toomey, taking it up quite a way.
It's incredible how a head can change so much with each bowl that comes down.
Welcome back, Alex Reid, who's had his
Thank
two
you.
2.5 minute toilet/lunch break.
It was. I had a very pleasant pie that was doused in a delicious gravy mix of some sort.
They're very nice, weren't they?
I thoroughly enjoyed it. Yeah, it was good. Although I've just I thought I'll pour myself a glass of orange juice because it balances out the pie. That's how health works, Mark.
Yes, I know. I can't. It's lucky you can't see mine.
That's why you came back with 3 peanut slabs as well. Is that sort of?
I've had the peanut slabs. They were nice, but that's related to it's a legume, isn't it?
Yeah,
Peanut,
exactly.
So it's a vegetable.
Yeah.
What have I missed in the meantime?
You've missed the South were down 3 shots on the last head, and Sarah Scott played a delightful bowl which just sort of got a nice rub and then a sit, and they dropped a 1. That was all. So 3-1 the South leading. I've been hearing about Mark O'Connor, the immediate past president, and his trips around the nation, going to so many clubs. How many clubs in the country can you remember offhand? Is it over, over 300 or something?
There's about 476-ish.
Yeah, okay.
Say 470 or so.
Yeah.
Around
that's
the place.
good. So that's a good coverage, isn't it? When, I mean, we've had people here for the AGM and the awards and that, from Kaitaia through to Invercargill area, Southland area, and inland and on the coasts and everything. So
it's interesting because we lost a lot of clubs not because they folded, but because they amalgamated. A lot of clubs used to have a separate men's and women's club, so it would have been 800 30 years ago. Of the ones that exist is now 470 something because a lot of them are amalgamated and became one shared club instead.
Yeah. Got the spot.
And I think it's been good.
A lot of those individual, like men's and women's clubs, were actually in the same building, weren't they? The same club, but they had a men's and a women's division, which I suppose was counted as a men's and women's club.
They share greens, but have a different.
Wouldn't dare share anything else. Have their own president.
When I first started, sometimes they were beside each other, each with a green. The whole setup beside each other.
I could move on. He's still throwing his comfort blanket around, John.
Oh, I think the day he drops one, he'll stop doing it.
Yeah.
He's just,
so I wouldn't try.
Just skiting, isn't he, really?
I think so. Not only can I play bowls, I can also catch it.
Yeah. Look, he's just saying, I can watch where my bowlers and throw the cloth up and still catch it again without taking my eyes off the bowl itself.
I hadn't noticed that. They're going to have to watch that now.
M.Kernaghan.
Staring it down.
But he gives his bowls a look.
He's a bowler who does not blink between delivery and bowl stopping.
Yeah.
I might watch that at some stage. Very good. So he's got the shot there. So the South holding shot. They're up by 3-1. 6 ends this game.
Yep. That's what the mixed pairs will be. 6 ends, sets of 6.
Guys, up.
Just a little rub here would be nice. And he
Yeah,
gets
yeah.
it.
Yes.
Well done.
Great bowl. And what was your healthy lunch, John?
I had a lettuce leaf and quarter of a tomato, a little bit of bulgur wheat. No, I had a toasted sandwich.
Kearney plays a great bowl there.
Oh, there's that little the liquid chalk we spoke about, John.
Yeah.
It's become popular.
It's because people can express themselves. With
the chalk,
little
they can
design. You
write.
pick up your bowl sometimes and there's a heart on it. Or a skull and crossbones. Or a dagger,
Okay.
Just sort of giving you an indication of what the person at the other end has thought of
Just
your bowl.
sharing their emotions. As we see Seamus on the backhand.
You'd get lots of hearts, John, wouldn't you?
Ooh.
Building up well for the South Island team here, leading 3-1 in the set. It's a question I like to ask John of people like players. Do you breathe in or out when you let go of the bowl?
Yeah, good call. I do quite a big breath in before I bowl, so
I think the worst
and you should be breathing out, shouldn't you?
You'd hope so. It's a great question to ask someone, particularly if they're beating you.
Yeah, that's right. So then you concentrate on your breathing, and your next bowler's in the ditch when it shouldn't be.
Now the South, a real packed head here. It'll be tempting to hit. Hit it early-ish. They've still got 3 bowls to go for the North Island team.
Clip down there. Try to get that front one. Get
call.
rid of some of them.
If he hits that black bowl that sits at 1 o'clock on your screen, dead square, at least 3 of them are going, maybe 4.
Yep.
Well, he shouldn't be as short. Yeah, good angle here. You see this bowl. He's close. It's Seamus Curtin.
He's got the jack. I got
What
the
a shot.
Yeah. Gosh, there was no gap, was there? That's very good.
Great bowl. And his bowl stayed.
Get out.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, but the jack's out of bounds, so it gets put on the 2 metre
But
mark.
there are a lot of white bowls back there. But maybe the black have got it. Yes, they have.
Great angle there. What a great bowl there by Seamus Curtin, though. Top notch.
And considering players have said it's quite difficult to play those run shots, up shots through here.
Yeah, we've seen
But he had a couple of options, didn't he? If it had been a wee bit...
Bowls to hit.
Yeah, wee bit wider, it would... It's still a great shot.
See Kernaghan just look to turn the screw. That's a good shot there. Great bowl. Be wanting this one to sit down. Probably not quite counting him for second shot, do we think?
Ooh, I think
Hard
they'll
to
be
tell.
measuring. Yeah, it looks like it would be a measure from here, but they'll get down there and say, oh, it's 3 inches.
So it becomes about navigating the short bowls because the jack has been moved back. So you've got a wide spread of bowls that are shy of where you're trying to get your bowl to go.
Right at the stars, and you got the tee. Perfect.
Let's see if we can hear what they're saying. No, missed the moment.
Yeah.
I think they indicated that she'd play a forehand side there.
Yeah. Just try and clip the jack with it.
Yeah, I think so. I think she's just
Clip
trying
the jack across to that back bowl.
Try and find that port.
Can you play that? Got the tee. Perfect.
The fourth commentator's gone from M.Noble to M.Kernaghan. Nicole just setting herself here. She'll want to give this bowl a chance of doing something, as we see in the background the north-south shield. I think that's the first time we've seen that so far. Big chances here as N.Toomey. But unlucky. Well played.
Good weight for that too, wasn't it?
Go another.
Just push it on.
You can't hear.
Yeah, really well played shot there from Nicole. Just didn't get the result she was looking for. My understanding is that the 2 fours games that we're going to conclude with will start at the same time, John.
Oh, righto.
In conjunction, and they will play 6 end sets. So we'll try to keep you or the viewers abreast of the situation on both of those games as they go. And if one looks like it's the one to follow, we can do that for the second set.
Okay. Good flexibility. S.Scott now backhand.
Love your track, Sarah.
If she clears the front, she's very close here.
Past
She clears the front. That's beautiful stuff there.
And gently.
Well, it's either 1 or 3.
Fair point. And that
Oh, okay. Yeah. Definitely 1, could be 2. Right.
It's great having them mic'd up.
That's been helpful, actually.
Yeah.
Good to get insight into the way they communicate with each other, the players. A lot of these players haven't played together before, although this is an exception because Nicole and Seamus
played a lot
same
of Wellington.
centre. Yeah. Nicole on the forehand side. Watch this bowl.
Get it again. Oh, my word.
Oh. Well, while we're watching that one, another white bowl sat down at the 9 o'clock.
Definitely only one now.
Only holding one, he says.
Let's hear what he calls. He can see an opportunity, but does he want to risk the one shot?
How are you feeling?
Yeah, there you go.
How are you feeling? Pretty good? Because you can actually just play to sit that right through.
Yeah, that's the one, isn't it?
But you've got to be quicker rather than tight, than not quick, if you know what I mean.
Slow.
So you've got to play it just inside there with quite a bit of ditch weight. If you don't want to do that, just draw.
I
you
really
got
want
one.
to see her hit it. Just because it'll be interesting. She can sit, plays at the perfect weight, she gets a 4 here. Great camera angle there from the player's end.
And they've seen what's happened with the 2 shots from Nicole, you know, getting the edge.
Do you want us to take the one, do you?
Too late.
I've got a lot of confidence in her.
Yeah. He's talking to Dave Edwards, the coach.
Here we go. S.Scott on the forehand, playing what she's asked to do. She's close here.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
What a shot. What a bowl.
You beauty.
Yeah.
Excitement from M.Kernaghan.
He's just told Dave Edwards, keep your mouth shut, Dave. Yeah, he gave her the option, but she backed herself and she played a beaut.
That was brilliance there. Nothing short of fantastic from S.Scott.
How many?
3 it was.
3 there to the South Island team.
So 6-1 in a shortened game. Here it goes again.
Watch this.
He said be
not
fast rather than, you know, not fast. And she played it perfectly.
Absolutely magnificent.
It's confidence, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. And she was given that confidence as well. You know, if you think about the terms and the way that Mike talked her through that shot, there was never any doubt in his voice that she was going to get it.
Yeah.
No opportunity for anything to creep into her head. He didn't say, don't be narrow.
No.
He didn't say, don't be short. He said, if you're playing it, you're being positive. So it's the positive terminology, and very clever stuff. To my annoyance, as a North Islander.
It's good to see. It's good to see. Instructions like that are what is required. I think.
And it's having confidence in the player delivering it to do it.
And also the knowledge that she wouldn't be castigated for, if it got an inside edge or outside edge and pushed that up or ruined the head. He just said, go for it, I back you.
It's the way you don't put pressure on your team to perform. You just allow them that space to play their game, and it just shows, there's a reason why he's the Bowls New Zealand head coach and why he's had such a good playing career as well, Mike. Yeah. As we see Seamus Curtin on the forehand. They're chasing a 5-point deficit, and they've got one end more to do it in. This is the 5th end. There's one to come after this. So a 3 here is probably the equation, 2 threes.
Yep.
Just sits outside the circle.
So let's see what the reaction between the two when they go past. Look at this here. High fives, high tens. Yeah.
That's great.
And that again gives the confidence to the player, the acknowledgement.
Great stuff. Just when we talk about managing a team and mental skills and all that sort of thing, that's just perfectly illustrated in that there. So we see Sarah.
Up with 2 to go when we won the first set. It's far better than 3 up with 2 to go. And it was a bit of a gamble, but she played it brilliantly.
Good insight there. See Sarah on the backhand.
Which really showed the confidence he had in her to do it.
Absolutely.
And it's a shot he would have played.
Line's perfect.
Yeah. So we see, the North, they need to find a 3 here essentially. A 4 would be ideal, but a 3 will do. Get themselves within that 2 points striking distance going to the last end. Nicole does get that for the 4 bowls in a row. It's one of the good things about this 2-4-2 format. Let's watch this bowl.
Well, the way their luck's going, she'll probably squirt the black jack over to the black.
Yeah, some days it just does that, doesn't it? You just can't, the rub of the green sometimes just...
Like, if we could throw the jack, you just avoid throwing it there.
Sarah Scott on the backhand.
Great line again, Sarah.
You can see Mike thinking about what the next moves are.
No extra speed. A little bit extra, a wee bit through there. That's all right.
Sort of helping.
So in the context of the event, this is Pairs Game 13. There are 3 games to go after this. There's another Pairs game which you can see in the top right of your screen between Andrew Kelly and V.Smith playing Selina Goddard and Tony Grantham. And then we will finish with 2 4s that will begin at the same time. One 4s team, M.Noble, Seamus Curtin, Nicole N.Toomey and L.Ralph, who will play Kearney, V.Smith, P.Walker and J.Horwell. And the other 4s team is Galloway, Grantham, Poulson and Goddard taking on Kelly, Scott, and Bruce to finish off this wonderful North vs South challenge. And I think it will all be on the line with a bit of luck with those 2 games to go.
What did you say? You called it, John?
Squirt the jack.
Squirt the jack.
Just make that
so 2 really good games,
Sarah,
I think,
which is a yard pass. If you can just
good
draw
that they're
through
starting
mine,
at the same time.
get to that last bowl, be
just
great.
keep an eye on both of those, as you mentioned, Alex, and take the one that seems to have the most interest.
Absolutely.
And the whole competition will go down to those 4s.
Yes, it will. Well, it should.
So here's Sarah Scott looking to add a metre onto her last, or a couple. Good correction inside those. Not
that
quite.
Is brilliant.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
The reason it'll go down to those 4s is because with these 2 games going, even if the South was to win them, they wouldn't be 8 points up on the North Island team. So if the North Island team was to win both 4s, they would win the event. Yeah. I can do maths, Mark. On a good day.
I'm pleased you worked that out.
So you see Nicole on the back end now. They're probably looking for a 3 or a 4 this end. North Island to have a realistic chance. She's looking, yeah, it's a good call to move the jack to 6, 7 o'clock on our screen.
Yeah. And that shot bowl is holding out a few, isn't it?
It is. So there's the 2 chances they've got on that backhand side. Looking like an okay head for the North Island at the moment.
Put that much more on. They've got the 3 best back bowls.
So up to his feet, that's what he's asking for. A bit past those 3, bowling to the 2 metre mark, really.
Yeah, pretty much. If she gets a clean one all the way around, that's a good shot.
Yeah.
S.Scott on the backhand. So we watch this one.
A bit tighter than he wanted, and she's got weight on, so she doesn't want to do that. Oh, still okay.
Well, it stopped. It actually worked out brilliantly.
Yeah.
It's worked out quite well. So now there's a decision to make, isn't there, for the North Island team?
They can go there, can't they?
Yeah, it's sitting there, isn't it?
Options, but maybe it's a question of when do you go it, I suppose.
And probably with Seamus being possibly the more accurate and confident runner of the 2, I don't know.
Yeah.
Nicole could play it if asked, but he can set it up now so that getting rid of that black ball might be even more lucrative.
Absolutely.
If she can put another one in the zone.
So we see this bowl tracked out a little bit, waiting for it to come back.
It's coming back well.
Coming home. Now the players will be willing it to stop.
Where do I go, Seamus?
I like that from Mike.
Yeah.
He's asking, what shot are you going to play, please?
That's exactly what he's thinking, isn't it? Now, if I was Seamus, I'd be doing this, but will Seamus do that? Do I...
It's tempting as we look at it for Seamus to play on his forehand side, but just to our left.
Yeah.
Move the jack back to the whites that sit at the bottom of the screen by 5 o'clock.
Or 3 or 4 there.
Or smack the shot. That's
or remove the shot
yeah,
bowl.
Absolutely,
Which is good.
Yeah. So Kearney might be looking at that and saying, oh, I might just wonder if I can get in his road a wee bit here.
Absolutely. So
or just draw another one that's in behind the short bowls of the south so that it gives them no target.
To change it for sure, as we see Kearney on his backhand. Let away with a little bit of a dump that time. We see this bowl.
It's not a bad track though, is it?
He's stalking it, giving it a look. If he dumped it, it should be short, I reckon. Well, it was short, but it's also
very
quite a good
short. I mean, that's a horrible, wasn't it? But I know what you mean.
A foot short.
Yep. So it's, is it second shot? You see, that's...
I think if it is second shot, it means that Seamus's decision has to be jack movement now instead of moving the shot bolt.
We can't see the jack.
See what they say.
And so
Yeah.
we could play and set our ball for a couple.
You get it?
Draw another one. Because I don't, famous last words, don't think he can get enough to famous last words. He put, okay?
Looking
Going
for
for
jack
the
movement. Oh, it's not coming back.
Oof. So if that shot had gone then, he had another
Did I count?
shot after that to play and maybe grab a couple.
Absolutely.
Kernaghan changing his hand, playing that forehand now.
Just playing into that gap, isn't it?
All right. Or 2 metre, is he? Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Good thinking, Mike. As he round into it.
I know it's a hard shot for Seamus, but I almost feel like he needs to try and trail the jack back 3 feet to those 2 white bowls. If Mike is counting for 2.
Yeah.
If he's not counting for 2, maybe you do try and move the shot bowl, but the North Island team trails by 5 points. You need to try and find a way to score 3 at least here. The only 3 I can see.
Yeah. Well, that didn't give much give, did it? Like, you play right through, try to get the jack, even if you're, back to here.
That works just as well, so he's looking for the jack. They know they need to score a multiple here, the North Island team, so it's in or out, in for a penny, in for a pound, you may as well give it a go. Could be the last bowl of the game if he doesn't get the jack. Waiting for it to come back. This is close here from Seamus Curtin. Desperately unlucky.
Bad luck.
Gee.
One down.
So we'll see 1 to the South Island team.
Well, almost the perfect shot, but
Starts
that
to ricochet around in there. It can
Yeah,
end up
yeah.
anywhere, can't
That's
it?
right.
It's a-
Yeah, he couldn't have done much better than what he did, really.
No, no, he played the shot.
If he'd been half an inch wider, they could easily have scored 4 points.
Yep.
So.
And suddenly we'd be looking at 5-all.
Yeah, which sounds much better to me than 1-6. It's okay. Oh, 1-7. That's even worse. So we see this the last end of this game, as they are 6-end sets in this round, and the South Island team leads by 6 points. So a mighty effort required here from the North Island team, because 6 isn't enough to win the game. They need 7.
Two feet.
So this is the final end. We're playing 6 ends in this match.
So we see N.Toomey on the back end. They want to score a 7. It's literally you just try to put 7 or maybe 6 bowls in an area, and then hope that the opposition hasn't done that.
Yep. Oh, there's one.
So you very much see all your eggs in one basket situation.
Sarah Scott just draws a front toucher, and that's it.
Yeah. Or even if the jack's moved, that's usually the end of it. Good night. I do like that.
Well done,
see in the
Sarah.
background a couple of times the North-South Challenge shield that has
Brilliant.
been created especially for this event. The same.
See it in the background there, and
it's
very impressive.
Yeah,
it's quite heavy too.
Yes, yeah. I've dropped a shield onto a green before, John. I dropped the women's fours shield. Left a divot quite deep
You
into
haven't,
the
you haven't
green.
been invited back.
It was videoed, and
he hasn't, he keeps getting reminded of it.
not my finest moment. Yeah. It's something you have nightmares about. I was just sitting there, minding my own business, and they said, Alex, watch the shield. And I was watching the shield as it fell off the table and hurtled towards the green. Ah, well.
At least it hit the green, not the concrete.
Yes, yeah, let's be grateful for that.
So you can see the shield just up underneath the NS sign alongside Seamus Curtin as he wanders down. With this North holding 2 shots here on this final end.
Inspired, of course, by the men's fours shield that was resurrected about 3 or 4 years ago. Did have a home at the Taranaki Bowls Museum. Resurrected for play. So we've got a number of shields now in use.
Yeah, you've now got a format. They're all basically the same design, aren't they?
It's a very similar design with different inspirations. Designed to be around for a long time. The men's fours shield goes back to about 1914 or 1915.
You remember those days, John?
Yeah, I'm a bit hazy on that.
As we see Seamus, he needs this bowl to get back.
You talked about that, the Taranaki Bowl. That's worth a visit, the
It's
Bowls
great.
Museum. Yeah. In fact, Norm Lash, who's joined the our Hall of Fame, his bowls are there, aren't they? I think that was
Yes,
by
they are
his
indeed.
daughter, yeah.
Yes. And that was nice the other night to recognise
Yes.
Norm and Nick Unkovic and
Jan Khan.
Jan Khan.
The newest inductees into the Bowls New Zealand Hall of Fame, and all richly deserved.
Yeah. Yeah, it's important to recognise the legends of our game.
I think so, and important to stay connected with the history of the sport. We've been around for a while, and we intend to be around for a while more, so you may as well just stay connected with that and just have a nod to the past as we see
I need to get
Seamus
past those 3A.
on the back end. If they're going to score a 7, it's not with the jack
Is
where
it
it is.
better there?
And I was just about to say, you know,
Is it
Curtin
better
deliberately,
there?
I
It's
think,
just looking
played
at
that
the
into
jack.
that zone
The
there
jack's
because
gotta
all of a
go
sudden
that
it
side.
changes Kernaghan's mind about what
So if
to
I
do.
draw to that bowl there, yeah?
He's just looking to cover those back ones.
Yeah. So you can see that it's building up a little bit there for the north,
Yeah.
and you know if the jack moves back, they've got 4.
When you're trying to make a number, you sort of draw an imaginary zone in your head
Yeah.
around sort of where your bowls are. It's like, where's the scoring area here?
Yeah.
And the 7, as you said, is literally probably the bottom right of your screen. If they somehow get the jack there-ish, that's where they sit with 4 shots now, and that's how they can build their 7 points.
And then, of course, it becomes a
Yeah,
defensively tactical game too for the team in control or leading on the board. They've got to cover all that.
Yeah, or try to move the bowls. Like it's always tempting when a team has to get to a 6 or a 7. You just need to get rid of 1 or 2 of their bowls off the rink. They can't score. It's impossible.
I've never noticed that before, the throwing up of
the dust to throw.
Yeah.
He does it a lot.
That's good.
You'll always notice it now.
Yeah,
Mark.
well, yes.
Just get inside at this time, yeah.
I think John is right. He is just showing off, isn't he? See M.Kernaghan. Just peppering the head with shots now.
Well, he said, I just need to beat those. And the danger is, I mean, it's very hard to pick up a 6, which is what the north need.
Sorry.
Here's a metre short or more.
Pardon? I can't hear.
Seamus asking if there's... Oh, turn it up so we can listen.
If Jack comes to here, we have 5, 6 with yours.
I love the confidence that you said that with it. Now, how? How? That's the question. If he played his backhand onto the jack, he could get it to bounce off the 2 blacks that sit at 1 o'clock on your screen.
When you've got bowls placed like they have, even though they're down on the head, there's the opportunity.
Still a chance. Yeah. I've seen stranger things.
That's right. We've seen it often over the weekend where it looks like a hopeless situation, but a bowl just does a bit. You know, you're up there and
it's one of those
gets a
special
wick or a...
shots.
Ooh. Here we go, as we see this bowl.
If he sits that black, that's all right too, isn't it?
Needs.
Down, no.
Disappointed with that one.
Yeah.
Oh, it's really hard to hear.
Let's have a look at this.
I'd be so tempted to just hit the 2 white bowls off. Let's sit at 4 o'clock. Scott nailed it before. Let's go hit them. If there's 2 bowls off the rink, you can't score a 7. It's impossible because they're gone. Be brave, Sarah.
That one beat.
Meanwhile, Seamus and Nicole are just trying to figure out where they can actually put the jack.
2 choices. All right, draw through my bowl to get to here, or drive those 2.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Mike.
All right. Well, if you get rid of 2, that's it.
It's like he's listening to the commentary, isn't it?
It is.
I'd love to see it. I'd love to see
if you
a
want to
drive
draw,
them.
all you're doing, if you're drawing, is you're just drawing through that bowl, and if you miss it either side and finish in here, it's perfect.
I mean, that's probably the right shot to play, but isn't it? It's not as exciting as watching
Our
a
bowl's
drive
locked
shot,
in,
is it?
so that's not going to go anywhere without some of theirs going. All right, so if they play with a lot of weight, so there's good.
Yeah, it's fair enough, but personally a bit disappointed.
I just said you can try those 2.
We know what you want.
They're going to get 7, and then they can only get 6. I think she's going to draw.
She'll draw, yeah, I think so. Well, she's back there now. She'll stand on the mat and think, oh, that looks quite good from here.
She nailed it last time. He said, hit this. She hit it, so just do it again, Sarah. She's now, it's fine, because the other 2, they still go.
Yeah.
You could literally hit anything within a metre and you'll be fine.
Just got to be up there, doesn't she?
Seamus and Nicole.
Oh, that's good. Look at that. She's going to do both with 1, is she?
It's a beautiful shot.
Yeah.
What's the respot look like?
So that worked perfect.
Yeah. She split them up, pushed 1 out of the count. So, okay, grab 6 from there.
I think for me, if you were to play a run shot, Nicole played a run shot, dead square through the jack. The jack kills out to the left of our screen. Her collision bowl hits the white bowl square that's at 6. everything follows through. The jack gets placed back on that little bit of chalk.
Yep.
Who knows what could happen?
Exactly. Well, we might just see that.
There we go.
Deep breaths.
Morris Symes will be watching this and saying, "You're quite right, Alex. There is a shot there in which they can get 6.
He'll be able to see the actual shot that's on.
Yeah.
See Nicole, just taking her time. Here we go. Watch this bowl. She's half a chance. She's close.
Yeah.
She's close as Nicole.Toomey. Needs to get the jack to kill. Hasn't done that. Beautiful effort.
Got one more.
Beautiful effort there. Feeling like the 7 is maybe a little bit unlikely.
Show everyone how smart, clever you are. Just draw. There's very little danger now. Draw to my foot.
I love that. That's great. Smart and clever. Those two slightly different words. Sarah on the backhand. Watch this bowl. Lovely.
She's not a mile
Lovely
away.
Or draw the shot. One of the two.
Or draw the shot, yeah.
I like how he's added that instruction afterwards.
Yeah.
Quick.
Play ditch weight and hope for a good wriggle.
Yep.
There's not much other options, is there?
No. We see Nicole. She's going to hit. Fresh air by the looks.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
So, and they shake hands in this pairs match between Nicole.Toomey and Seamus Curtin of the North Island, and Sarah Scott and Mike Kernaghan from the south, both coming from the same regions. Scott and Kernaghan from Otago, and Toomey and Curtin from Wellington. And it is another victory for the south, so 2 points for them. They move out to a 14-8 advantage.
No, 12. They changed it already.
Oh, have they changed it?
Yeah, they just changed it.
Oh, okay. Well, it should be 14-8 advantage.
You're too fast, John.
12-8 advantage. And the next game, a game which is in progress at the moment, is between Selina Goddard and T.Grantham. So we see this, one or two highlights from this, some perfect bowls. That was one from Nicole.Toomey, one from Seamus Curtin.
Look, I was on my best behaviour.
Draw shot here from Kernaghan, not the only one he played all day. Then we might just see that run shot from Sarah Scott
do? I said we're going down
after this one, where she took out that second shot and gave her team. There it goes, bang, out it went. And the high 10 from Kernaghan. And that was really what I think won the second set for them. That good call,
Great
brave call, and well executed by Sarah Scott.
As we switch now to what must be the first end of the second set. The mixed pairs going on between. What's happening here? T.Grantham and Selina Goddard anyway, playing A.Kelly.
Lost the first set 6-1.
Yeah. And holding shot. Thank you. The south on this end. So Grantham and Goddard, who were in the commentary cafe with us a little bit earlier on, discussing how they were going to play this. Well, they had no idea really. They just said,
I thought we're going to get some really insightful comments here because we've got an opportunity to talk to this 2-4-2 team and said, we'll just play bowls.
Well, as Tony said, we're both leads, so drawing's our game, and we just got to make sure that we're in the zone.
I was hoping for more, but it's that's fair enough. As we see Val on the back end, looks like she's got new shoes, or she might look after her bowling shoes. Nice white shoes.
I've seen some shoes out there which are definitely not new.
Yes. Yeah. Seen better days. Often they usually last. The bowling shoe lasts well until you get the first rainy day.
Yeah.
That's when you have a real test of the middle of the bowling shoe. Many
Or
a
when
day
you decide you need new bowling shoes.
Yes, it's usually the hint.
Yeah.
You take a walk, it's like, oh, now my feet are wet. It's as if the misery of playing in the rain isn't enough. You have damp feet. Selina Goddard on the backhand. Again, we've got 5 bowls within a couple of feet of the jack here. Val with her Commonwealth Games pants on by the looks. It's like the little New Zealand logo.
The Birmingham logo. It's a New Zealand logo, isn't it? Yeah.
New Zealand team logo, I think.
One of the New Zealand team logos she's had over the years.
Yeah, she's been to 5 Com Games as V.Smith. That's a mighty effort.
Her wardrobe would be incredible with the amount of gear that she's...
I bet you a lot of people are wearing it. I haven't got room to hang on to it.
Well, Selina was saying that she's just got a big plastic bucket that she puts all the gear into.
It's the best option. We've had many different uniforms over the years. Some of them more interesting than others.
Oh, we feather here. Oh, gee, just missing.
What a beautiful effort that was. We see
Andrew Kelly picks up his bowl, gets ready to deliver for a shortish end.
Not sure if that was 1 or 2 there. We'll just wait for the scoreboard to be updated. So we see Andrew Kelly.
Not hearing much of them either, are we? Are they?
I think they'll come right soon.
Right.
Got to send them carrier pigeon over to communicate to turn the mics on. Andrew playing, as we heard, with Ken Walker's bowls this weekend. So they'll know their way around this surface.
Saw Ken in here yesterday. He might be here again today, of course. He's been a great bowler, in particular in the Otago area.
Yeah, very successful.
There was 2 on that last end.
2.
There's a game somewhere on the internet, John, between Ken Walker and an Australian man called Ian Tayla. Tayla played at the Charity Pairs in about 1993 or 4, and Ken wore one of the Scottish tartan hat things, and Tails wore one of the Aussie wide-brimmed hats with to keep the flies away.
Cobra, yeah.
And it was an exhibition match. It was quite enjoyable to watch. They both played it up a bit and played some good bowls.
Well, I don't think there was ever a match that Ken Walker wasn't sort of the dominant personality. And
no, you'd be very rarely to find one though that would want them.
That was a very good bowl from Kelly, which just moved the jack. He stayed with it.
Yeah, sounds like we're getting some sort of...
Yeah.
Okay.
Instruction, do whatever you like.
They walk down to their end, to Val and Selina. J.Horwell in the background, supporting the South Island teammates.
Yep.
Waiting for that 4s round, where he will be playing
with Mike and Val and Pam Walker.
Well spotted. See V.Smith on the forehand. So even if they, it's going to be interesting just to work out what it means for the 4s round. If the South were to win this, so they'd go whatever that is.
6 points clear.
Yes.
Yep. So then it would be vital for the North to win the first
one
4s
and get over top on the
yeah, they
second.
need to win both.
Yep. Or to give themselves a chance, otherwise it becomes a, as they say, dead rubber.
If it's a draw...
What an old term that must be, eh? Dead rubber.
Dead, I know. I don't know where it comes from.
Someone will tell us.
Yeah. Use the power.
Alex is going to do that.
Alex.
I don't know it off the top of my head. Oh.
It's involved in all sport, isn't it? Tennis, cricket, anything that's a series, tied rubber, a dead rubber. So V.Smith stays with that forehand, asking for it to come in a bit. She feels she's a bit wide.
You get it, just a couple of bowls tighter.
So Jack's moved across by 30 centimetres or so. Goddard checks her line.
Selina, come on.
Good correction here. She might even sit
Hold
the bowl
now.
or move the jack would be very good for the
Selina,
North Island
that's
here.
brilliant.
Move the jack the other way.
Well played,
Right,
brilliant.
Sorry, John. We're very shortly going to bid fond farewell to Mark O'Connor, but before we do that, I'll just let you know that the origin of dead rubber comes from a card game called Rubber Bridge. We're in a 3 competition game. One team wins once it scores more than 100 points or more. So if it's done before completing the 3 competitions, the remaining competition is said to be a dead rubber.
Thank you, Alex.
You're very welcome.
Fountain of knowledge.
Oh, I usually am, but I did Google that one.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you for joining us, Mark.
That's the
Favour us,
immediate
yeah.
past
Down there,
president
Dave,
of
same bowl.
Bowls New Zealand, Mark O'Connor. Bowls out of the Whitby Club in the Wellington region. A member of the board these days of Bowls New Zealand.
Yes, he is. Yes, yes. Still heavily involved in the sport and
yeah.
Will be around for some time to come.
Yep.
Can play a good bowl. I've seen it happen with my own 2 eyes.
Again.
He's told me he can.
Hold up
This is
now.
not bad either. Here's that jack movement, but it
Okay.
went the wrong way. So look at the white bowls just sliding past him, just parking up on the right-hand side as we view it. But handily placed for any movement of the jack, so V.Smith very much aware of this.
And joined in the commentary cafe now by Phil Hulia. Can you say your last name for me, please?
Hewiller.
Hewiller.
That's it.
Hewiller. John's got it. He's a consummate professional.
Yeah.
So
And we were just talking about board members, and you're on the
you're trying to
board,
just
aren't
get
you,
the edge of the jack out
Bowls
there.
New Zealand? Yeah.
First year on the Bowls New Zealand board.
Yeah.
Enjoying the experience.
And your background?
My background in terms of bowls.
Yes.
This is I've played bowls for 6 seasons. Coming up this season will be my 7th. I play out of the Jury Hill Bowling Club in Wanganui.
Oh, yep. Well, good club.
And
Yeah.
It is. It was a brilliant club, and I was introduced to bowls by Bruce Winterburn.
Yep.
6 years ago, and I really haven't looked back. You know, so to start bowls 6 years ago, and to now be vice president of Bowls New Zealand, it's quite a journey.
Yeah, well, rapid journey.
It's been a rapid journey. A lot of people out there probably don't know who I am, and it was quite good to be able to come to this event to sort of get around and meet a lot of the centre delegates and a lot of the other members, some of the players today as well, or over the weekend. You know, just get to know them all. Been a great experience.
I think, Philip, it's quite important that the board does represent newer members. So from you coming, half a dozen years of bowls, so you go into this with a different perspective. For a lot of those who've been steeped in bowls for years and years, and maybe just can't quite see things the same way as new players do and new members do. So I think that's important. And
yes.
Is that what you think you might bring to the board?
Yeah, I think I might add a little bit of diversity to our board, I suppose. I don't have the same corporate or finance background as some of our board members, but we have the likes of Craig Bruce and Tony Lepper and Sharon Rimmer, and of course we had Malika, but who has since resigned. But we've got that pretty much covered. So I try and add something a little different to the board, and I've really enjoyed being on there, and it's been a bit of a learning experience for both Anne and I, being first year board members, and her being first year as president, and myself as vice president.
So we just saw a delightful drive there. Tony Grantham picked up one clean. If he'd slightly not getting it clean, he might well have had an even better result.
The great thing about it is his collision bowl followed through to the bottom of the screen by the chalk mark, which is the 2 metre. He's just going to go this again. If it kills, he gets 1. If he goes through the black bowl that sits at 12 o'clock and it somehow chips out the other black bowl, he gets 4. It's happy days all round. We'll see another bowl very similar to the first one.
I think the North really need to get this match to keep everything tight going into the
Oh,
fourth.
that's gone badly. That's not gone well for Tony Grantham. 2 bowls narrow there.
Where did the Jackie end up? Didn't see that.
He was tight and Cannon to bowl up for, I think, 3 to the south. Oh, just 2. So he was a couple of bowls narrow. The right shot to play, but I think 2 there. So the south taking a 4-0 lead in the second set. Now, it's not impossible if the North Island team lose this to win the event. They just need to win the 2 fours.
Yes, yeah.
But as a North Islander, I'd be pretty pleased if they were able to.
Yeah, me too. You want us to get through. When I say us, the North Island to get through with this, so that everything's tight going into these last 2 rounds, or those last 2 games at least.
Absolutely.
So Philip, with your background too, looking at the para athletes and the availability to cater for all disabilities within bowls. That's important with this sport, isn't it?
It most definitely is. I mean, that's one of the main reasons why I accepted the opportunity to stand for Vice President was the Bowls New Zealand's direction to be more inclusive and especially providing more opportunity for our para bowlers to play on the main stage. So this event is one of those examples. Para bowlers been involved in the Trans-Tasman now is another example of that. And it's great to see our athletes feature in these types of events now.
Do you think enough clubs are really totally inclusive or struggle a wee bit? I mean, often it's only if someone with an impairment arrives on your club door that you realise that, our facilities aren't good enough for this, and are we catering for them? How do we cater for them?
Yeah.
So,
what I have found from feedback from our own members, the para members that is that a lot of our wheelchair players, a lot of the clubs are hesitant to have them on their greens because there's that the belief that they're going to damage their greens beyond repair, and and so sort of that's a bit of a we have found out that that's actually not the case. We have specialised wheelchairs that those players can now play and that minimise damage. There will always be superficial damage to the green, but according to greenkeepers that I've spoken to, that damage is really just superficial more than anything, and it's not long-term damage. And we're hoping that more clubs will embrace our wheelchair bowlers. At least I think the wider bowls, para bowls community like this, like myself, who have disabilities, we're very accepted in all clubs, and we want to be able to look out there. And there's probably a lot of disabled bowlers actually amongst our clubs who don't realise that they fit the criteria to be considered as a para bowler. I know in the last 2 years I've come across a couple of people, who never thought themselves as disabled, and now.
What about as we watch just here with a couple of shots, the South are holding, that might well be changed in a moment. No, or yes. What about, what you talk about, like access to greens is sometimes a real problem, isn't it? Because everyone has to step up or step down, so the special access is available. And does Bowls New Zealand assist clubs who are in that situation of trying to accommodate?
I don't think the expectation. I mean, I think Bowls New Zealand can provide sort of options that clubs can consider to upgrade their facilities if they don't have disability facilities or access. If they can contact Bowls New Zealand, and they'll provide them funding information to be able to get that type of accessibility. But I think it's important that clubs are probably already aware that it's important to have that ability to cater for the disabled community as much as the able-bodied bowlers.
That gap didn't really look down the other end. That wouldn't have looked as though there was a gap there to go through.
Feels like it's turned into one of those games for the North team, having lost the first set 6-1, and this one 4-0 down after 2 ends. 6 end sets, remember, on this round of the mixed pairs.
I imagine, Philip, too, that part of your role will be to encourage promotion of bowls as a sport for all abilities and disabilities.
Yeah, that's something that I know that the Bowls New Zealand board and Mark Cameron especially is really focused on. There's opportunity now through Sport New Zealand to access funding for those types of or for growing para bowls and actually making bowls more inclusive. So we've started a journey to achieve that, and hopefully we can get more funding to help grow both our para bowls communities.
Tony Grantham, those are his 3 bowls, I think, behind, and that one just touched the shot bowl. So he's in the zone.
He is.
Kelly's aware of that.
Andrew Kelly's Tiger 2s, they're going to bite back, they'll swing.
Further, mate.
Look at that, it was on the right track. Just rested on the outside of the house.
It's handy there though, isn't it? And watch Grantham. I was out on the green with Tony Grantham earlier today.
Yeah.
We were measuring the circle area, the house, and because as people kept saying, it looks as though it's huge, and that though any ball that's not there is well over or well short, but in fact we worked it out that the front to the back of the circle is about 1.5 meters. So yeah, so it's, they're all, so those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 bowls there are all very good bowls.
They're all within cooey of the
all
jack.
all within less than 1 metre of the jack. So
they're on the screen in front of us. It does look a lot larger area, but yeah, seeing them firsthand, it is actually a lot smaller than you believe.
Give it a chance down there. Yeah.
They've been a bit unlucky, this the North team, with Grantham's bowls just sliding through and being perfectly weighted.
4 good shots in the... Well, that's not the head we're looking at.
No.
Unless someone's played a drive shot and they've all disappeared.
Yeah.
We just have a quick nosy at the...
Keeping us on our toes.
So we have Bruce Walker, Pam's husband there.
Yeah.
I think that's his son Ben, actually Pam's son. It is actually Pam's son, Ben.
A great viewing facility at this, I was going to say facility again, but that's bad talking, isn't it? At this place, at the stadium, at this Lawn Bowl Stadium. Yes, it's been very impressed by both the members' willingness to just do whatever they need to do, and also the facilities themselves. Doesn't look like it's a 27-year-old.
No.
Is it that old?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't realise that either.
Well, we said, chatting to John Latimer, who's the manager here, and he said, it was completely repainted about, well, no, it was only a couple of years ago maybe, I forget exactly. They did the lighting again and turned it all to LSD rather than the old lights, and so saved them a lot of money in that regard because they were changing about 150 bulbs a year. And I said, it looks, and the green itself is 3 years or something, isn't it?
3 or 4 years old, yeah.
So it doesn't look like a facility that's nearly 30 years old, does it?
No, it doesn't.
And a great asset to the Dunedin area as well, to have a covered facility to play and practice bowls in as well. Because of course you can walk in and pay an hourly fee, or you can join as a social member or a full member and get different rates for that. But fantastic as a bowler in Dunedin to have this this place sitting here to be utilised. V.Smith saying not with that. That must mean she doesn't like it.
It was interesting on the way down here as we watched it finish, and not a bad position, but not what she wanted. We drove past the St Kilda Bowling Club.
Yes.
And they've got a small indoor area. And I wondered about it because, as I mentioned the other night at the function, I covered my first bowls tournament in 1975 when I was living here in Dunedin. And to find out a bit more about the game, I got in touch with a chap, an older guy who worked with me, Norrie Larkins was his name, and he played bowls out of St Kilda.
Yes.
And he said, come along one night. And I said, it'll be a bit cold to do that. And he said, no, we've got an indoor place. And I thought, I kept thinking, where is that? What a butte bowl. Hard luck. So he took me down there. So they had this indoor, and it's only, I don't know how many rinks, and they might be short rinks, I'm not too sure. But I thought, it's still there, and we drove past it this morning, Mark.
Brilliant. There's a
Chris
few,
Lander. Yeah, so it was really good. So that's been there for a long time. That's 50 years ago now.
A few clubs down south have that. I know Burnside has it, and the place where you eat all the food, if they move all the tables away, that converts into an indoor, and it's not an indoor stadium like this is. It's a shorter one, and I think they put a block in the middle, so it's a bit like that short mat bowls that you sometimes see, but obviously a great thing to do in the winter time for a lot of the clubs down in the South Island.
And I believe the Clyde Club has a 4-rink indoor facility as well.
Okay. few people said they're staying in Clyde for the national fours and mixed pairs early next year.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Do you remember playing my team, John? We played against you.
Yeah, was that when I was with Alex Wiley and
yes,
Katai and Neil Tiplady?
Yeah.
Well, and did we win that game?
You stood, but it was funny because Peter Bellis had just walked in the gate, and there was quite a bit of a crowd actually watching our game, and you bowled a wrong bias.
Oh, did I?
Yes.
Oh.
I cannot believe that you brought that up. We invite this man onto the commentary cafe.
Well, thanks very much, Philip, for your...
You bowled a wrong bias, but the worst thing about it was everyone stood up and started clapping you. And
did I bow to everyone?
Yes, you pretty much did.
Yeah.
But the funny thing is that straight after that, I bowled a wrong bias. And
now I do remember.
You stood up and you said, "Thank you, Philip. Thank you very much."
That's right. I do remember that. That's right, yeah. I was very thankful. I think I paid you later, didn't I?
It's a good thing that tail, it had a twist in its tail, didn't it?
Yeah.
Good that we didn't kick Phil out immediately.
I've never even played it.
But that was a great battle, because I remember your skip was saying to Alex, I think Alex might have been leading, just draw another one, and he went to drive. I think he was getting a little bit frustrated in that game.
Alex never listened to a skip, No. And he would admit it when they saw that on the bowl 3-5, didn't we? Where
that's exactly it.
Nah would be saying, if you just bring one in here. No, to hell with you, I'm going for it. And he did that a few times, yes. Neil Tiplady was our skip.
Yeah,
he's a very good bowler, And
he played some great bowls in that game.
And Nah was,
Get a Selina, get a touch on the jack, good.
And Grizz was did what he had to do, and he had to lead quite. I think I was meant to be leading. Well, I might have been playing 2 that day, but Grizz had to end up leading most of the time because I was bowling wrong biases, obviously. And
no, well, that was only when you bowled then.
Oh, was it?
But yeah, I'll never forget that. That was,
good.
Was so funny.
Well, I'm pleased it's taking you a long time to remind me.
It's good value. What a better time to do it than now, as we see. Selina just went to the 2 metre mark. So just to reconfirm, it's a 6-end set. They've played 3 ends. The South is leading 6 points to 0. So you probably need to score 7 points in 3 ends. So it's a 3, a 2, and a 2 is the equation for the North Island team.
She's on that jack.
Says Val, but she's followed it.
Yeah. She'll take
result.
It. Happy days.
She'll be gracious.
Reaching down there now, wait through to me. Get the jack, set the ball.
A few ends, the North team was holding multiple shots, and Val came in and played some incredible bowls.
See Selina on the forehand. The North-South Challenge shield in the background. I'm sure it wasn't there before. I would have noticed it, John.
We put it on sort of halfway amongst the sideline area earlier. On a nice table with a white cloth, but they obviously decided that wasn't where it should be.
Not
so
the right
put it down
I saw Mark O'Connor actually sneak across there and Aaron to move it. Obviously, they didn't think it was a good place to have it.
So there it goes, nicely in the background. I think that's
it's a lovely, lovely shield.
Yeah.
What's the origins of that shield?
I cannot recall the guy's name. I'd have to ask Chris Lander. I'll find out before we get to the fours. But it's the carver in Wellington who has
so they may be halving your weight on that.
What happens is Chris works with them and talks about what they want the shields to represent. So the mixed pairs as well has a special design, as does our women's fours and whatnot.
They're all going to be a similar design, aren't they?
They're a similar design, so they have to be a shield, but they all have different meanings, so they mean something. So it's all done in conjunction with the guy in Wellington.
Very good.
Does a wonderful
job. Here we go.
Oh, great bowl.
Great shot, well done.
Great shot. But even that could have had a better result. So we see that black bowl's taken 2 rolls back. It could easily have rolled to the right as we see it. And the North Island could be sitting with a better 2 than what they have now.
So don't change anything, Val. I think could be the story because she put the jack where it is now.
Yeah, we've spoken about that before, John. It's might not necessarily be where she wanted to put it, but now it's just a matter of rinse and repeat. So you see this bowl.
Pretty good line too if it gets underneath this one.
If it swings, it's
she's
close.
Hit it.
Oh, that was a better played bowl than her first one, really. She was right on track.
It was actually on a great line. It was lucky for the North that their black ball actually
whatever you see there. Yeah.
I must commend you two too. You know, it's been a long 2 days, I'm sure, for you, both of you. So you've done an absolutely stellar job, and the rest of the team in here.
I actually lost track of time. I didn't realise we'd been talking so long yesterday, John.
I did notice your guys' voices were getting hoarser towards the end of the day. And Peter's too when he was in here commentating.
Oh, she's going to hit that up as well. That's hard luck.
Yeah, but this has been a great event. I mean,
I think so.
I mean, a few teething problems. Yeah, there's things that I'm sure Bowls New Zealand will be looking at to maybe tweak with the format. But I think the event itself has been absolutely brilliant. Well organised, well run, and this entire weekend's been a great weekend.
Yep.
Yeah. I just got to maybe get round there. Yeah.
What about you, John? When does your Raumati club open, or have you already opened for the season?
We don't close really,
Oh,
but two artificial surfaces, and our official opening day was on the 3rd of September.
Oh, okay.
So we've been very busy since then. We've got a big tournament on at the moment, a 2-day tournament, junior 1 to 5 years.
Oh, okay.
242
I think
two full greens.
I did see the advertised somewhere.
Woof.
Oh, what a game! Went really well. A lot of weight there behind that bowl.
When it's with you, it's with you.
Absolutely. I can report that the carver of the Bowls New Zealand Shield is a guy called Gary Watson.
Okay.
And Rob Davis, who's our roaming reporter, has done a story on him in the past.
Great.
So if I recall, if I remember, I'll republish it. It was published first in 2019 when the Dominion Shield for the men's fours was created. But he is the man who works with Bowls New Zealand to create the shields that represent our national events.
Oh, awesome.
This is not bad either, is it? This might be 3 shots coming up for the North.
Needs it to keep going that little bit further.
Yeah, and we need these 3 shots if we can hold on to them.
Absolutely.
Might have just dropped out though. I think we may only be holding 2. I think that black ball will be the 3rd shot.
So we see Andrew Kelly on his forehand with his Tiger 2 bowls. Nice new white shoes as well, John.
Yeah.
He'll be playing with weight here. If he clears the front, he's close.
Got it. Oh,
no.
wow. Now
that's made
3.
it interesting, yes.
Somehow chipped his own ball out there.
Yeah.
It's funny, I've been having a little bit of banter with Bruce Walker inside about the matches and who we want to win.
Yeah.
I'm always cheering for North. He's always giving me a stick about the South winning.
No, unbelievable there that Andrew Kelly had a go,
Well,
played a great
4.
shot,
Here's
has
4.
chipped his own ball out, and T.Grantham has just made that sting a little bit, hasn't he? He's
Yeah.
twisted the
Yeah,
knife. He said, thank you for handing me 3. I will draw a 4th shot, and a 4 there to the North Island team on the 4th end of 6. To have a sniff in this game, they trail 4-6 after 4 ends.
So on reflection, you know, a little draw to maybe just cut it down a wee bit. That's what Andrew Kelly will be thinking now, but they made the choice.
He'll rue that bowl, although to be fair, it was well played. It was unlucky. He could have played the same thing 10 times and got a better result, 8 or 9. But on this occasion, it's worked out quite well for the North Island team, and they take a 4-6 trail after 4 ends. 2 to go. And then, of course, the 2 fours games that will start at the same time at the completion of this, as we see the thumbnail of that lovely shield for the North-South.
Some of the players might though.
Selina, well done. Very good.
Are the players mic'd?
Yes. Yeah, I'm choking on a bit of...
I haven't listened to any of the commentary. I just been watching this.
It's a 9th toasted cheese roll.
I looked at a cheese roll and I got caught in my throat.
But you can't be in the South and not have cheese rolls.
I actually think I've often said it's the best thing that the South Island has going for it is their cheese rolls.
Oh,
John,
yeah, great.
at the risk of upsetting some people.
Well, I think you'll upset a few people, but...
May as well. I've been talking up the North for the entire day, so we'll just keep it up. But cheese rolls certainly something that we can learn.
You know, the North Island has plundered the recipe, and you know, you can now get cheese rolls almost as good.
It just doesn't feel the same though to get them in the North. No. I remember
2 good bowls here from Selina. What a good start
Great
now,
bowls.
just 2 behind.
Exactly what we needed.
Yeah. So now there'll be some action, and you saw the weight that Valerie Smith played, or Val played earlier. That maybe that's where she's going for again.
Yeah, I think she doesn't want to be too aggressive. She may just want to play through those bowls. Will meet her overweight, sit and stay.
Split them and
and if she misses, at least it's still alive.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what she's doing.
Yeah. She didn't miss it by much with her first one, and she's not going to miss it by much with this one.
She was close. She just needed that little bit of extra weight.
Yeah. So now Andrew Kelly's thinking, I get 4 bowls in a row here. Crossing over, 2 down, 2 up on the card. Need to be effective, need to change something. He'd like to think that after he... Oh, we just listened. I think they were just talking about how that the happening happened there with Andrew Kelly.
Yeah.
I'm glad they turned the music on out there too. It just created that little bit of atmosphere out there.
It's not been a bad playlist actually. On the,
it's been a great
music.
Playlist. I was just commenting on it to M.Noble out there.
I've considered if we ever have a playlist going for national events, making it a collaborative one. I'll just put it out there and say to bowlers, add whatever song you want.
Yep.
You might get some interesting playlists come your way though.
Obviously I have final say on which songs get to be put into the playlist.
As long as there's a bit of AC/DC, and I'm quite happy with that. Guns N' Roses.
I got to be in charge of the music for one of the Bowls Through Fives, and that was fun. I enjoyed that.
Now this is good.
No one else did.
Hit that black and push it up, but no, I'm missing. So that one didn't stay on either. So
no.
This is getting a little bit. Well, a lot of bowls to go yet, but. And hasn't
the pressure
for the South at the moment.
Yeah, I think it shows how Andrew's feeling with that first bowl. He was like, I just need to make up for what just happened. I want to play a good positive shot. Interesting to see what the next 3 look like. Because Tony, like he said to us, Selina and him, they have really good leads. They just want to draw bowls close.
Good bowl there.
Mate, you get a really good. You beat that bowl, mate. You get a good second or third.
Yeah.
Foul asking for the draw.
Yeah. Take the run shot out for the moment. Get something in there.
As we see, nice wide arc on those lovely Tiger 2s. It'll come back from there.
Go, Potter.
Yeah. Tracking in nicely.
What a beautiful shot that is from Andrew.
Oh.
But unlucky that it sat out, but a good bowl.
Yeah, that's exactly what he'll try and do, just draw inside his last bowl. We actually played Tony in the UBC a couple of weeks ago up in Auckland. Jury Hill Daredevils, we're known as in the UBC competition. He was playing for a team called Living the Dream with Hamish Cuppy and a guy, Jerry.
And you're trying to get,
Belcher.
even if you're getting down to yours.
And we actually took the win in that game.
Oh, good.
We were very pleased to beat Tony, and I think Hamish was playing in that game. I stood that game out down.
Moral support.
I let the other 2 play that. I just thought, no, I don't want to play against Tony.
Fair enough, as we see this bowl.
Oh, mate. That's a good effort.
Have you had a roll-up on the surface yet?
No. Kelvin was telling me you guys had a bit of a roll-up on it last night after everything.
There was a roll-up. I think, John, you played some good bowls.
I played one good draw shot and everyone else was running. Mark Cameron started it by they were just trying to do a noble.
I felt bad for you, John, because your team, you scored 1 on the first day and you're like, we're defending 1 point. Mark threw the jack up, drive, and swing and a miss.
To be fair, not really close.
No, they weren't. I mean, they let them go.
Yeah.
That's all I would say about them. So they did leave the bowler's hands.
I must say, it looks like a beautiful surface to roll up.
It's absolutely fine.
It's lovely, and it's demonstrated by these bowls.
Hang on, just hang on.
I would just listen to Val. Tell us what the situation is with the finger measuring.
Just looking at what's 3rd and 4th. 2.
I like the weight you played with the last one. Like if you can get down, even if you get down to yours is good. It's probably better if you get down to your own.
So it tells us.
So carry on. Sorry, Alex, go.
I was going to say, it tells us that we know the 3rd shot. We'll see it come into shot now is the one at the front of the head. 3rd shot must be Andrew's short bowl.
Yeah.
If it's only 2.
Is this turning?
Great effort here from Andrew Kelly.
He's got it.
Oh.
Beautiful bowl.
A great
That
result.
was dangerous because there's a couple of bowls just behind the jack were really going to come into play. Yeah, it's very good from Andrew Kelly.
If you think about it in the context of the first bowl that he missed quite comfortably to get back up and play such a good shot. Very good end.
So where's the jack from here?
They're just deciding whether or not it's in. They're not sure. Andrew said it, he thinks it's in.
It is quite a spongy. Oh, they're going to use the mat, the old mat trick. So put a mat on the peg and see if you can see something. It's in. It's in is what it says.
Okay. Yeah.
I can hear someone in my ears saying it's in. So we'll cut to a shot of the game shortly. Maybe.
Oh, the crowd's been pretty good. I mean, this is not a true representation of who's been here watching this weekend. I mean, we've had some great numbers down here.
Yeah, good numbers on the broadcasting as well.
Yeah.
Which has been pleasing.
Have they? Oh, good.
Yeah, I saw 4,000 views from day one.
That's right, and it's a sport that people go back and watch as well. It's there forever on the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel.
So Selina got going wide. Obviously, the jack is over by the edge of the rink as they had to check just to see that it was still alive.
Yeah, we'll get a view of that shortly. I saw. There we go. There's the jack. So nothing near. Depending what we need here is a house, so we can see how close everything is to the jack.
So I wonder who's holding. There was a black bowl back that way, but it's
there's a white bowl.
Hard to tell. Yeah.
Hard to see. Just look for the reaction of the players on this bowl.
Bell's drawn it.
Good
Yeah,
there. So
good.
North Island was holding 2 by the looks.
Well, that's going to make it tough now. How many bowls left in this end for the North?
One each, I think.
This is Selina's last bowl.
Oh, this will be her last bowl, yes.
Huge bowl in the context of the game. They trail by 2. She needs to draw the shot here on the second to last end of the set. Is it going to stop?
Oof.
Just drifting past. There from Andrew. We hear him say make it count. It's about making those bonus bowls.
There's a lot of room there now too, as you see, because there's no other bowl to come. She can afford to be a bit more narrow than that one, but
should be a 2.
Identical would be the story.
Yeah, and the North really needed the score this end.
Yeah.
I've put 2 on the scoreboard. Don't make me change it back, Val. 2. Yeah, very good. So 2 there to the South Island team. They lead 8-4 now.
Yeah, it's a big ask
5
now.
ends. So we're on the last end of this set.
Yeah, big ask for the North to score 5 points on the last end.
Well, they gave themselves a really good shot in that last end, didn't they? With the way they set it up and peppering the jack and also having bowls strategically placed just a bit over.
We'll have to start from the beginning. To be fair, we saw Nicole and Seamus chasing a 7 the last game, and they had half a chance. It was half a chance. That's such a good scoreboard. If I say it enough times, we'll get one for the...
Well, can't you just take this one? Take this one.
We could take this one, yeah.
So 12-8 is the overall score, this North versus South Somerset-sponsored event. South, if they win this, they go to 14-8, and then we have 2 4-pointers.
2 4-pointers. They would need to win. North would need to win both.
Yep.
No such thing as a drawn game in this challenge. To play a tiebreaker in.
Nice. Yeah, so Kelly follows up that
lovely
good
shot
ball
there.
of his in the previous end with a top shot.
T.Grantham on the forehand, just looking to follow it down. If he moves the jack a little bit, he won't be upset here. Just look to move it just a foot past to our back right. If he has a clean run, it's also good. Clean run. Yeah, it's a good shot there from T.Grantham. So still developing a nice head. They've got those bowls just past the jack.
About.
I think this is the best song we've had all day. The yellow blasting in the background.
So what bowls is Tony playing with?
You asked good questions. He told us too. I think he's using arrows. He usually uses
He's using
Tayla's.
arrows at the moment, but he normally has
Tayla GTRs. He told us, didn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He'll be playing with Aero Optimus today. So for this challenge, the players, the South Island players, had to play with black bowls and wear black uniforms, as makes sense, John.
Yeah.
And the North Islanders had to play with white bowls and white uniforms, so Bowls New Zealand had a stock of both of those colours for a situation where the players didn't have that. So some players have been able to provide their own, like Andrew Kelly using the black toga twos, and other players have opted to use the Bowls New Zealand ones.
Sorry, mate.
See it now.
Very good.
Yeah, I believe Mark Noble was playing with his Dreamlines.
Yes, yeah, that's right. So there's arrows and hence lights available in both colours, and you'll see there's the Bowls New Zealand fern on the Bowls New Zealand bowls. It's part of a design choice made by Aaron Nurker, our commercial manager, and everything else.
And everything, yeah.
Bowls New Zealand, pretty much.
Good.
So we see another good position bowl there from Selina Goddard.
Memories.
So Andrew Kelly, now they're in this situation where they know what the opposition need, and they're just going to make sure it's unlikely that they'll get there, and he did put his foot just around here where this bowl is going to end up.
That's
exactly
perfect.
Where he wants.
That's a perfect bowl because it takes
trying to get that jack into here.
Takes that white bowl that you could see at 7 o'clock on your screen sort of out of counting potential, so it's meaning that they have to have more bowls closer to score that 5 that they need on this end.
Yeah, it makes the shot a lot more difficult for them once they try to draw that jack away.
Selina's very close. If she holds and rolls it out, it's good.
Sits on that black, it'll be handy.
Good.
So it's still there for the north end, so there's a possible 3 with movement of the jack.
Yep, still a real chance. On the forehand side.
Yeah, just getting in amongst them, just making it more and more difficult for
Still there, keep that
the
weight
opposition
on.
to score what they need to
That's
score.
what it's about. We talk about that imaginary circle.
Yeah.
So those 3 whites need to be counting. So the imaginary circle is sort of, if you were to move the house sort of
Back
towards
down,
us
yeah.
a little bit, that's what the players are visualising. That's just shrinking up the more bowls that the South Island team can put in the area. Selina Goddard have another great effort here.
Yeah, it is.
Great effort.
Great bowl.
That's actually desperately unlucky because it's almost impossible now to get the jack to those 3 bowls, and such a well played bowl.
Mind you, what would removal of that shot, the closest black bowl, although I think it's jammed up against the white, isn't it?
I think the white would go with it, but they'll look at all the options.
Yep.
Otherwise, there's no point in playing a bowl if you don't think you can find something to score a 5, and stranger things have happened. It is tempting, actually, John, if they could... that's a good idea. If they play on their forehand pass, just to roll the black out. That's good camera angle there, the black that you see in the middle of your screen. Get past the one at the top of your screen at 12 o'clock.
Even splitting those 2 would be all right, I think.
Just do something, you need to just try and change the head around a little bit. You're not going to score a 3 or 4 as it sits, and that's what Selina's opted to do here.
Not way either.
Again.
If she guts the jack, it's okay.
Yeah. See, that was the problem with that bowl of theirs that went in that position, wasn't it?
Why she was so unlucky with the previous bowl.
Good shot.
That was a great effort.
Go out a long way, doesn't it? If I can get the black bowl and get the edge of the jack, maybe just down to that pocket where we might be holding forward.
Like if you can get to there, it's good, isn't it?
I think that's the only way.
Yep. Marker riveted to the game there. Tony and Selina just discussing their best option.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for them, Andrew has a bowl to come, so it could ruin everything.
Yeah.
But if they play the perfect bowl and they end up holding 4, or they need 5, don't they?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
so then it pushes pressure on Andrew to play that last one. It's not that easy, but anyway, we'll see what he does here.
It does, and pressure can do.
So he plays first, doesn't he?
He plays first, so he has an opportunity. There is half a chance here if the jack can be tucked around the corner, just a couple of feet for the 5 white. So Andrew will just be looking to remove any opportunity that North has with this bowl. No, hasn't made it worse.
You and I would look at putting a block on, wouldn't we? Eh? We haven't seen any blocks at all this weekend.
We've spoken about them once or twice.
Yeah.
I don't think it's played with that spirit.
No. Anyway, I think the block's about the hardest shot to play.
Yeah, it is.
You can waste a ball by trying to block. Here he goes, looking to split those two or...
Clean run.
Yeah.
That's fine. If we look at his
That's
weight
another one
there,
over there, see? Yeah.
And the weight was lovely.
Yeah.
It finished just that sort of foot pass. That's the weight he needs. A tough shot, but it is on. It's possible. Val just giving the head a good look.
I think so. Beat that last bowl.
Yeah. Put one on that side where all those white ones are, I think. Makes a bit of sense, doesn't it? Because it then takes out that danger. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bowls over there.
There we go, watching this bowl.
He's trying hard too.
Oh, he has, yeah. So...
So keep that same line with another yard of weight. Yeah.
Here we go. Be the bowl of the tournament here. If Tony can find a way to manufacture a 5 on this final delivery of the last end of the
Oh, that's
second
not
set.
bad, is it? Missed that short one.
It's close.
Oh, he's gunning for that, was he? Oh gosh.
Thanks, Selina.
Yeah, very good.
There.
So the South win this final pairs match. Selina Goddard and Tony Grantham beaten by V.Smith and Andrew Kelly in 2 sets, 6-1, 9-4. And in a moment we'll be going into the fours combinations, the final 2 matches, matches 15 and 16 of this Somerset North versus South challenge here. The scoreboard is stripped bare. Someone else will take the seat. The person who's been operating that will be thankful for that. And this is the trophy that is at stake. Brand new and absolutely perfect.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
I must commend the carver. He's done a great job.
Gary Watson. And with that, Phil, I'll let you get back and please support the North Island team, make as much noise as you can.
No worries.
Because we're going to need
Don't worry, I'm going to go inside and sit right next door to Bruce Walker and continue jabbing him.
Absolutely. we need to be getting those 2 fours. So thank you very much for joining us.
No worries, thanks.
Cheers, mate. And thanks for reminding me about that wrong bias at the Nationals.
No worries. Cheers, gentlemen.
It wasn't the last one either, by the way. So here we go, the playing program today, and we've got right down to games 15 and 16 there. You can see the teams: Noble, Curtin, Toomey and Ralph against Kernaghan, Smith, Walker and Horwell. So Val Smith comes off having just played that particular pairs match, and then we go into Galloway, Grantham, Poulson and Goddard against Kelly, Scott and Bruce. 2 matches remain in the Somerset North versus South. Looking at the results, and as you can see, of the first 5 games played, 4 of them went to a tiebreaker. And interestingly, let's see what happened. The winners of the first set won the... well, this is singles right back. We're going
Singles,
right back.
yes,
yeah. First 5 games of the tournament resulted in tiebreakers. These were the singles. They played 7 singles matches, 8 singles matches. The next 3 didn't feature tiebreakers, but we were straight into it again with the first of the triples. And at this stage, the South Island had just retained a little bit of an ascendancy. So the 2 triples games 9 and 10. And then we've had those next 4 games. Once more, 2 of them went to tiebreakers. And games 13 and 14 remain, where they're going to play 9 ends. Is it, 5 ends. Oh, it sounded like a 9 to me. 5 ends. Okay, so shorter games.
So 2 5-end sets will be played in these 4s, and it'll come down to that for who gets to win this North-South Challenge, that beautiful new shield that is being created. As it sits 8-14, the equation for the South is to win 1.
And I think it's quite a good idea to start them both at the same time.
It'll be
exciting. You could end up with, you know, say the South win the first 4s, and then what's the point of playing the second? But you get them both in. North wanting to win, need to win both of them. So yeah, a lot at stake here as we get ready to wrap up this intriguing Somerset North versus South challenge here at the Hope Dunedin Lawn Bowl Stadium. No, nothing but positives coming out of this.
These bowls are too tight for me, eh?
You're going okay with them, to be fair.
Yeah.
Today's been away 5 innings per set in both of these sets.
Maybe have a shot clock. Most probably a bit easier on the indoor than the outdoor.
Yep. Having a yak in the middle before
A lot more deliberating.
Yeah, no, I think if you had like 30 seconds shot clock and then you have half a dozen like timeouts, so that. Yep, could have started at 9 o'clock. Yep. Look at that yard, mate. You get him.
That's right, yeah.
You might just have to stand off the line a touch as well, mate.
Yeah, they didn't last long, those. But hence...
No, I can't
Oh, did you?
afford the time off, mate, to be honest.
Great line again. You've got good weight control, you can play with them, you know, but people that didn't have good weight control, they just got found out, eh?
I was too quick with the first,
Thank
but
you.
I wanted to give it the best chance, and that sort of weight is easier than any other.
Very good. Second shot.
Yeah, just go back that, Leeane. Good to there, Leeane. Yeah, well.
One down, Scotty. Look to beat the back one, mate. Yeah, good height. No, you're not here. It's okay.
So just a reminder that the
Not
leaderboard
far.
at the moment, as you
Only
can see,
2
is
feet.
14 game points to the south and more than one, 8 game points to the north team. The fours games are worth 4 points each, and they are the 2 last games going and will be played at the same time. You can see one to your left and the other one in the thumbnail at the top right. If the
There
South
is
Island
actually value in
team
yours. You
wins
can
one
afford
game,
to
play
be
will be
arriving
stopped,
to it now if you
and
want.
they will be awarded
Might
the
be easier than
North-South
just trying to
Challenge
draw it.
Shield for this year. That's not going to happen, obviously, as the North Island team is going to win 2 games and take it. Can say that with a lot of confidence. As we see this first end of the fours here begin.
Come on, mate. Get him square. Brilliant.
A reasonable head. These players will know the green pretty well by now, I think, John.
Well, they should, yes. And they both said, or everyone said, that the 2 greens rinks are just slightly different, but they soon latch on to what the little idiosyncrasies are.
Absolutely. As we see the team of Mark Noble, Seamus, Curtin, Nicole, Toomey and N.Ralph in this game take on M.Kernaghan, V.Smith, P.Walker and Jonty Horwell. With Val there on the mat, about to deliver a bowl on her forehand side. 5 ends per set as well in these games. They're short and sharp, with the South, as I said, just needing to win one, at which point the event would be finished. Val with a good shot there, so the North holding 3 as the skips make their way down to the head. Mark and Mike shared a singles game earlier on, John. I think it's fair to say that Mark will be looking for a bit of revenge there.
Yeah, I think so. He was a bit disappointed with the way he played today, and he laughed when I said to him, we were hoping you'd go to that extra end, the tiebreaker, so you could do what you were promising, to drive the jack into the ditch with his first. And he just laughed. He said, I thought we were heading that way. But they're dead keen. They're all so competitive now. Curtin, of course, and Noble from the bottom half of the North Island.
Beat my own for line, eh?
Takaru Club and the Manawatu.
That's the one. Making his way back to the head. Every bowl is so important in these situations. They're only going to get 10 bowls per set, aren't they? The 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So the players have got 20 bowls each left to go in a perfect world. That's not that many to decide this North-South challenge. As Mark just goes trailing through a gap there on his forehand side. See if we can get access to the players' mics. There we go. It's been a nice innovation, John. I've enjoyed having access to the lapel mic on the players.
Oh yeah, and it gives us a breather too, and it's so important for the viewers. We've found that in so many sports where if the players are the best commentators, they explain stuff that's going on. We can give opinions and think about what they might be considering. But if they tell us themselves, and often say why they're making such a decision, it alerts you to all the possibilities. It also expands, a viewer's knowledge of the game.
Absolutely. As we see the South holding a 3 there after scoring a 2 on the first end, so they already have taken a good lead. It's only a 5 end set. Seamus talking about the backhand by the looks.
Yeah, and options there. Either the shot bowl or even that second shot looks as though it might be a bit jack low.
Mark,
he could use as well.
Giving this one a look, he's not far away. If it gets down, it just needs to break. Needs to break.
Well, he's taken one out anyway. Wasn't quite the result, but it's a better result than not at all. It's still 2, so it was
2 goodies, mate.
3 prior to that.
Yeah, still 2 with bowl to come from M.Kernaghan. He'll be looking to make this a bonus and go 5 up after 2.
Old Val last game didn't do the card until the second set. Just forgot about it, eh?
On the back end. Close here from Kearney. How far down is it going to get? That's classy there.
That's very good. Yep.
Classy
3
stuff.
shots.
So they go to a 5 gallop to a 5-0 lead after 2 ends of the 5 ends that they will play in the set.
And the other match, which you can see with any luck in the corner of your screen, that's the Galloway, Grantham, Poulson and Goddard combination against Kelly, Kelvin, Scott, Sarah Scott and Tayla Bruce. And the South, after the first end, up by 2-0.
And forgive me, John, I got a bit excitable and put that into the wrong scorecard. So thankfully for the North Island team, we are now only 3-0 down after 1 and not 5-0 down after 2. So 3 there to the South on that, what was the first end of that game. Thank goodness.
Well done, Leeane. You get it, mate. Very good. Well done.
Seen a lot of L.Ralph this weekend. They've been pretty impressed with her play.
Like the track, all on your pace now. Hurry all you got, Sarah. Come on, mate. Get him. Great shot. Brilliant. Yeah, just going to play on yours. Just play back to that. Through yours. Yep.
Great leading there from J.Horwell. 2 bowls right in the middle of the house. As we see Linda chuck one sort of out a bit wider than she would have hoped to be.
Danger's the back white, so it's either throw us down there or open draw. You pick it.
Good view there from the players' end. The skips M.Noble and M.Kernaghan. P.Walker with the jacket on, must be cooling down.
Stay high, Scotty.
Just hearing a bit of sound from both the games.
Brilliant.
Absolutely confused here as P.Walker finds a nice gap.
Yes. I think you'll be happy to have done so as well. See Nicole Toomey on the back end. Half a chance. M.Noble looking at this one really closely. What a shot that is from
getting
Nicole
onto the
Toomey.
front,
Great
it's
bowl.
spilling out here, so down to there. Another 2 feet on your last.
Classy stuff.
So the position has changed slightly there. The jacks moved a little bit, didn't it? I think on that, so P.Walker won't have to change too much, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that weight okay, or?
Probably slightly less.
Watching this ball come back into the head.
It's a good place.
Yeah, good shot.
Yeah.
I've been impressed. I mean, all the players have played pretty well, I think, John, in this event, which is what you expect in a North-South.
Same weight, I think.
Obviously, the surface has allowed them to do that, and we've had some nice tight heads and some really good shots executed.
Nicole Toomey looking to play exactly the same shot.
My dogs don't turn for that, eh?
Yeah.
She did previously, sitting on that black to give the team 2.
Beautiful first one. So we see this bowl. She'd just be looking to clear that. She's close here as Nicole Toomey. It's a good shot there. See tension begins to build already, doesn't it, John? It's only the first set of both of these first games.
I think you're more down this hand, eh? Yeah, you got a bit more chance there of working off that and Jack coming back to there. Well, you only want weight to here.
V.Smith on the forehand side. Those bowls are so we've said it time and time again this weekend, but the house is not very big, is it? So those bowls are really close to the jack.
A metre between the shot bowl and that back black one, not the one on the right, but the one on the centre line. Pretty close.
We see Seamus Curtin trying to get another one there. The North has got one, but they desperately need to get another bowl on the head.
It's tracking well. What's his weight like? His weight's normally pretty good.
It's not bad.
Oh, got big feet, I think.
Fair effort there. Set the right way there, John.
Yeah, could well be 2.
We are joined in the commentary cafe by the CEO of Bowls New Zealand, M.Kernaghan, gracing us with his presence. This afternoon. I
think gracing it is taking it a bit too far, Alex.
I've probably overspoken there.
I've only come into the room, guys, because there's lots of lollies and chippies in here.
Sorry, there were until you arrived, actually.
I have been here for 20 minutes eating, admittedly.
Did you try the dried pea husk?
I love those things. Yep.
That's good while they're here as well, as we see.
This is a great head, isn't it? You look at that. Apart, you take out those 2 on the bottom right, and they aren't that bad a bowl, actually. Look at the rest of them. 9
bowls within 3.5 4 feet of the jack. So Mark, the north-south How do you think it's gone so far as an event?
Well, I guess that's for others to determine a little bit, but I guess from our side of things, the idea was to celebrate or showcase some of our high performance, some of our top athletes, but also to show that diversity that we have in our sport. So where you've got a young fella like M.Kernaghan playing against para bowlers and different genders and things like that, and I think that's what this weekend was about as well. And saying that, the job that's been done with you guys and Tamara and the team, it's brilliant to see this on TV, and it feels like every time we turn up to an event, the production just gets better and better, which is really positive for our sport.
Yeah, I think it's and as you say, it's up to others to determine how successful this has been, I suppose. But you would already have got very favourable comment about the weekend and the way it's gone, and most people would be saying, let's stick with this for a bit because it seems to have worked well.
Yeah, I mean, it's our calendar needs these high-profile events that we can showcase our top athletes. We have one or two internationals a year at best, national singles, pairs, fours, mixed pairs now, obviously, but nothing really in that top echelon. So this is a great opportunity.
Oh, I think that Noble quite likes this, doesn't he?
He's giving it that look that he gives the bowls. He thinks they're close.
Oh, he's not going to run it out.
It wasn't close.
No. We're just saying how good it's been to hear the players too, and they're using the microphones really well. There's a lot of interesting discussion, shot making and the reasons for the shot decision, that sort of thing.
In the area.
But also the fact that they get on well together and they have a bit of fun during a game, which is good. And then you get...
Well, I've been trying to gauge over the weekend whether there's a true rivalry here between North and South. Is this just more of a marketing celebrity type event, or is it actually a rivalry? And is there really a must win at all costs?
We'll see when the South Islanders don't look that happy after the North Island wins both games, Mark.
Look, Alex, I think we've got to be supportive of both islands when we're in these jobs.
No,
he's not.
Well,
I think you'll find, it may take a while, like this. There is that intense rivalry between islands and various codes, isn't there? And what we're seeing is guys who've just been away from the Commonwealth Games together in teams and coming to battle against each other. And I think this will build up quite nicely. A lot of light-hearted ribbing and that going on. Not so much over the microphones, but afterwards.
Yes,
it's been really good. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, there's pride on this one. And that's what I've figured. That's what I've found through the weekend is definitely pride in terms of who's whether the North's going to win or the South's going to win. So that's great.
See the North Island team pick up 1 point there to now trail 1-3 after 2 ends of the 5 that they will play in this set. That was a courtesy of a brilliant bowl by N.Toomey. Early on in that head, just drew that toucher, got it to stay there. So we see R.Ralph not deliver the jack.
I think what you'll find is, as I see Mark O'Connor just helping himself to the last three bags of sweets that were there, that people who've grown up in the South Island remain South Islanders, and I'm rooting for the South Island here today, and we grow up always thinking that we're sort of oppressed. We always feel as though we're slightly less, valued than the North Island, and there is that sort of almost an inherent, it's us against them, like the rest of the country against Auckland often crops up, doesn't it, and things like that. So, and it's a bit of fun as well.
When you do the stats though, and you say that I don't know exactly, but say 2/3 of the population of New Zealand's in the North Island, you expect the North Island to be better.
That's right.
But in bowls, especially, probably more than any other sport, it feels like that bowls in the South Island is definitely the strength of our country. And I'm sure if you went back over the years and looked at international players, you'd probably see proportionally more South Islanders in the New Zealand teams than North.
Demonstrated at the Somerset Awards we had recently as well, with the percentage of players that were from
if you're happy there.
Not the real island.
No, there were quite a few from the South Island.
Up and over.
Fair enough, John. I'm just trying to see if I can get a bite.
Yourself, mate. 2 feet out.
R.Ralph on a backhand.
Look, and if I can just sort of I'll make a couple of statements, but just to acknowledge the stadium and Dunedin Bowls. you know, this is a wonderful venue to have down here in the South Island.
Value wherever you
Blue carpet. Who would have thought that
Two great
bowls would be
bowls, mate.
played
Well
on blue carpet?
Two.
Great surface, great support from the community
Wipe your line,
in the
mate.
stadium. You know, John Latimer and others in the team. I just, you know, just hats
Good
off
boy.
to how
Well
they've
played,
really
mate.
embraced not only this, but you know, we've had a whole weekend down here in Dunedin.
Brilliant.
You know,
Jonty Horwell just putting in a fantastic second bowl, just to make things more difficult for the opposition.
He's been leading well this game. He'll be pleased with that. He did say, as you said, he was disappointed with his performance in the singles match.
Yeah.
And they lost their peers as well, and probably should have taken that to an extra end. So he'll be really focusing on making his two bowls effective at lead in this 4.
I agree. We've raved about the stadium, Mark. It's and the likes of, you know, as you mentioned, John Latimer and his team, mainly volunteers
just getting
here.
past this
to put
one
in
here,
long hours,
Pam,
and
even if you get into here somewhere,
I
is
think
really
it's
good.
Sort of typical of Dunedin, Otago area, because as you found at the Alexandra and around Central Otago when the Nationals were played there, gosh, that was a fabulous situation where everyone got in and helped, and all the bowling clubs were supportive, and so I think it's typical, and you wouldn't expect anything else, but it has been a highlight.
Oh, and we'll be back in Central this coming summer for the 4s and mixed pairs.
Yep.
And I think that'll be very special again.
Well done.
Which is fantastic. And look, I mean, we'll throw on air now that very likely next year this event, North and South, will be in Hastings.
Good.
Which is I think, and I've no doubt the Hawke's Bay Hastings community will really get them behind this, embrace it as well. And it's nice to take events outside of the Auckland, Wellington, Christchurch. You know, almost those three three major cities, and what we're seeing is just the support from these communities is just fantastic, and what bowls is all about.
Same bowl, Pam.
If Toomey had just avoided that one, she was on target to pick up the jack.
Absolutely. It's looking like a good head for the South Island team at the moment. 4 or 5 bowls in.
Yeah.
As P.Walker plays her backhand. Been impressed with her play over the weekend, John. She's played some absolutely brilliant bowls.
Yeah.
Saw a good match-up in the singles against Leeane Poulson.
Don't mind that. Well done.
Isn't that the statement from this weekend, though, that whether you're a para bowler, man or female bowler, that there really is almost a level playing field that's developing? And John, I'm sure, you know, when you were playing back in the 1920s and 30s, it was probably more of a male-dominated game.
Oh, and sponsored by Rothmans.
And sponsored by Rothmans,
yeah,
yes.
you know, so lots of things have changed.
Great shot there, just quickly,
quite
sorry.
right. It's become totally inclusive, and it was good to chat to your board member, Phil Hewiller, who, you know, represents that diversity of bowls, and what he'd like to see and what he says clubs are doing, you know, making sure that they do welcome all people of ability or disability, and it is a sport which can do that quite easily.
Oh, that's the thing, and even at the stadium, in the back right there, there's a hat stand that has a number of different bowling arms hanging off it.
Yep.
They're free to use, free to try for anyone who comes into the
Second
stadium
shot, well
to
done.
figure out something that suits them. And that's another brilliant innovation we've had in the last 10 or 20 years, is even if you can't get down to play bowl now, we've got a solution for that. You can chuck a bowl up a green and enjoy the sport. I think it's absolutely brilliant.
Well done.
I'm not so sure that some of the greenkeepers around would appreciate that term, chuck a bowl up, eh? Oh gosh, we're trying to get rid of that. Yeah. But I know what you mean.
They can write to me.
This is a good track.
See, Seamus.
This is Jack.
On his backhand. Needs it to follow.
And got one out of it.
Got one.
Only one down, same bowl.
North Island team holding one here.
Don't change anything, mate. Same bowl.
Head not
You
looking that great. See Val on her backhand, just following that in.
So V.Smith playing 3 with Mike Kernaghan, the skip for the South Island.
Sit down, got the speed. You got him, mate.
Can you just talk to us quickly, Mark? I just saw Sharon Sims in the background. We've mentioned a few times over the weekend. She's at the AGM, became the patron of Bowls New Zealand. Was that pretty special at the AGM? Were you attending the AGM?
It was. You know, it's it's really wonderful to acknowledge someone who's given so much to the game with these sort of positions, and patron is a special one, and whilst it doesn't necessarily carry much in the way of administrative duties, it's acknowledgement of someone who's contributed a lot to the game, and still a presence in the community as well. And you know, for years, like most sports, we've had the Governor General as our patron.
6 feet through that now, so
this was
not
an
losing your
opportunity
bowl.
perhaps to link it back with
Either
someone
trying
in
to
the
get
community,
connection on
and who
us
better
in
to
the
start
front
this
or
off
just
with
pass. It is either
than Sharon
hand,
Sims.
you pick it.
Absolutely.
Well, that's what I said earlier today when she came in, taking the food orders from the from the team, the two members who were in the commentary at the time. So that's what a patron does, isn't it? So she'll remain hands-on, and that's, I think, a fantastic decision to
What you got? Hurry.
Give the honour, or bestow the honour on someone
Yes, mate.
who
Definitely
has
better.
given a lot to the game and continues to do so. So we've got the North Island holding one shot here, and M.Kernaghan stands on the mat with a shot that he knows he can pull off, and that is to just smack, or hits not smack, but draw to that jack and push that white out, and he could end up with three shots here.
Very close here, M.Kernaghan.
Oh yeah!
Look at this! Look at this ball go!
Whoa!
Oh,
gee!
Goodness gracious! So what Mark needs to do is plug that gap, doesn't he? That's if he doesn't put a bowl in that split, Mike's not going to miss.
6 feet.
The danger, of course, is that if he
Looking at
overcooks it slightly, he plays their shot for them.
So you're looking
Yeah,
for
we
the white.
talk about
You're missing.
trying to
You're
get
just
in there
finishing
before
down
the
here.
opposition
Yeah,
does. So
yeah.
He'll just be looking for that split. I'm not sure if
No,
it's
he's
there.
not up, I don't think, is he?
And there, if you're in the North Island Force team, you just cross all your
Sorry?
fingers. M.Kernaghan.
So the last bowl of Kernaghan's too adds to the count if he can play that shot.
It does.
Yeah.
It's
And he can use that bowl to the right, the black.
Brilliant effort, mate.
very
Better.
inviting head there. Just be looking for that target area.
It's a delicate shot. It's a bowl that you and I would like to play, Mark, sometime.
I play them all the time, don't we, John?
I saw them last night. Mike, he's on a high line. He needs it to get back. Needs it to get back. It's trying. A little feather off that one.
Gee, look at that.
Great effort there.
1, 2, 3, maybe 4 seconds. No, a
here,
couple
mate.
of seconds, that's all.
You
So
pick
one
your way
shot
to it,
to
yeah?
the north. This is the third end of 5, just completed.
And 2-3 is the score.
Yep.
The other game as well is 4-3 to the South Island team after 3 ends. So 2 tight games developing here. And how good if the North can win both of the first sets. All the pressure then is going to domino on to the South Island group.
Well, you know what happens then. The other team wins the second set and we go to a tiebreaker. Both.
Yes, that'll be fun. Shall we ask one group to pause while we watch one tiebreak? You see, look at the North Island head over there on your thumbnail. They've got 4 bowls within a duster's width.
Can I ask you guys a question, actually? I'm interested in the feedback from the players as well, but the circles, how have you found those in terms of commentary, but also have the players found them? Have you had any feedback on those?
Well, you cut one out,
I think
which was
from
handy.
a spectator's point of view,
Look, I think
a viewer's point of view,
we
it
need to
must be
probably
really
go a bit
good,
further. We
to
need
see that,
connection on
because
that.
it gives you a really good
If you're
perception
too
of,
scared, you are a
of
chance to
who's got
obviously get a
shot, where
white.
things are. But what we did this morning, I went out and measured that because a lot of viewers have been saying, oh, it's a big area, isn't it? So no, it's not. It's only 1.5 meters from front to back.
It's
so
a metre.
It looks large,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
Yeah.
And so people have been saying, oh, he's well short, isn't he? But in fact, he's less than 1 metre short with that ball. Far less than 1 metre short with that ball.
John, I was about to say, if that was you and I playing a club game, then we'd probably want it 3 times that width. So that we would look actually reasonable with our game. But if we're playing on that, we're just happy to get it somewhere near the red, aren't we?
I think it adds to it, and the fact that you know it's the constant, isn't it? That's where the jack goes every end. So
yeah, and the players do say we haven't heard any issues with the track of the bowl being affected in the house, because we're calling it the house. The track of the bowl hasn't been affected, but occasionally it does skid a little bit. Is the only issue, but I think that adds to the game, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I must admit, I'd love to see these stickers being used in Twilight Bowls leagues on artificial greens. You know, John, I can imagine down there at Raumati you'd find a sponsor who would, happily put their logos on that circle, and it just lifts the presentation of the game.
Absolutely, yeah.
For social bowlers, I don't think it's necessary. Doesn't need to be for all competitive games.
I've actually already talked to Steve Beale about that and said, how do we get these? But it does it. It adds, and all clubs are looking for sponsorship ideas, and that's a really good sponsorship idea.
Nicole,
although this is on TV, of course, and a lot more people see it, but that's great. And it's not only on the rinks themselves, but along the edges, you know, and the ditches. There's an opportunity for that sort of stuff too. The stick-on logos, I think, are good.
And I think that's about where we're at right now, is we just keep trying things out, you know, and sometimes they're successful and sometimes they're not. I mean, I look at this competition, I think mainly successful, but, you know, if there's probably one negative, I think we've got the number of ends wrong per set, maybe. You know, maybe it could be a little bit shorter, but you know, you just keep trying these things out, and, you know, some work, some don't, and you move forward, hopefully, with that sort of mentality.
Absolutely. As we see, we've been talking the North Island team building a really good head here in the fours. 3 bowls within, 1.5 foot of the jack. Nicole Toomey looking to make it 4. Remember, they trail 2-3 after 3 ends of the 5. Watch this bowl, waiting for it to come back. If it goes clean past, it's fine. That little chalk mark is the 2 metre mark, isn't it, John?
Well, I'll be happy with 3. And then if it does get killed, they're sitting there with 1 at the moment anyway. If the jack is respotted on that white dot down the bottom of your screen, the 2 metre mark.
As we see Pam Walker on her back end.
Just tightened it up a little bit, which was what was needed. And if she plays it well enough, she could just wait till it dropped off, sadly.
Yeah, down to her weight, not going to make it into the area that she wanted it to be. Just resting on that other black bolt. And Mark just saying, look, stay on your forehand. Good head here building. Not a million miles away. What a shot there from Seamus.
Just out of the road, isn't it, too? It counts, but it's out of the road a bit.
It's an interesting head because it's really... hard to hear what Mike's saying. I think he's indicating the forehand to use that last bowl because that last bowl's sort of slightly low of the jack, so if Val uses it, she'll wick in for 1. But because it's such a narrow head, it's actually hard to be aggressive here. It's a small target. See V.Smith line up.
She'll let us know. She's done a little dance. I think she's quite happy with the line she's got.
Not far away here, V.Smith.
Oh,
this is close. Oh, what a great effort that was.
It's cut it down though, isn't it? Yeah,
it's a well-played bowl, so White holding 2, or the North Island holding 2. Mark will make a decision now. Just skipping, using his feet as an indication of where he wants the bowl to end up. Saying, look, past the head's great. The reason for that is if Seamus was short on that backhand side, he's just making a bigger target, which is not something you want to be doing.
Steering well clear of it there.
Slightly out of camera shot as we see it come into the screen on the left. Weight was probably okay, just a bit wide. And it'd be interesting here.
That's the direction that the jack would go, I think, if anything with weight was played.
Yeah, so Mike will be lining up to see the black that sits at... Okay, same backhand onto the white that sits at 6 o'clock on our screen. Just give it a smack. If she's narrow, that last bowl of Pam Walker set up a plant so that you could see blacks going into the head. Essentially what he's saying is...
This is your chance to explain to non-bowlers what a plant is.
A plant? Oh, it's not something you put in the ground and wait for it to grow. When 2 bowls are touching each other, one is always going to go in a certain direction if the other one is hit. So we call that a plant. As Val heading for the plant, if it holds, it's not going to quite manage it. Just pull that across her body, but didn't she when she let it go?
Well, they change ends. Mark, I'm interested. A lot of people are watching on TV the Aussie competitions, various Aussie competitions. Do you have much to do with your Aussie counterparts?
Yeah, a lot. I mean, the reality is some of our best ideas have come out of Australia.
Yeah.
And you think about their Barefoot Bowls initiative many, many years ago. That's essentially what we had, duplicating over here with Bowls 3-5 or Mates and Bowls, etc. So, look, we pick up and steal their stuff. We've got this new software solution which we're implementing called Bowls Hub. It's Bowls Link in Australia. Thanks, Bowls Australia, for developing it for us.
Bowls Hub Aotearoa.
So you cooperate quite nicely, because they're a big sport, aren't they, in Australia?
They are. They're a big governing body with a lot of funding and some very, very big and powerful clubs. I, without sharing, I know the boys are playing bowls, but I had an eye opener when I popped into a club in Brisbane and I asked what their turnover of their club was. 130 million for one bowling club. That's bigger than New Zealand Rugby, this one bowling club. And admittedly, it's the pokey machines that generate that level of revenue. But, that's a far cry from the Riverhead Bowling Club or, or the Raumati Bowling Club.
Yes, that's right, yeah. So they've got, and most Australian sports have got a big advantage over some, with their laxer rules regarding gambling, with clubs being able to have pokey machines and things.
Yeah, some say it's a benefit, some say it's a crime almost.
As we see, M.Kernaghan under big pressure here. He's 3 down on the head. Stalking this bowl. Willing it to hold and run. Look at it go.
For a foot, basically, wasn't it?
What a beautiful effort that was.
Maybe. That's it.
As we see, I probably overspoke. I think North probably only holding 2, but 3 sounded better.
Well, Tony Grantham measured from the cross you can see in the middle of that house to the bottom edge of the circle was 19 inches. So what is that? I don't know.
Not much.
Not much. Less than 2 feet, obviously. And so that's just how far Kernaghan needed to travel with that bowl
needs
of
it
his.
to hold or needs it to swing. Good shot. Well played. In there for 3. New Zealand team. North Island team holding 3 there. And Mike probably has to
final
draw.
end, isn't it? Oh no, end 4.
End 4, yes. Don't get me so excited, John. There's not really anything to hit that's nice and clean, so he'll look to just make that little correction on his first bowl. Hit another 1.5 feet.
And he loves this challenge.
He does. There's a man you want to do it. Oh, what's that mean?
A bit wider, is he?
So we watch this bowl down to his weight. Try to come back. Slightly overplayed there, so an opportunity here for the North team to take the 3 because they don't have last bowl. Measuring for the 4th. Let's see, only other bit of feedback, Mark, about the house is that apparently it's a little bit slippery when you're trying to measure. We've had some people have some stressful moments with the tape measures.
I've heard too when the mat's down on the house, it's also quite slippery as well.
Yeah, we saw Tony Grantham just about become an acrobat with one of his drive shots. But minor issues, and the players figure it out pretty quick, and we've seen them stop placing the mat there as it looks like it's a pretty tight one. May see an umpire called.
3.
You can see it moving. That always stresses me out. I don't like that.
3.
3 there.
I think so.
2 there.
Just before you go, I go then, guys, I'll share with you a dilemma I've got, shall I?
Yeah.
So the weekend I've been asked many questions and had many, many conversations. But today I was delivered one which I'm really struggling with. I've already got my team for the National Fours, right?
Yes.
Very good board team. Last year we won 0 from 6, but we aim to do better this year. Anyway, one past New Zealand player currently residing in Wanganui and national selector has said to me he'd love to play with me in the board team at the Nationals.
Oh, well, you can't accept that. You just,
oh, no,
who would you drop?
John, I've already accepted. I've already accepted. Now I've got the dilemma, though, of who I'm going to drop. Which of my 2 board members will I be dropping? Or 3 board members, sorry, will I be dropping?
You can't drop Philip. Is he in your team?
Phillips in my team.
Yeah, yeah, because you know he's an experienced national championship player.
Okay. Mark O'Connor, past president.
Well, he
current board
probably
member.
looms because you and he don't get on well when it comes to driving cars.
Yeah.
And navigating.
Well, then that's odd. And then Tony Lepper, the chair.
He'll be distracted down there, won't he? Because he comes from that area and
Who
stop and
would
talk to
be
people.
the best water boy of the team that you could drop?
Probably me.
Well, you can't drop yourself, Mark.
No, and in normal circumstance, I would drop myself because that's the right thing to do. You know, respectful thing to do.
But the ex-New Zealand bowler who lives in Wanganui,
whose surname is Ballas,
would not want, he wouldn't want to play with anyone else but you.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking that too. The quality. I mean, I've told him I'm skipping the side.
Well, I think it's got to be Lepper.
You can go for. I'm not going for the chair because he pays my checks. He pays my wages.
Well, I think therefore it has to be Mark O'Connor then. I think that's probably.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mark, if this is the way you're learning that you've been dropped from the national force team.
But I think one of them would probably just say, "Look, Mark, I don't want to make it difficult for you. I'll pull out."
You could just write.
That would be a nice way of approaching it, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
I think that'd be
so,
great.
so you just wait.
I'll wait.
Or you could just get Chris Lander to add a clause in the conditions of play that a board team may play with 5 members, and then it's problem solved, isn't it? That's another solution. Just legislate your way out of the issue, Mark.
I may have done that.
Nice dilemma.
I may have done that at a Taranaki Open one year, actually, now that I think about it. And we turned up as 5 first-year juniors, and we thought, oh, it'll be okay. We could play the Taranaki with 5 of us. Taranaki Open with 5 of us.
Easy peasy.
We had a water boy, or in fact, you wouldn't describe it as water boy, but water is not the word. But
drinks boy.
Drinks boy for each game.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, Mark. And
well
enjoy
good
the
luck
rest
with that
of the
problem.
event.
Yeah, my pleasure, gentlemen, and thanks so much to both of you for your efforts as well.
We've enjoyed it.
Brilliant.
Cheers,
Thank
mate.
you.
Gee, Nicole Toomey's on fire here at the moment. She
She
just
is.
pulled the jack over to the side, and that'll be 2 shots for them. Maybe. What are we getting here from
Pam into the house just about.
Nice line.
You're right about Nicole. We saw her touch score a point a couple of ends ago. So in fine form, this North Island team's come out firing.
So on the other match, we can see it's also playing the final end of the first set, and the South leading 6-3 and holding shot. But a lot of bowls to go in that particular match.
As we see Nicole probably called to go deep, I think.
Has it stayed on? It has.
Yes,
yeah,
a good shot there. See Pam.
Forehand.
On the forehand side.
Yes, she's just found it up nicely. And that's a good home there too.
Absolutely. Seamus on the forehand. As you see Steve Beale in the background watching intently. One of the people behind this North-South challenge.
See where Noble put his foot. He was just saying, if the jack goes over here, that'll give us 3 because he's got that bowl that you can't see. It's out to the left now off screen. A couple of big bowls coming up from the number 3 for the South, V.Smith, former world champion singles player. She won that at Burnside in Christchurch. Fabulous performance, and then of course she and Joe Edwards formed that dynamic pairs combination
Close
with
here,
bowls
John.
like this.
Oh, what an effort that was.
Yeah. So it's on, isn't it? And those 2 bowls at the back, the black bowls, might come into play later.
I suspect so. Just Mark having a conversation with Seamus there.
And what he's answering to is, on the mat, it looks like something might be in your line, or, you know, you're not too sure of how far removed it is from the jack, and he just said, no, I don't think so, mate. If you play to here, you'll be fine.
It'll be all good. So
he was worried about getting tied up in his own...
On the forehand side. On the forehand side is Seamus Curtin. That's a great shot there.
Very good.
And a great bowl by Seamus. Right in behind, keeping that nice narrow target.
So Kernaghan's given V.Smith the instructions. That's what she can see, is those two bowls tight together. And she only just missed. If Curtin's bowl had been there,
yes, yeah,
when she played that, she would have made contact. So she changes nothing, really.
Here we go. V.Smith on the forehand. Giving it a look. What do you reckon, John?
Targeting well. I think it might just cut under, will it? Oh, no, it's not. It's holding well. It's going to get that back bowl. So she did play pretty much the same shot, didn't she?
Exactly the same shot, I think, because Seamus's bowl moved. And that's gone really well for the North Island team, because Val has shunted the North Island bowl to that catching position for the jack. A great shot, but an unfortunate result as the skips cross over. We see just in the thumbnail there, just keep an eye on both these games. They're both important. The North Island team, 3-6 down on the last end. Just move the jack back to hold a 3. Both these games very tight. And the players will be keeping an eye on the other one. They'll know what's up.
Well, we're just Selina, Goddard and crew high-fiving there. And that's, this is going to be, this is down to the wire, I think, both these.
It is. You know, Sharon Sims there looking absolutely, how stressed out does Sharon look in the on the left, just having a nice day at the bowls. M.Noble on the forehand. Watching this one with intent. Let's see where it ends up. Very close here.
He's going to pull the jack over and give him 3, is he?
Very close
that was
here.
the line. Oh.
Good shot there from M.Noble. Now there's still that one bowl target, John. And we're going to see a run shot from M.Kernaghan. He doesn't take a step and swing his arm for this one. It's all at once. There we go. On his backhand. On his forehand, sorry.
Forehand, yeah. I thought he would have played backhand, but no, he sees it better on his forehand. I think that was sorry, wasn't it? Oh, hasn't finished.
What? What was that?
Well, that's bowls for you.
Oh, the weight was good. It came out of his hand beautiful.
Might be still 2, is it? I wonder.
It's hard to tell because some 2.
2, yeah.
Not the end of the world for the North Island team,
no,
to be fair.
No.
Last end holding 2. Actually, last end holding 2, you're 2 up. Don't go near it, John.
Yeah.
Put one anywhere. Put one round the back on your backhand, maybe. Because if Mike drives one out, North Island's still holding 1.
Yeah.
One down on the spot now, so
I wouldn't go near that. Block. Maybe now's the hour.
I think you need the word intentionally.
Yeah.
I wouldn't intentionally go near that.
I wouldn't go near it on purpose. If there's a player who'd play a block, I think M.Noble would be one of them. Jonty, I feel like he's a man who would think that a block is a good idea.
Yeah. Just casting my eyes to that other game with certainly the North holding 3 and down 6-3 on the board.
Have to hold the draw there.
Kelvin Scott calling for a shot that'll just sit on those bowls that are 2nd and 3rd shots.
Yeah, good call, John. As we see Andrew Kelly on the forehand on that thumbnail. Top right of the screen. Meanwhile, M.Noble here on the main match. Well, not the main match, the match that we can see more of. Opting to get one close, maybe on purpose. Andrew Kelly playing a great shot there, and the other one cut it down to 2. M.Noble going past over here. So the equation for the South, they need to find 2 points to draw, 3 points to win.
Well, just looking at that, can they get 2 by just removing that that bowl clean?
I thought that.
I think that right hand one is second shot.
Seamus did say that bowl at 3 o'clock was second shot.
Yeah.
So big edge off the black bowl's the call. The black bowl at 2 o'clock on your screen.
Yeah.
Collision bowl will trail the jack back to where Val is sitting.
So Kelly might have saved the day in set 1 in the other match. 2 to the North Island, it seems. We'll get that confirmed for you in a moment. But it may well be that the South have won the first set there by 6-5.
I believe that is correct. And Val just explaining her shot, saying you need good weight, Mike, on your backhand. Fair enough.
And average bowlers will be looking at it saying, you can't do that. But what she said is, I want you to get the edge a half that bowl on the inside.
Yep.
With a bit of weight to cart your bowl over to the jack and over to the other side where she's got a couple waiting.
He'll give it a go too, will Mike Kernaghan. So you watch this last bowl of the first set.
Get out of the road, Bill. Thank you. Oh, no.
Fair effort.
Yeah, that was the weight she wanted and everything, but that is 1 shot to the north, or 2 maybe, so they've taken that first set.
2 to the north, so they win the first set on this game. 7-3, and the other game was lost in that first set. We see a replay of Kearney's bowl. Oh, went off at a sharp angle, didn't it?
Yeah.
Not enough, so the North inching ahead in this game of fours, but they do need to win both fours to grab hold of that beautiful North-South challenge.
They're halfway there. They're halfway there by winning the first set in this game.
Absolutely.
They've got a chance to win the second set, of course, in the other game. Score there, you can see South 14, North 8. There are 4 points for each fours match. 2 5-end sets we have.
Yep, a good first bowl there from L.Ralph.
Jonty Hall will play that forehand side quite a bit. He's just dying a bit with his weight here. L.Ralph looking to put another one in there. M.Noble likes this.
Yeah, close here from Linda. Great bowl. Beautiful bowling from L.Ralph. The front 2 for the North Island team in this game of fours.
Yep.
On fire at the moment, John. Beautiful bowls. Jonty is having a look. And for second shot.
As you're watching this, you'll also be seeing the overall results going through, the individual game results from the start of yesterday with the singles. And we began with that really impressive one between Tayla Bruce, who was named the National Player of the Year and was in the Commonwealth Games team with Selina Goddard. So they played each other in the first match, and that was just started the trend really, with Goddard winning the first set, Bruce winning the second, and then Goddard winning the tiebreaker. So it was just, and that just got it going.
It was a great game of singles to start off with, wasn't it, John?
Yeah. We've seen so many good games like that.
See P.Walker on the forehand, just diving away on it. Just a reminder, I can't remember if you were here for the announcement, John, but if the South Island team is to win a game of fours, the other game will be stopped.
Yes.
And the presentation will begin. Not that that's going to happen. But just
well,
in
the
case,
North are up 2-0 in the other match in the second set. And
just in case.
Yep.
So we see N.Toomey on the back end. If it stops, it's fine. That's what you want to do when you know you've got a bowl close as a toucher. You know that in order to score, the opposition's going to have to move something, so you may as well put bowls where it's going to end up.
And that looks like they've got the 2 metre mark covered, and also the backest bowl.
It did. P.Walker not a million miles away here. Needs it to hold it a little bit, not much. Close. Good try.
That's pretty good, isn't it?
Millimetres.
Yeah.
Mark, a very expressive skip, isn't he, John?
Makes no... you're not confused about what he wants, are you?
Yeah.
Makes it quite clear.
I think everyone in the facility knows what,
Yeah.
what Mark wants Seamus to do there. And he's given it a chance. If he clears the front one, it's close to a bomb. What a shot.
Oh, pretty
what
good.
A bowl. Incredible. Just reminded myself by accident how much I don't like the town of Bulls, John. I don't enjoy the puns there, eh? I said incredible, and then it just...
Yeah, that's
I
right.
get a bit of PTSD every time I've driven through.
No, I love... Stop there quite often on any journeys north.
Don't need that any puns in my life.
Yeah.
See Val on the forehand.
You just want to reach that shot.
Yeah, she's close here. Giving it the steer. Look at this bowl come back into the head. Great shot there from V.Smith.
M.Kernaghan said we've got nothing over the head, so he'll be happy with there, even though it's not much over, it's still over.
Still an improvement.
So they've got second, third shot maybe.
Second and third, yeah.
Oh, fourth maybe too.
It's not
that jack's moved a bit.
That's right.
It's not easy to get at though.
But it's not about getting the shot yet. Mike will be trying to find a bowl for Val to play to make life as easy as possible for him when he comes up to the head. So we see Seamus putting the blocker in. John,
Yep.
Perhaps not intentional.
Right, let's watch this one from V.Smith. She can play some uncannily accurate bowls, and she has done for many years as one of our classiest ever women players.
Absolutely, I think she may...
I should take out the word woman, actually, because she's one of our classiest players.
I don't recall her cap number, but it's if she's not the most capped, it's very close to it. Little bump here. In the back door.
Like it touched the jack, so how far did it move?
If it's in the back door, that's brilliant. Listen carefully. Anyone?
You can hear his Val's giggle, can't you? You know. Who's got it? You'd still favour the white, wouldn't you?
Yeah, we'll know by... No, that looks like they're down. Seamus just indicated try and pick that front gap into that split to clear them off. So that must be... if he wouldn't play that shot unless Val was holding one. So we'll see soon. Making his way back to the mat. Must be down. So great shot there by Val. She nearly got unlucky, but it deserved the result that it got, didn't it? It was a good shot. So we see Mark. I don't think he's going to be short here. It's going to be pretty speedy.
Got the toe just on the back of the mat, as he said. That's what he always does.
Just reaching.
Oh, I don't think he will reach.
I don't think his weight's there, John. Well, now I don't know if they're holding or not. I just saw Seamus trail his duster through that, and I thought it must mean that you have to hit it, but maybe the North is holding one here. No one's telling us anything.
If the North's holding if the North's holding, Mike will play on the backhand, on the forehand, won't he?
Yes, that'll tell us. That's
and that would also move the jack to him or to his other bowl, which we'll see just to the left.
And he is lying up on his forehand.
Yeah, so.
So we see M.Kernaghan play this bowl.
Only just needs to reach it, doesn't he?
It's a beautiful effort if he clears the front.
No. Good block, Mark. And Seamus.
Yeah, they knew something was going to happen. Fascinating end of bowls here. Like again, just so dependent.
I think he'd also might just want a little bit more weight on it next time, although it travelled a bit further distance. So.
M.Noble stalking after this bowl, but look at that track out. I don't think it's going to come back from there. So played two ineffective bowls. There's Mike Gets down to play his one.
Okay, on the mat, ready to go before Nobles had finished pretty much. So we watched this all the way from here.
Knew what he wanted to play. We'll listen closely.
He's gone wide to look at it.
Far away, M.Kernaghan. Beautiful touch.
Gee. Yeah, it was a great trick.
We'll see who leads off, and that'll tell us.
One to the north.
One to the north there. M.Noble and his team. The North take a 1-0 lead after one end, having won the first set. Meanwhile, on the other match, and that match is going to finish before this one, so it's quite important to keep an eye on, to be fair.
Yep.
The North is leading 2-1 after two ends.
Well, it couldn't have turned out to be a better finale. You know, we could have had one team, one island well in front. Oh, well, we have at 14-8, but with the points at stake,
the point system.
8 points at stake, so we could finish one of these games and still not know who the overall winner is going to be.
Absolutely. That's L.Ralph. Gets down to work again. These the lead in the two for the North Island team. They've been very impressive in this game. Another good bowl there from Linda into the house. Jonty on the back end.
Yeah, good bowling, a good local player. Swallows
Great,
it up.
Great shot there from J.Horwell, taking the jack out of the house. Oh, I've taken my glasses off.
Sort of looks like, doesn't it? Oh, that's better.
It's all come
I thought
right.
I haven't had enough chocolate today.
As we see, Linda on the backhand. M.Kernaghan had enough chocolate today, didn't he, John?
For all of us.
Watch this bowl. Lovely arc.
Well, the green was perfect for this shot last time, wasn't it? It wasn't where she wanted it to end up, but...
Yeah, and perfect green again.
Yeah.
Slightly overplayed, but not the end of the world back there. Jonty will just be looking to do the same thing again. There's the view from the bowler's end. It's a great camera angle, that. He doesn't look happy. There's a bit of a grimace.
Well, he doesn't want to be narrow, either, you know, to upset things here. It's a good ball, isn't it?
Great shot there.
Yeah.
Two good bowls from J.Horwell.
Yeah.
He's outled his opposition on this occasion. So we see Nicole on the forehand side. We've seen a couple of, probably 2 or 3 touches from her this game already. Here we go. Watching this bowl. He needs to hold a little bit longer than that. Beautiful effort there from Nicole, but ultimately not to be.
Here too, Pam. Yep.
Just about cut the tension with a
Yeah,
knife
yeah,
to
it's
use
got really tense. Oh, I love this.
An old adage.
She's played a bomb here too, hasn't she?
She has. What a great bowl there from P.Walker. Good shot, great shot. Holding 3 now, the South Island team. The pressure building on the North, having won the first set 7-3. 1-0 up here after 1. Big pressure. N.Toomey walking after this bowl. She's close. She's close to the jack, John. She's close.
Oh,
what
boy.
a shot. What a beautiful bowl there from N.Toomey. Go! Oh, didn't go in the ditch.
Yeah. That's great stuff. They were 3 down then.
Absolute class there. 3 down. You know, the pressure's starting to build on that head. Just got down, trailed it on her forehand side.
Well, it coming from out there. It looked to be fairly heavy, and Pam's turned her back on it.
I would say that's a bad indication.
Yeah.
Good camera angle there as we look down. And now from the players' end.
So that is a toucher sitting there, so even if it goes into the ditch, it stays alive, and Curtin knows that, so that's something that they can use, rest on that.
To mark
What's he got?
Oh, he was probably looking to pull the jack into the ditch there, I think.
Well,
but we do mark touches with chalk so that we know what a touch has been. In the old days, they used to spit on the bowls, apparently, but we've moved on from that.
Health and safety involved with
now.
that.
Could be some real issues if they now use chalk.
So no need to be short here. They're just going for the jack, I think, aren't they? Because they're holding second shot at the moment.
Walking away from that one as well.
Yeah.
It's been a feature for me. The players are in good enough touch. They just know when they let it go. You know, we had someone yesterday said, "Oh, I'm heavy," and they were a foot heavy, and "Oh, I'm narrow," and they were a foot narrow. So know when they've missed. Little toss of the duster. Yeah. Just trickling into the ditch. V.Smith on the back end.
Well, they can, they could, what Kernaghan might look at is just driving that toucher, because it's unlikely that it'll...
This is a great effort here from V.Smith. What a bowl! What a shot there.
That's the shot.
Absolutely magnificent shot. Now for Mark, it probably makes sense to go that bowl or the jack.
Yep.
I'd go for the bowl if it drifts against the jack or the jack, and if it's narrow, you go the bowl.
Yeah,
he'll pick one or the other, and if it misses, it's
just
fine.
Doesn't want to go wide, does he, on those?
Essentially not.
Yeah.
He's spoken to us about how they drift, so maybe it is you go the bowl on his backhand, which is to our right as we see it, and if it does drift out on him, he gets sinks the jack in the ditch.
Looks like the last bowl on the third end in the other match, and from a distance it looks as though the South are holding shot as we watch Noble now.
Some big bowls going on left, right and centre. M.Galloway winding up in the top right hand corner as well.
That looked like not a bad line.
Great try,
jack
Mark.
in the ditch, nearly.
Galloway having a go at it on the thumbnail. He's close. Something happened. Great try there.
Just one, maybe. One or two down there. So we'll watch that score change. South against the North in that match.
Yes.
Here's Kernaghan. He'll be...
Kearney.
Just hold up there. You're okay, Mike.
Oh, good try. These players do practice bowling ditch to ditch, and they're pretty good at it. As we see, looks like the South Island team holding 1 point on this end.
It's a narrower line, so either the black shot or...
Needs it to hold.
That would have been enough too, wouldn't it? Probably.
Yeah. What do you do for one more bowl, John?
Yeah.
Looking like the South Island team's going to score at least one here too if Mike can make it a bonus. Not to be.
No. Good safe shot.
Yeah. So a great shot there from V.Smith to take that one. So all square in this game after two ends. Lost on the other match, which is going to finish before this one and may decide the event. The North leads 2 points to 1, according to that scoreboard. I don't think they've updated it yet.
I think it might be 2-2, but I'm not sure. No, don't know.
Yeah,
well, no, we're watching it from afar as well. So
we are. It looked like the South had scored a couple of points on that last one, but I don't have the I don't have the bandwidth to multitask at that level, John. I just look at what's in front of me as we see Jonty Horwell on his forehand here.
Oh, Mike Kerwin will be saying thank you, mate. Very good.
Tracking lovely. Great shot there from Jonty. Another toucher. Linda, Ralph on the back end, showing a bit of emotion there. Moving her arms about a foot up.
Yes,
she doesn't like
that's
it
emotion.
very much. Motion for Linda. What a shot. Well, if that's a bad ball, I'd hate to see a good one.
Yeah. So we see, must have been 2 to the south in the other game, leading 3-2 now in the second set after 3 ends of 5.
Going to get very tense as we near the end of that game. I wouldn't be surprised if this game paused to watch it, because the result of this entire challenge will rest on whether the North Island team can get up, as Jonty plays a great shot there with his second bowler's lead. Leading well on this 4. Bowls to rest on though, John.
Very definitely so. And Linda, if that ball had been there, she would have been, with her previous one, she would have rested on that.
Absolutely, as we see her play on her backhand. Should be willing to keep going. It looks like it's a bit short from this angle. Not too bad, says M.Noble.
Yeah, that's just what they found last time, what happened when they were well situated and the ball went a bit deep. They had nothing really back there, so...
Yeah, and Nicole Toomey's been playing those shots so well, hasn't she?
Yeah, so just preempt what you think M.Noble will ask for from his 2. I think they'll be aggressive early. That is a very good ball.
Great shot there.
Yeah. So he's called exactly that shot. He said, play to me, says M.Noble. So Toomey.
Here we go. Nicole Toomey on the forehand. Been playing some great bowls this game. See if this can be added to the list. Little feather would be fine for the North Island team. Well, you take those ones, John.
Yep.
Usually you'll see most players that get a bit of result, they say, you know, I'm sorry, but I'm taking it.
P.Walker is asked to change her hand and play on pretty much the same shot that Nicole Toomey played. Her previous one, she played the other hand and put it a metre or so over, exactly where M.Kernaghan had asked. The South team now have 2 bowls here. He says, I'll tell you what, this isn't bad either. Oh, so they've got 3 back there. That's not bad, and they're only 1 down.
Great effort. As we see Nicole Toomey on the forehand. Some relaxing music going on in the background, which is a bit...
Yeah, well, it needs it because...
Sort of maybe to calm the players down, John. So it has got real tense in here.
Great change up from her. She was... what
a ball. What a great shot.
She had to take weight off. She didn't want to be too rugged through there, and she did, and that's maybe a measure for 3, do you think?
I think it is, yeah. I would be... I'll go 3. I think it's 3 there. I think she moved that black ball enough, but...
Kernaghan standing exactly where he'd like the jack to come. He's well stacked up round there.
Absolutely. I see Val on her forehand side, looking to follow instructions from his M.Kernaghan. Clean run.
Yeah, well. 2 metre covered, probably.
Yeah.
Oh, they've got it covered.
Yeah, so if it does kill...
So we've got 4 balls from one team on one side, 4 from on the other from the other side. Kernaghan just saying where his toe is now. That'd be good to get the jack back there, but that was not his toe. But
no, but that's where it would have.
That's where Noble wants Curtin to put one.
Absolutely. So we see that's pretty much where the bowl's going. Just a little bit overcooked, but a good place. That's good spotting there from Seamus Curtin.
So I'm not sure about that other match there. That black one got marked, so it could well be, well, who knows. Could be 2 to the south, it could be 1 to the north, who knows.
I know what I hope, but
yes, yeah.
I don't think that's necessarily the case, as we see back on this game on the big screen. V.Smith on the forehand.
Tightening a line, and she has.
Just to scoop it off, she's very close here, John. Just cutting away that bowl, finishing in a good spot. I'll be pretty. It's a stressful area, isn't it?
Yeah, it's. So Curtin's got to put one in there now.
And he'll know he has to.
Because Kernaghan won't miss that twice, I wouldn't think.
Particularly after having watched Val's 2 bowls, you learn stuff from watching bowls come up the green. Trying to play the same shot Mike's trying to play, so Curtin trying to get one in the right place. Hasn't achieved that on this occasion.
No.
I think the North still holding 2. We see 5 bowls in the house on the other game. Mike and Mark leisurely making their way up to the delivery end.
As if they're not even thinking about the next shot, you know.
Doesn't appear to be any stress.
No.
Maybe even watching this bowl of Andrew Kelly's as Mike. There we go. On the forehand, M.Kernaghan looks like he's taken a high line. I don't think it's going to come back from there. Now, maybe not now, but it depends what Mike does with his next one.
Yeah.
But there seems to be quite a lot of whites, not that many of the other colour, John.
Yeah.
It'd be tempting just to remove that bowl with a bit of chalk spray on it and see how many that leaves with white holding. And I think if Mark does that, it'll be with his last bowl, not with this one.
Narrow line for Noble. What's he trying to do here?
I'm a little stressed as a North Islander, because we don't want you to touch the jack, Mark. And he hasn't.
1, 2, 3, 4. No, 2 anyway. No, 3.
3. Yeah, we'll say there's three there. Bit of pressure on this last bowl of M.Kernaghan's.
I think you'd be quite happy if you hit something in there.
Yeah, he'll be looking to play with a bit of positivity now. He's given his bowl a chance here, John. Great bowl on the little thumbnail.
He's missing it. He's missing it.
Underneath this, M.Kernaghan.
Wow. Big break here for the North. Take that black one out.
He just wants some rolls on that bowl, doesn't he, John? It's worth 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 if he sits and stays. Oh, that's not as exciting as 7, Seamus. Here we go. Big bowl from M.Noble, looking to capitalise. No one can reply to a last bowl. Giving himself a chance. He was chasing after the bowl. Must think it's close.
I don't think he's up, is he? Or he might just draw another
Needs
shot.
it to hang around then.
Through that hole. Yeah, that's another
Great
one.
shot.
That's 5.
Great bowl there.
4.
4
Yeah,
for the North Island. Great shot from M.Noble.
Well, that's really interesting, isn't it? That the South team with Val and Mike, 2 of the most outstanding bowlers we've had. There was a shot there, and they weren't far away, but they didn't get into it.
They had 4 goes. 4 goes that just remained the same. It was not played. So the North Island team taking a 5-1 lead in this game, and over on the other match, which the South Island won the first set. The North picked up 2 or 3 there. That scoreboard will be updated shortly, but it's tightening right up as this event, this North vs South challenge at the Hopes Dunedin Lawn Bowl Stadium.
So North take a 5-1 lead in the game we're watching, I think, and having won the first, that really sets them up. So some big bowls required now. J.Horwell has led extremely well.
We'll see. The momentum is in the North's favour at the moment, I think. John, there's a 5-3 lead to the North Island team in that second set after 4 ends in the thumbnail game, the other game that's going on. Remember, the equation is the South needs 1 to win this event, the North needs to win 2.
Horwell, good open up.
Dave Edwards, the South Island non-playing captain and selector, surveying the scene.
Yeah, pleased that he's not bowling, probably.
It is always easier to commentate or just to watch from the sidelines. John looks for a wick there.
That was going well by from Linda Ralph. She knew that too, and she got the little nudge on that shorter bowl to the left, brought it into for shot. J.Horwell got 2 areas in which to target now, the jack or that shot, and he might well get the jack here. Oh,
close from Jonty.
The shot. Oh,
yeah,
hard luck.
You know, he was more in the area than Linda was with that bowl, to be fair. Linda, the one holding the shot. After the leads bowls, 3 of them level with the jack, 1 a bowl and a half low. That's Nicole Toomey. Plays her backhand. Won the New Zealand singles a couple of years ago. Doesn't like that one though.
Over on the other rink, the jack is not being troubled at all. The players just tightening up a wee bit maybe on the mat. And the skips thinking to themselves, I hope I don't have to win this for them. You know, front end players have got to help.
Absolutely.
As they have done throughout. Here's P.Walker now playing.
On the forehand.
Oh, she might swallow it, will she?
Close to the jack here. Great effort from P.Walker. To be the crowd has gone quiet, haven't they, John?
Yeah,
Just sort of the tension building. Nicole looking to make a correction. She will have been disappointed with the first one, and she's taken more green with the second one, that's for sure. Her worst 2 bowls for this match, finishing somewhere near the 2 metre.
Yep, the line was brilliant.
P.Walker on the forehand. Big bowl here. South Team trailing by 4 points after 3 ends.
Look at this. Look at this. He said, take a couple of feet off, Pam.
Oh,
wasn't quite, but gee, it was only a foot. That was in the zone.
Remind me how many ends they're playing in each set, John?
5.
5?
Yep.
That's exciting. So if they're playing 5 ends then, am I reading right that the thumbnail game is on its final end?
Yes.
And the North Island team is leading by 2 points.
And the South are holding a shot.
Yeah. I wonder if there's a way we could get that thumbnail game onto the full screen.
No.
No? Okay.
Because Colin doesn't want to do that.
That's okay. That's okay. Yeah. We'll keep an eye on it because it could decide this challenge early or late. So just keep an eye on that one, because remember, if that game is decided, this game will be stopped if the South Island team gets up for a win. Well, doesn't get up for a win, continues their winning ways, having won the first set. Meanwhile, Val on the forehand.
Well, we're getting to a similar situation to the last end, aren't we, with the South team. They've got bowls over the head and an ideal running track for the jack to come back to, or just sit that shot out and get it. Oh no, they need a handful, don't they?
Yeah.
They're only playing the 4th end,
the
so
4th
they need
end
at
on
least
here.
2, don't
yeah,
they?
A 2 here, so that's still, it is, you're right, it's a similar situation because there's a shot on for the South Island team, but it's a hard shot. And they do need to play it, I feel, as we see S.Curtin here on the backhand. And in the other game, North Island's drawn second shot. South need 2 to draw, which would be enough.
So Kelvin Scott just off the big screen at the moment. Kelvin Scott marches after his second bowl, which means there are just the 4 bowls, 2 for each of the skips.
Potentially, just you say the 4 bowls left to go in this event.
Ooh, no, he's missed. So South holding 1, but down by 2 on the board.
And the psychology for these skips are different because Andrew Kelly's playing for the win of the event. As we go over quickly to this main screen and watch V.Smith fall short and narrow there. North Island team holding 1, 5-1 up on the card. 1 up on the head.
This is only the 4th end too, so the Kernaghan team have got options. They can nudge out the shot bowl and maybe get 2
That's
out of
right.
it, or 3.
Yep.
Or what they've been trying to do really is trail the jack and pick up a handful. Big discussion down there between Seamus Curtin and Mark Noble.
Lots of conversation happening, as you can see. Mike and Andrew walk back to the head on that other game. What's going on, John? Lots to keep your eyes on.
The other side, Mike Galloway.
On the back end.
Tony Grantham with his foot out, giving him where the jack is for his weight to get to.
Yeah, he's just looking to go back there. Good shot there from Mike Galloway. Going to force Andrew Kelly to play a good bowler as we look back onto this main screen at Mark Noble chasing his bowl up. Looking at that one with intent. He thinks he's close. He thinks he's close. Yes, what a shot there. Keep running, Mark. He's stayed with the jack. We saw that heavy jack just run away from the bowl. It's hard to draw a resting touch at.
Well, let's cut out the option of... Really, that's that left-hand white bowl is the one that's the problem now for Kernaghan.
Yeah,
he could probably draw around it. I'm not sure, but
he probably can. It's a good shot for Mark though, because it means that if he drops a number, it's probably only going to be a maximum of a 2 here.
Yeah.
Whereas before he could have dropped a 3 or a 4. So we saw Andrew Kelly just go past the head with his first bowl. North Island got all our fingers and toes crossed for a tiebreaker on that thumbnail game. There's Mike Kernaghan on his forehand here. 1 down on the head, 4 down on the card. Stalking this one. If he's got the weight right, it's an absolute pearler of a bowl. Look at this comeback. What a shot there from Mike.
God, don't move the jack. Oh,
great shot.
It's just one though, I think.
But it is just the one, you're right.
Yeah.
Last bowl potentially of the entire challenge here, folks. If we look to our right in the thumbnail, if Andrew Kelly makes it to the South Island team have won the North-South Challenge. If he doesn't, it goes to an extra end.
Missed it. He missed it by the look of his...
I would say...
Yeah.
I would say that he didn't get to there.
He hit the white bowl that was second shot. So we go to a tiebreaker there.
Tiebreaker there to keep this challenge alive for the North Island team.
And meanwhile, Mark Noble is just trying to bury this one for the North.
Absolutely. As we see... the back end, he's 1 down on the head here. He looks tight. Doesn't want to punch the opposition ball up. Didn't.
No.
So now Mike, most he can score is 2. I suppose if he drew the jack and popped it somehow, he might get a 3, but I think a 2 is what he'll be thinking here.
Hard work.
Mike,
but even a 2 out of this situation
is
would
brilliant.
be,
Yeah, great. You know, going into the last end. Regulation into this game, Mike Kernaghan falling short there. So the situation is that the South Island team has scored 1 to go
5-2.
5-2 behind going into the last end, and the North Island team won the first set. So the South Island team, unless they score a 5, this game is over.
Yep.
On the other screen, you see an extra end. Oh, it's exciting, John.
Whoever wins the extra end is going to win the entire event.
That's how it's feeling.
Yep.
We've had 18 games or some ridiculous number.
16
games of bowls.
Of those, about 12 or 14 have produced extra ends.
Absolutely. It's come down to this.
Okay, Jonty, for the South Island's sake, get one in here. Come on. And on the other hand, Selina Goddard leading for the North.
So North have probably been sent into battle. I would suggest that the South Island team won the toss on that thumbnail game.
Oh, and she's got a front toucher.
Great shot there from Selina
almost.
Goddard for the North Island. That's quite exciting, John.
Yeah, I must admit, you didn't sort of anticipate it. You were hoping it would get to this stage.
Yeah.
But we didn't think it would be decided on a tiebreaker. And that's basically what we're seeing here.
Absolutely.
Particularly as Linda Ralph sends down a pearler.
Great shot there from Linda Ralph. So unless the South Island team on the main screen need to score 6 points to force an extra end. So it is probably more about the tiebreaker that we can see going on in the thumbnail. We'll probably focus on that game unless a miracle appears to be happening on the main screen as Jonty does his best to make that happen. So they need 6 of their bowls. They need 6 of their bowls to count on this main screen, and one of them won't be counting because it was Jonty's first one. So they know they need 5 out of the next 6 bowls to be effective. It's a big ask.
Tayla Bruce on the mat, the New Zealand Bowler of the Year. Delivers her second.
We see a replay. We see a switch. We've switched to the tie break, John. This is exciting stuff here. The technology we have available at our disposal.
Well done, team.
I'm quite impressed with that.
Yep.
Why does it not look like it's the... Oh, it does. So I've got same in both. The same in both. It's
cool.
double vision.
So holding the shot. This is the tiebreaker we're watching now.
So we're watching the tie-break end here on the main screen, folks.
Don't take any notice of the score tick up there. This is just whoever wins this, and that's 2 pearlers.
Great bowling there. I believe that was Leeane Poulson.
Yeah.
High five from her teammates.
It's interesting that we can't see Selina Goddard's bowls there anywhere.
Yeah.
So he's covering the back, no doubt.
Yep.
Sarah Scott.
Look at this shot here from Sarah Scott.
It.
What a bowl!
Whoa!
What a bowl! That is the stuff of dreams, John.
Yeah.
Great shot there. We see this game score. We've gone to a tiebreaker. The South won the first 6-3. Lost the second 5-4. Winner of this will win the North-South Challenge.
Look at Scott. The grin won't go off her face, especially if that stays the situation. But M.Poulson, like all bowlers, enjoys, quality bowlers, enjoys the challenge. Eh?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. She's thinking, I want to wipe that smile off your face.
Leeane on the backhand. Look at this. Look at this, John. As it breaks back into the head, heading for the jack.
Missed by miles.
A mile away, yeah, you're right. You're right.
Righto, what do you call now?
I'll leave it for them.
Yep, Andrew Kelly. Sarah Scott, she's still thinking, that was a very good shot of mine. No, she needs to back it up.
She does. Yeah. She's played one good bowl. Wants to make it 2 as Andrew has a look at the head. Thinks, look, we're holding 2. Looks like they don't have the 2 metre mark, do they, John? At the back, but is it too early to go there? Maybe.
Well, if she plays the backhand and tries to reach the 2 metre, then there is always that danger, isn't there, of upsetting what's already there. She's playing the backhand though.
Certainly looks like it is going to come down to this game. If you just quickly glance at the thumbnails, there's no 6 on there for the South, so this is going to be the deciding factor. Sarah Scott on her back end must have been asked to draw close again, I think, John.
Yeah, well, she might put a block just in the road a bit here, yeah. Whether that was intentional or not, I don't know, but...
Oh, those 2 bowls, they just...
I wouldn't have thought so, but...
No, I don't think so either. Yeah, this is not going to be short. T.Grantham on the backhand. Give himself a chance here. Needs it to start drifting.
The block. Look at that block. Great block from Sarah Scott. She's standing up there with a towel wrapped around her neck, and she's now probably looked up and thought, oh,
it's gone quite well. Yeah. Andrew just pointing out the 2 options there. You either chuck a 3rd bowl close or chuck one around the back covering the 2. Kelvin Scott will make his own decision there, either on his backhand or his forehand. I reckon backhand. Oh, no, maybe I don't.
Yep.
Yes. I've watched him play a lot of bowls, John. I don't think I'm ever going to figure it out. Look at this bowl. He's maybe closer than he wanted to be here. It's Kelvin Scott. Oh, scaring, frightening the jack there. The jack going, no, stay away.
Good place, though, those bowls. So unless T.Grantham plays with the same weight as he played last time, and he is.
He's let it go
searching
ugly.
for that.
Needs a good result here. Needs a cannon of some sort. Look at that. Look at that. That's a bit lucky. I'm not sure if it's better for the North Island team, not though, because there's now more than a bowl's gap between the two South Island bowls, and that's not necessarily what you want when you're looking at a target to hit.
It's sort of a real shot now for Kelvin, isn't it?
Here we go.
You can see it. You can see exactly where it needs to go. Over on the other match, the South holding 1 on the fifth end, but down, needing a big handful there, wasn't it? Needed
a 6. They needed a 6 on that one. As we see Kelvin fall short here on this, the deciding end. And the South holding 2.
Mike Galloway has had a good look at this. He knows that he doesn't need to hang around. He's wandering off already. You can see just...
If he's got the 2 metre,
yeah,
he'll just go it. He's got a beautiful drive on him, does Mike Galloway. If he doesn't have the 2 metre, I don't know what he'll do. Maybe draw on the backhand or the forehand.
2 metre spot we could just see at the bottom of the screen then, so he will have the 2 metre, I think.
It will inform his shot selection. Nice water running through his veins, as Mike Galloway have. To the side.
Yeah, as usual, that foot way over to that left-hand side of the mat for him. This is going to be weight. You can see it clearly. It's just that Kelvin Scott bowl that might be a bit of a nuisance. Oh.
That's gutting. That was a gutting button press from whoever cut away.
Yeah.
But I believe that we'll get a replay at some point, John.
No, I don't think so. No. We'd only get a replay of what we saw then.
That's okay. So Galloway obviously a bowl wide there on his penultimate bowl of the challenge and ripping one of the South bowls out. So that's quite good. Means he's got second shot now. Made it a bit easier.
So Kelly looking to play forehand here.
Yes.
Holding the shot, so it's protecting the shot. That's what he needs to take into account.
Yeah, big swinging bowl because the North Island team's got second and third here. So Andrew Kelly, he wants to be making this one count.
He is.
And he has that.
Oh!
Beautiful. Beautiful shot there. He's put it right.
Oh, I know, but I thought he was going to drag that jack over to the white. So that's 2 bowls I've got to go now.
Great shot. So this is it. This is what it's come down to.
So that's the white spot there, just in front of Mike Galloway's feet.
Yeah, that must be the 2 metre mark.
So that's black, I would say.
The South is holding on the 2 metre mark. I agree. Asking Leeane for her opinion. Therefore, they need to find a way just to draw the shot, don't they, John?
Yeah. And in the meantime, Mike Kernaghan is shaking hands. He had a big drive. It didn't work, and so the North has beaten the South. And at the moment, the South have 14 points and the North 12. There are 4 points at stake in this one. If this bowl from Mike Galloway might be the last of the contest, how much better could this have been? The South holding 2 here. Galloway.
Potentially the last bowl. So we watch this one come in. A good camera switching there so we can see this come into the head.
Is he going to come in? I don't
sure
think he is.
Break.
I don't think he is. And they'll be shaking hands now. And the title, the winners of the Somerset North versus South Challenge, the team which will receive that magnificent new trophy, is the team from the South Island. What a close match. I mean, it ends up with a 6-point advantage, but we had to go right down to the last bowl to determine which of the 2 teams won it. A fantastic performance and a great competition here. So that South Island team, which included Tayla, Bruce, J.Horwell, Andrew Kelly, Sarah Scott, V.Smith, Kelvin Scott, Mike Kernaghan, P.Walker, and that was it. I'm sure I've gone through all those names. Have led throughout most of it, apart from the first 2 singles matches. But in the end, gosh, great, going to a tiebreaker.
Yeah, a mighty battle and given a fright by the North Island team. Valiant in defeat.
Yeah.
And a great event.
So in just a moment, Chris Lander, who you can hear at the moment, will get that trophy. The teams will come out and line up and receive that trophy. That's the South Island. As Mark Cameron said, next year the intention is to take it to Hastings.
Hastings, yes.
So it'll be a North Island venue. Very quickly the Bowls New Zealand team get in there to set up the backdrop, and the presentation will take place in just a moment. So we saw some great replays. We saw some magnificent shots throughout this 2 days of competition, and I think it's been a fitting tribute to the best players in the country.
Absolutely. It's been a top-notch couple of days worth of bowls and worth rewatching. I think obviously everything was broadcast on the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel. It's there forever until YouTube falls over, which I don't see happening anytime soon. So worth watching again. We've had good viewership, and we look forward, I suppose, to having many more of these to come.
And while we just wait there, just a reminder that you know, among the next big events are the national championships, and the entries, you'll be able to enter for those soon on the Bowls New Zealand website, Bowls Hub New Zealand. The national fours are in Central Otago, headquarters Alexandra, as will be the mixed pairs, and then the other competitions, including the singles, are up north.
yeah. It's not a dirty word at the moment, is it?
No.
It should be a great season of bowls to come, 2022, 2023, both for the Bowls New Zealand national events and around the country as well, as we sort of return to something approaching normalcy.
Yeah. A tribute again to this magnificent stadium here. For many of you, it'll be the first time you've seen it. For some of the players, the first time they've played on it. And as you just see here, it looks fantastic with a very impressive viewing area, kitchen, bar, outstanding facilities. It's 27 years old, as we've heard. It's been repainted, new lights put in, carpet's been down for 3 or 4 years. It's played magnificently. It's been an ideal situation, an ideal venue for this Somerset North versus South Challenge. So well done to all those involved in the Otago community, the Otago bowling community. And there have been lots of people here working behind the scenes, and it'll be their delight, I think, that all their hard work has helped produce a South Island victory.
Absolutely.
So just seeing Sarah Scott's just walked in. She's not going to talk to us. She's going back to the presentation.
Yeah,
but
pretty good last.
The grin's still there, Sarah, after that bomb you dropped. Yeah, great. So that's what we've seen too. We've seen some classic shots. Seemingly hopeless positions, rescued by some either remarkable shots or shots that have produced a little bit of luck, and there is luck involved in bowls. There's no doubt about it.
Absolutely.
And you make your luck. So, gosh, I can't, just quite remarkable. So in a moment, we will have the presentation for you of the trophy to the South Island, the winners of the Somerset North versus South Challenge for 2022.
Great shooting, Jonty.
First and foremost, could I have the team out here? Guys, please, come on. While wandering out here like Brown's cows, I'd just like to, first of all, Chris has said everything about the stadium, the umpires, the kitchen staff, ladies, sensational food. And he touched on the Bowls New Zealand staff, and I just have to reiterate what he said. The staff, he has got a fantastic team behind him, and but Chris, you yourself, you're a legend, mate. Your organisational skills are unbelievable. But to the Bowls New Zealand staff and to Bowls New Zealand, the board and Mark for putting on this event, everyone bought into it big time. And we really, really appreciated all the efforts of the Bowls New Zealand staff. To the team, well done guys, fantastic effort. And I think my only instructions to the team when we gathered on Friday or Saturday morning we got here for the first practice session was to have fun. And I think they did. There was a lot of laughter and a lot of conviviality amongst the team. And I think the play reflected that they were playing with a smile on their face, and so well done guys, I'm really super proud of you. To the North Island team, well, just some epic games out. But we're super proud to win the inaugural North South Trophy for sure. Thanks very much, everyone.
Thank you, Dave, and thanks again to the team. Can we get them in front of the Somerset banner, perhaps, guys, before the photo's taken? Keep the sponsors happy. Thank you. And while they're doing that, I just again want to wish everyone a very safe journey home. It's been a wonderful 3 days here in the South Island in Dunedin, and just want to make sure that everyone gets home safe and sound and has a really enjoyable 22-23 season. We'll see you all soon. Cheers.
Thanks, mate. Good work. First class. Yeah, close them up. That's the story.